Yeah, my cousin said I'd find other Bigfoot here, but I don't think these guys are animals at all.
Maybe these guys aren't too bad after all. This one just offered to take me to an all-you-can-eat meat buffet. Say less.
They unzipped from the front. That ain't fur. That ain't right.
Yeah, my cousin said I'd find other Bigfoot here, but I don't think these...
Oh, God, Father, we really needed you.
Oh, shit. Don't tell me you got a demon child.
I'm so sorry.
Come on, we got this. But man, the last time I did one of these, that motherfucker almost possessed me. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In the name of God, take this out of her.
I bet your mother got carpet burn giving birth to your hairy ass.
Sometimes shit don't go as planned. That bitch had to go. There was no other way. Oh, wait, I forgot the holy water. Fuck, I'll remember next time. If any of you need someone for an exorcism, let me know in the comments and I'll be there.
That's pretty funny, right? That's some funny stuff right there. That's some funny stuff. How's it going tonight, everybody? So great to see everybody tonight. So many people here, so many familiar faces. Nice to see you all in the chat. Sorry if I was a little bit late. I didn't mean to be late. But sometimes clocks don't work out the way you think they're going to work out. And the first person here tonight, the first prize goes to Catherine K. She was the first one. And then Trumpinator came in and says he was the first person to leave a like. Mr. K says, I'm doing audio only in the stream, but he's here in spirit. I really appreciate it. He's dead. Jim says, Joe is slacking again tonight. Howdy, peeps. Julio Scissors, what's up, chat? Rachel Boone, how you doing tonight? So glad you could join me. Colorado Mountain Girl, great to see you. Steve Hilliard, how you doing, buddy? Bill Coggins, what's up? Sylvia, how you doing? Sharkman, what's up, buddy? Who else? Terry, what's going on? Hey, what TF? What's up? Did I miss anybody? Any names? Pam Graham, how you doing? How you doing? Patrick Seven, what's up? John Mosley, how you doing? So what's up, everybody? Man, I want to thank everybody. We are so close to getting over the goal for the members that I figured I would just go right ahead and me myself, I would go ahead and give away 10 memberships right now, today, right now, since it's September 1st. So let's see here. I can get there goes 5. And then let's see, Elijah Mock got one, Kelly 51 got one, Rachel Nelson got one. Who else? Lizzie Bartley got one, and Balian got one. And then here we're gonna go right here. Jim's gonna go bang and give out another 5. So Shia Eastman, Eisenman got one, and Rogaine got one. Jimmy Edwards got one. Nana 1776 got one, and Abomination AJ got one. What's up? And oh yeah. Congratulations to all the recipients. That's right. So yeah, so see, Jim tells you gives away 5 gifted memberships and then 5 more. Fort Doxy Mom, how you doing? Good to see you. I don't know, Sylvia, did I say hi? If not, hello. Nana, hello, nice to see you. All right, we're gonna get cracking here. We got a bunch of stories. We got a whole bunch of stories. And as per the normal with the show, everyone knows so far that there's some updates, some stories that we went through last night. If you watched last night, there's a couple updates to some stories. Oh, Susan Daniels, hi, Danielle, how you doing? Taylor N, what's up? Nice to see you. But there is a little thing that we do here. The shows go for about 2 hours, sometimes a little longer, sometimes a little less, but usually 2 hours or more. All right, for the shows. And anything and any donations that come in, if we get across all platforms, if it's YouTube super chats or memberships or gifted memberships, or on Rumble Ramps or Rumble memberships, or on Cash App or PayPal, any of those things come in and we get to $75, I add an hour to the show. Every $75, add an hour to the show. And then we also have Bellavision, which is right here. We have Bellavision, and at if we get any single donation of $25 or larger, immediately activates Bellavision for the night. Or when we hit the $75, Bellavision gets activated. I know it's silly, but I don't know. Hey, Nojabski, how you doing? Nice to see you. But that's the way it is. So, and we've been doing really, really, really good with the whole stuff. So I think we are right now. I think we're 5. Let me look. I think we're 5 members away from hitting 200 members. And as soon as we hit 200 members, I'm going to start doing a weekly members only stream. At least one. Let me look. No, I got it there. Earnings. I got to go here. Or no, dashboard. I can do this. Members. See all members. Yes. We are 6 members short right now. We have to see 6 more members, and we will hit the 200 members. So. What is going on? Why is my computer lagging right now? It shouldn't be lagging. I pay too much money for stuff to be lagging. Oh. What do you know? We got 60 people here. Please hit the like. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of vinyls. And then if you look, okay. If you look back there, those are all CDs and HCDs and high, what do they call it? HD CDs and stuff like that. And this is all vinyl. And then over here is all Blu-rays, and then this wall is all UHD DVDs, or Ultra, whatever it's 4Ks. So, yeah. Most of my vinyls all stuff from like the 60s and 70s, and No, I don't have any 8-tracks. I don't have any 8-tracks. I used to, but I don't have any anymore. I do have some cassettes, but my Nakamichi is not working. So no, I don't have 8-tracks. My Nakamichi is not working. I haven't had a chance to get it serviced to get the belts redone yet. So. Do you have a direct-to-disc vinyl collection? I don't know what that means. Exactly. Direct-to-disc. Yeah, no. I mean, I do have books, but I don't have them here. I have books and stuff. And then there's a bunch of video games all here, a bunch of Xbox games and stuff. What is my favorite album? Wow. Dude, that's a question. That's a question. No, I don't have any 78s either. I mean, 45s? Yes, I have 45s. I don't have any 78s. My favorite album. I don't know, man. No, you didn't derail the show. It's fine. I'd have to say, I really like. It would probably have to be Led Zeppelin 1 would probably have to be my favorite album. I don't know. I've listened to it the most. I don't know. I don't know. There's so many. I don't know. Dark Side of the Moon, Pink Floyd is awesome. Hey, Bob, how you doing? I love Robin Trower too. I don't know if you know who Robin Trower is. He's he used to play he was a guitarist in this band called Procol Harum that did that song A Wider Shade of Pale and some other stuff. Some other songs. But and then he went on a solo tour and did 4 great albums in the early 70s that are really, really good. Really, really good. If you ever want to, Bridge of Sighs, there's an album called Bridge of Sighs. If you haven't heard it, if you like any type of Pink Floyd or if you like any type of 60s, 70s rock music, you would love Bridge of Sighs. Or For Earth Below was good too. But anyway, let's get to some stories here, man. Get to some stories. Get to some stories, man. Ads. What? Ads? Hold on. Cocksuckers. Hold on. Sorry. All right. They're off. They should be off. All right. I don't know I don't know why YouTube keeps doing that to me. Every time I have to go in and shut it off. Seriously? I have to go in every time and shut it off? That sucks. Beatles White Album? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Jay Giles Band. I love Jay Giles Band. It's really good. I mean, I also have, I have like stuff from the, 80s and stuff that I like, Foreigner, Kansas, I don't know. Steely Dan. Yeah, Steely Dan. Love Steely Dan's really good. Other stuff too, like, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of the Beatles. I'm really not. I don't know. I mean, I can listen to them, but I just think it's like, I think they get way too much credit. I love Jimi Hendrix. Love Jimi Hendrix. I've actually got some, hold on a second. Sorry, I was trying to find a different album, but yeah, this one's great right here. See, that's a great Jimi Hendrix album. Anyway, that's it. So Yeah. Oh yeah, Peter Gabriel. I like Peter Gabriel. You know, Sledgehammer's great. Yeah. You know, his name. Yeah. No, I didn't have. I just no. I just never mind. No, I didn't want to be digging around. That's all. So check it out. So breaking news: New York Representative Gerald the Penguin Nadler announces that he will not be running for re-election next year. Am I too loud? Phil Collins. I like Phil Collins too. Yeah, he's good. You know, I like you know. Genesis was good too, especially with Peter Gabriel. And when Peter Gabriel was there, Boston's really good. I like them. Yeah, I mean, I like all music. You know, it's just like, oh, how did I get? How did this happen? I like all music, really. I mean, I even listen to some classical music. I like jazz, and you know, yeah. So I mean, I listen to like pretty much anything. I love drums a lot, so you know. So, yeah, so Gerald Nadler announces they will not be running for re-election next year. This guy, the guy that shit his pants on live TV, will not be running for re-election. If you can believe it. If you can believe it. Journey, yeah, Journey is really good. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think there was so much better music, you know, even all the way up into the 90s. And then you start getting into 2000s and stuff and everything. You got like a few good bands. Like, who was really good in the 2000s? What, like Creed? And like, you know, Nickelback. Who else? I mean, who was good? And you know, and I don't know. I don't even know who's good stuff now. Like, I mean, honestly, the last song that I heard that was new on the radio that I thought was good, and I was like, oh, that's a good song, that's a hit, was "I'm a Real One" by YG or something like that. I think it was his name, YG. I'm a Real One. Just because of the line in there about like saying that he'll go does something on the first date and then brush his teeth with Colgate. I was like, that's a hit. Yeah. There's still a good song every 3 to 4 months. The radio's dead for new music, though. Yeah, I mean, I don't listen to the radio really that much anymore. I don't. Yeah, Soundgarden was really good, but that was in the 90s. Soundgarden was the 90s. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, New York Rep Gerald Nadler announces that he will not be running for re-election next year. New York Rep Gerald Nadler announced Monday that he will not be seeking re-election next year after a 34-year congressional career. Mm-hmm. You know what? I should say back. You know what? There's been some. I don't know that I've heard some country music actually. That and I never liked country music growing up or anything. But in the last like 10, 15 years, I've heard some country music that I thought was really good by some different people. By like you know, and then like I don't know, like that Mumford and Sons. I thought was really good. And I know a lot of people won't like them or whatever because of their politics, but I thought their music was really good, and I was a really big fan. You know, like I was like, these guys got some good music. I know they're not really country; they're more like folksy or something like that. So yeah, Nadler, 78, has been considered one of the leading liberal voices in Congress, saying that he is responding to the call for generational change that has recently been dividing his party. Mm-hmm. He recently told New York Times of his plans, provided that they didn't reveal them until Monday. He said that he hesitated to step aside at this time, while in his view, President Trump stands as a threat to the foundations of democracy. Yeah, country music went downhill, started to singing about red solo cups and farmer tans. You know, yeah, but you know, and then when I think about it now, I mean, like I always loved Johnny Cash though, you know, like Folsom Prison, great song. Folsom Blues, I'm sorry, the Folsom Blues. Is that right? Folsom Prison Blues. And then, you know, Ghost Riders in the Sky, great song, you know. stuff like that. And Burning Ring of Fire or whatever is a good song. But anyway, he recently told, so his plans with democracy. Yeah. President Trump stands as a threat to foundation of democracy, according to the Times, but he told them he believes it's time for changing of the guard. Yeah. Well, like, I don't know. Like, I Walk the Line. Yeah, it's a great song, but yeah, Mumford. Well, I'm talking like their first two albums, right? What was it? What was it? Wilder Times or something like that, right? Or something wild. And then the second album, I think those were good. I haven't really heard anything since then, but watching the Biden thing really said something about the necessity for generational change in the party, and I think I want to respect that, Nadler said. What does he mean by watching the Biden thing? Watching Biden suffer from dementia and you guys force him to... Isn't that Cocaine Blues? Isn't that... the guys from the Eagles. What was their name? Isn't that the one guy from the Eagle? What the hell was his name? I can't think of his name. It's driving me nuts now. Oh, it's going to drive me nuts. Or no, it's Smuggler's Blues. Never mind. That's Smuggler's Blues. Nadler's both the longest-serving New Yorker and a Jewish member. The longest-serving New Yorker and Jewish member of the House. What? Oh, he's longest-serving. Okay. He represents parts of Manhattan, including the area that included the World Trade Center that was attacked and destroyed by... That's, Smuggler's Blues. Yeah, Joe Walsh. Yeah. Actually, I didn't think it was Joe Walsh, Smuggler's Blues? Or was that the other guy? Don Henley. Wasn't Don Henley Smuggler's Blues? Or am I thinking of... Oh. Glenn Fry. Yeah, okay, Glenn Fry. See, you guys got me looking like a dork. I'm missing up all this stuff. Nadler has endorsed Zoran Mandami, the communist who refuses to condemn his calls to globalize the Intifada for mayor for New York. That's just weird. Like, this guy does all this and then Yeah, well, Julio knows a lot more about music than me. I mean, I'm just a fan. He's actually a musician. So, Johnny Cash, Cocaine Blues. I'm gonna have to look into it. All right, I don't know. I've probably heard it. One of my favorite songs of Johnny Cash's actually is Jackson, the duet Jackson. I love that song. I don't know why. We're going to Jackson. I don't know why. CNN's Scott Jennings dares Democrat strategist Adriana Elrod to claim President Trump is covering up the Epstein files, but she backs down, terrified of being sued for defamation. You don't have the guts. Do it, Elrod. It says, Mike Johnson then trying to protect his guy, Donald Trump. Protect him from what? Because Trump doesn't want the information released. You said protect him. Protect him from what? I just want to know what you think he needs to be protected from. From information coming out. No, I want you to go ahead and make the accusation here in front of the American people. Trying to tricks them. They're very tricksy, these hobbitses. Very tricksies.
Boy, I mean, Pam, I gotta say, watching Speaker Johnson try to walk this tightrope where he's like, I know what the base wants. I know what the MAGA base wants. They want this to keep going. They want more answers. And then trying to also, protect his guy, Donald Trump. Just watching him try to strike this balance here is really... Because Donald Trump doesn't want the information released. He doesn't want it.
You said protect him. Protect him from what?
Donald Trump wants us to go away. But the MAGA base does not.
I just want to know what you think he needs to be protected from.
From this information coming out.
What information?
From the information from DOJ.
I like the what would he need protection from?
I like
you know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I want you to go ahead and make the allegation.
I have Prince. I have the
people here.
I have.
Okay.
I have Purple Rain on
Donald
Biden.
Trump would like for this not to be.
You don't have the guts to do it.
He would like for the Epstein drama to not be in the news every single day, which is why he's deflecting by putting the National Guard in different cities and trying to get in fights with governors and mayors across the country. When the bottom line is this is what the MAGA base wants. Speaker Johnson can adjourn Congress. Way too early than they should have been adjourned to try to avoid this. But now they're coming back and they have to face, this challenging fracture within the MAGA base that we've seen happen over the course of the last few months.
There's no fracture in the Republican Party over this. And I don't know what they're going to do. I will say this.
Right. I don't like CNN either, but this guy, Scott Jennings on CNN, it makes I can watch the clips. That's about all I'll say about that. Yeah. So another distraction for the Epstein time. Yeah. And then you guys remember we were talking about the judge yesterday. We were talking about that judge, Suknanen, Sparkle Suknanen, the judge who was from a foreign country, and she's not, just became a U.S. citizen. Now she's a federal judge, and she stopped the 600 Guatemalan children from being reunited with their parents and everything. We're like, she's Biden appointed her after Trump had won the election and everything. We were like trying to figure out why, and then it was like a debate in the chat about, because she issued the order at 4 a.m. and I was like, how did she know this lawsuit was coming in the middle of the night? And so I was like, oh well, you see, she's probably on call and she got notified. I'm like, yeah, but she was waiting and she was calling DOJ lawyers in the middle of the night. She issued this at 4 a.m. and it's like she knew it was coming. Well, it turns out Jim Spidey sense tingling was right. Her husband, the judge's husband, works for the NGO that's filing these lawsuits, CASA. So that's what you would call a giant conflict of interest, like one that should actually get her impeached and kicked off the bench because she didn't recuse herself immediately. Yeah, I feel the same way, Rachel. I really do. I mean, the only exception to that would have been Johnny Cash or the Daniels band. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. That was always a good one. Yeah. Plus the funding for it. Yeah, it's all coming from these NGOs, and her husband is neck deep in it. So Judge Sparkle Suknana's husband is attorney Ryan Downer, a board member at the Washington-based nonprofit Civil Rights Corp. They work with activists, judges, and government officials to challenge systemic injustice in the American legal system. This is her husband. Look, Ryan Downer is a legal director at the Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. Prior to WLC, he served as director of litigation at Civil Rights Corps, where he oversaw cases challenging the criminalization of poverty, particularly in the areas of prosecutor misconduct and wealth-based pretrial detention. Ryan's direct casework at CRC included a challenge to the New Orleans district attorney's use of fake whatever. But and then here's Civil Rights Corps. Civil Rights Corps is a nonprofit organization dedicated to challenging systemic injustice in the American legal system. We work with individuals accused of and convicted of crimes, their families, and communities. People currently and formerly incarcerated, activists, organizers, judges, and government officials to challenge mass human caging. They shouldn't be working with judges at all because they're not supposed to work with judges because judges are not supposed to be involved with either side. That's what you call, ex parte communications and stuff. Civil Rights Corps engages in advocacy and public education, and they want a goal is to resensitize the legal system and our culture to the injustice and brutality that characterizes the contemporary American criminal system. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah. So it's a nonprofit that challenges systemic injustice in the American legal system through litigation, advocacy, and public education. Yeah. And then so here they are married. Look at them. Mm-hmm. Her husband is definitely involved in blocking the deportation of illegals. Yeah. So CASA says Afghan TPS holders and their families and communities, said Samuel Seigel, senior counsel for ICAP at Georgetown Law. Unfortunately, the district court did not order temporary relief, but we're going to keep fighting in the Fourth Circuit to obtain such relief while the litigation proceeds. And then here it says, without immediate action, DHS can attempt to deport Afghan TPS beneficiaries as soon as tomorrow, said Ryan Downer, legal director for Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and Urban Affairs. We are determined to keep essential protections in place for thousands of Afghans and Cameroons fleeing violence and dangerous instability. Maryland is home to the largest Cameroonian diaspora in the U.S., and many families fear separation. Yes, so you see, that it's unbelievable. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what I think. Her husband's the one who told her about it, and they were waiting on it. I'd bet on it. I'd bet good money on it. Mm-hmm. What's this say? Went to the Kamala School of Word Salad. Yeah. Call these fakes out about their conspiracy theories. Who's got a conspiracy theory, Marlene? Yeah, Suknanan has to go back, definitely. Early one morning, about 1:30, I took a shot of cocaine and away I run. Made a good run, but I ran too slow. They overtook me down in Juarez, Mexico. Yeah, it was children going home. They were sending the children. These are unaccompanied minor children whose parents were still in their home country of Guatemala. The Guatemalan government said, yes, please send them. Please send them back home. And it was all arranged to go. And then all of a sudden, this came flying in the middle of the night. No, they're back. They're all back in basically in foster care, like in, like not, not with families. They're in like group homes, like basically this is another example of foreigners, non-citizens, illegal aliens, taking up scarce resources that are for American citizens and their children. So like orphans and kids who need help and protection and don't have anywhere to go, American citizens, children are their space is being taken up by 600 Guatemalans right now. Yes, I'm sick of them too. Come to Toledo, Ohio. You'll give us a tour. Well, that's nice. Yes, they're so crooked. She needs to be impeached. Definitely. Yeah, they're still with DHS. I think they got sent back to Health and Human Services or whatever, because that's who I think handles that stuff. Anyone to name Sparkle should be disqualified. Definitely. Yeah. Last time you were near a girl named Sparkle, I was throwing money at her. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I thought that girl's name was Sprinkles. The CNN talking head claiming that President Trump is calling out the National Guard to divert from the Epstein file. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Conspiracy theory. Yeah, they're using our money to pay for all this stuff. It's crazy. You're being blocked by who? Who's blocking you, Joe? What do you mean? What are you talking about? What's blocking you? Yeah, we're all throwing money at Sparkle. Sprinkles. Smurfed. Yep, definitely. Oh yeah. It's unbelievable that Judge Sparkle should have nothing to do with any immigration cases given her husband's lawsuits on behalf of immigrants. Yeah. Yeah. There is I would just say Joe, there is some automatic moderation that happens on YouTube, and basically a moderator on YouTube will have to approve just look at it and say it's okay. Sometimes that happens. They'll say it's being held. I can't do it from where I'm at, so that's why I have moderators that should help take care of it. Anyway, so he also receives grant money apparently. Yeah, so here he is. So since January this year, WOC has challenged here. This is the guy right here. Has challenged several actions by the current administration that strip away protections for immigrants. We challenge the executive order purporting to end birthright citizenship. With CASA, we have sued to protect the temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans, Afghans, and Cameroonians. We have done this despite an already full civil rights docket and legal team already at capacity. So right there, he confessed and told on his wife that he's working with CASA, and CASA, who is suing over these 600 Guatemalans. So it kind of seems like this judge should not have been able to take the case at all. At all. And he's happy to announce they received grant funding to hire experienced attorneys as immigrant defense senior fellow. For now, this is a one-year position. They hope to extend it. The person selected will help them continue to litigate important cases. Because he is directly involved in multiple lawsuits against the government on behalf of illegals. She should not be hearing them. No, she should not. Yeah, politics do pay really well. We got a couple good stories about people who actually making big money in politics. Right? Big money. So yeah, we saw this already. Okay, we saw this. Come on. And then D.C. Biden Judge Sparkle Suknanan is a former senior Biden Justice Department political appointee, jammed through confirmation in a party line Senate vote in the lame duck section after Democrats lost the last election. Judge Sparkle has already proven herself as a radical Democrat judicial activist. Now she's issuing lawless orders at 4 a.m. to sabotage the presidency. Democrats suddenly pretend to care about unaccompanied child migrants to prevent Trump from expelling illegals after Biden lost 300,000 of them to import illegals. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, what's this say? It says, oh, you didn't know about the Purcell principle for removals? You can't do them too close to a holiday. Settled expectations and spending the long weekend here. Lawyers for children say they're still on planes in El Paso. I have the government attempting to remove minor children from the country in the wee hours of the morning on a holiday weekend. That's surprising. Wow. I mean, uh-oh. No. There we go. So Labor Day is an American holiday. They don't celebrate that in Guatemala, so it's not a holiday to them. Yeah. It will block certain comments. Other comments, Trumpinator, though, it'll say like it's held for review. I've saw that happen a few times, and I'm like, I think YouTube does that on purpose. That way, if we approve something that's beyond that they consider to be bad, then they're going to hold it against us. I think, like us as in the channel. He also said that the people on your music playlist will probably be the people who hate in the future. Your favorite movies you'll hate to watch. When it all comes out, it's so much bigger. Okay. I don't know what that means. Glow. Thank you, Glow, for being here. Mm-hmm. And it says no comment was held for review. Okay. Yeah, so here. This says immigrant rally for protection as TPS lawsuits head to appeal. Cameroonians and Afghans face questions as future as Trump seeks to end relief. So this is that CASA that the guy works for. I just want to look and see if his name's in here anywhere. This lawsuit filed at Nome. District Court recognized strong evidence against that the Afghans and Cameroons were unlawful. Whatever. Samuel Siegel, senior counsel. Oh, yeah, here it is. Without immediate action, DHS can attempt to deport. So this is him in the CASA document right here. TPS beneficiaries as soon as tomorrow, said Ryan Downer, legal director for Washington Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. We are determined to keep going with this. Yeah. 30 years ago, Amos came to the United States to study in college, then headed back home to Cameroon after he received his degree. Now, to the violent civil war, he fled to the U.S. from his West African country looking for TPS for safety. Whatever. So, he has $175,000 a month paycheck. Who has $175,000 a month paycheck? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. That's a lot. You speak in parentheses so no one can hear you. Okay, cool. And this says the Biden administration gave a radical left NGO $1 billion taxpayer dollars to provide free round-the-clock 24/7 legal services to smuggled children who are almost all now missing. I wonder if that NGO that they gave the $1 billion to was affiliated with Sparkle Suknanan's husband. I think maybe that's where some of that billion went, and that's why they want to keep him here because they can keep getting paid. Yeah, makes sense, right? Seems like something that could happen, doesn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they were planning on sending him there, but we'll see. I mean, we'll see. I don't know. I don't think it'll go down the way people think it will. I don't think the vast majority of the people, even the people in the gangs and stuff in Chicago, they actually respect the military. They don't hate America. You know what I mean? What did they do with the $1 billion? And then Data Republican says, for those wondering, Mueller is likely referring to CASIA Center for Justice, a spinoff of the Vera Institute of Justice. Before Biden took office, Blue Meridian Partners, the Ford Foundation, George Soros, and Tom Arnold had already seeded Vera. Is that Tom Arnold? Tom Arnold, the comedian that was married to Roseanne? Is it that Tom Arnold, or is it a different Tom Arnold? It's got to be a different Tom Arnold. He can't have that much money, right? I mean, what did he do? I mean, did he get that much money when he divorced Roseanne? Because he was only in a few movies. I don't get it. It's different? Okay. Was it like Arnold Bakery or something like that? Not to provide legal aid directly, but to build infrastructure needed to scale it instantly as soon as it was hooked up to the federal government dollars. Within days of the inauguration, the American Immigration Council delivered a policy paper urging the new administration to pour resources into Vera. Soon after, Vera created Acacia to be ready to use the billion-dollar federal contract. Oh, he seeded Vera too. Council for Children Initiative. The Council for Children Initiative provides attorneys to children who are forced to appear in immigration court on their own. The program ensures the vulnerable children do not go through the court proceedings alone. Oh. States with active CCI partners. Wow. It seems like people are challenging Mueller's narrative, so I'll provide receipts. When President Biden took office in January 2021, immigrant rights advocates immediately urged his administration to expand legal representation for immigrants facing removal. He got $50 million from Roseanne. Well, that's quite a chunk of change. Immigrant rights, yeah. A January 2021 policy brief from the American Immigration Council and AILA or something, AILA, called on Biden to establish a nationwide, federally funded counsel system, starting with vulnerable groups like detained adults, unaccompanied children, and others with special needs. Yeah, because there's not supposed to be, under the law, there's not supposed to be any federal funding. Like, we're not supposed to be paying any money at all, tax dollars, for representation for illegals in immigration court. They're not entitled. They're actually not entitled to representation in immigration court. It's not a criminal proceeding per se. It's just to get them out of the country. So, and yeah, that's why the Congress moved it out of the district courts and into the immigration courts, because in a district court and a criminal court, in district court, they would be, they would be. And it says individuals undergoing immigration hearings should be provided with legal representation. In its first year, the Biden administration should prioritize vulnerable individuals arriving, asylum seekers, and other migrants seeking humanitarian protection, typically have fled under exigent, even dire circumstances. In addition to any persecution or other traumatic experience they may have suffered in their home country, they have a long, harrowing journey to the United States. Well, first of all, no, they shouldn't have, because they should have stopped in the first safe country. That's what they're supposed to do, you liars. People who are detained face enormous challenges due to their deprivation of liberty, including limited access to the internet and other sources of legal information. I mean, what kind of access to the internet did they have in their home country? Limited access to phone service. Did they even have phones in their own country? Difficulty obtaining support services. Yeah, we're sick of paying for all this shit. Lack of contact with their families. Go back home to see their families. Limited time to prepare to claim resulting from the accelerated nature of the detained court docket. And the federal government has already recognized the benefits of providing legal representation for children and people with mental disabilities, and has established the Unaccompanied Children's Program funded through the Office of Refugee Resettlement and a National Qualified Representation Program funded through the Executive Office for Immigration Review. Both programs should be expanded. You see, that's the whole thing. Democrats always want to expand everything. Expand. The Biden administration and Congress must guarantee legal representation for people facing removal. No, we don't. No, we don't. The brief itself urged money be immediately poured into NGOs like Vera Institute. Yeah, we took on and unburdened by what has been Kamal instead. Yeah. So the Biden administration should take immediate action to expand legal representation. So yeah. How we pay? Yeah, how do we pay for all this stuff when we're so far in debt? 40 trillion almost. Yet we're paying for all this stuff. Currently there's two legally funded programs: the Unaccompanied Children's Program and the National Qualified Representation Program, which are funded respectively by the Office of Refugee Resettlement. First of all, we shouldn't be paying for any of this stuff. I mean, I personally would be in favor of just closing the door completely for at least a year or two. The Laura and John Arnold Foundation, established 2008 by Laura and John Arnold, is a private foundation based in Houston, Texas, focused on evidence-based giving to address systemic issues. Well, that sounds weird. Yeah. Biden appointed Sparkle Suknanen was born in Trinidad to Indian parents. She lied in her confirmation hearing about being lead counsel for hedge funds extracting payments on Puerto Rico debt and gave a nasty quote to New York Times about her law firm representing Trump on 2020 election results. Uh-oh. Oh, what's this? John D. Arnold, a former Enron trader and billionaire philanthropist, and his wife. John is the principal figure behind the foundation's creation and funding. So he was because Enron was all corrupt, wasn't it? Didn't it go bankrupt and everybody go to jail? A bunch of people? Yeah. Biden nominee asked about discrepancies in testimony. Sparkle Suknanen said she wasn't lead counsel representing vulture funds with Puerto Rico debt. Legal records and her own law firm say otherwise. Oh, so she lied. Yeah. At confirmation hearing, Suknanen made the defense that she was complied with all ethical standards as attorney and that her clients are entitled to vigorous counsel. But senators noted that she spoke against Jones Day representation of Donald Trump in cases challenging the 2020 election and quit the firm a few months later. Asked about this, Suknanen insisted that she did not resign from Jones Day because of any particular representation. When asked about her being quoted in the New York Times saying that Trump election challenges were brought for no other reason than to deprive poor people of the right to vote, she denied saying that as well. Those were not my words. I know not who provided the quote to a reporter. Suknanen told Senator John Kennedy. They should have found out and brought the people in who wrote this stuff. Yeah. Here's right here. Judge Sparkle Suknanen's husband is an attorney, board member at the Washington, D.C. Civil Rights Court. They work with activists. Judge. Oh, yeah, we saw all this. Why does it keep repeating? DC Biden judge Sparkle Suknanen, who issued an unprecedented order over the weekend to rip trafficked Guatemalan kids off planes headed back to their families, is still a foreign citizen of Trinidad and Tobago. Say what? She's not the only one. Like Sparkle, after they lost the 2024 election, Biden and Senate Democrats also jammed through in a lame duck session D.C. Biden judge Amir Hatem Mahdi Ali. Yes. This guy, I think, has also been doing a bunch of crazy stuff. Yeah. Yes, wipe it with a rag. That's the only way you can bleach bit it off. He is still a foreign citizen like Sparkle. How the hell is this even possible? In one of his first judicial acts, Ali ordered Trump to send out $2 billion in foreign aid without doing a national security review. For example, to ensure America isn't funding Hamas terrorists under the guise of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Both Sparkle and Ali are radical leftists with dual loyalty. It's hard to even imagine how either would get security clearance. Tim, are you still ignoring Australia? We need to watch Eye on the Alliance to illuminate our plight. I have that story you sent me from Australia in the stack. I'm going to try to get to it. You prefer thermite? Oh, well. Thermite's great for keeping you warm at night. She's not the only one like Sparkle. After they lost the 2024 election, Biden and Senate Democrats also jammed through in the lame duck session. D.C. Biden judge Mahdi, still foreign citizen. Wait, did I just read this? What's going on? How did I double up some? How did that double up? Why do these two Biden federal judges in D.C. maintain their foreign citizenships? Yeah, why? Why do they do that? Why would they do that? Huh. Why would they do that? Oh, here's why. Because Biden helped traffic hundreds of thousands of minor migrant kids into the U.S. Then Biden lost 300,000 of them. Trump tried to reunite 76 with their families, but a radical Biden judge ripped them off the planes in the middle of the night. Whew. We're dealing with truly demonic forces here, folks. This is from, Josh Gerstein. I don't like the caricature heads, but that's just me. DOJ reports that all 76 Guatemalan minors who were to be sent to that country yesterday have been returned to refugee shelters contracted with HHS. Defendants hereby provide notice that the final minor alien of the four mentioned in the fourth status report were returned to ORR custody at approximately 1:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The other alien mentioned in the fourth status report was also placed in ORR custody today. Defendants are not aware of any other putative class members that have not been returned to ORR custody. I think that's Office of Refugee Resettlement is what ORR stands for. Yes. Citizenship means loyalty. We need to remove dual citizenship. Yes, definitely. 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 What's off of I-75, Brian? I-75 is a nice road all the way up through Kentucky, all the way up north, down to Florida. Definitely. Most definitely. Mm-hmm. The Guatemalan government also issued a statement last night. It's a bit vague on whether all the children were sought by their parents and whether they were all destined for relatives. Yeah. I don't know. I don't read Spanish, but the letter basically that they wanted them all back, and the way that he weaselly words it, like whether they were all destined to go with their parents or family. I mean, well, they're Guatemalan, so shouldn't it be up to Guatemala if they come back? Wait, what's going on with Dave, Dan? Because Dave has gone soft in his betrayal arc. He refuses the alliance's protection. He will be known as Fredo from here onward. I don't know. I stopped in on his drinking stream, or whatever, his bourbon stream tonight, and it seemed nice. They were talking about doing some kind of duck racing or something. Hey, there's 95 people here right now on YouTube. If you haven't already, please hit that like and please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. It doesn't cost nothing. There are things that cost stuff, but we'll get to that later. We send this judge to Guatemala. I'd rather send the judge back to Tobago or Trinidad or wherever it is. Biden facilitated the illegal trafficking of hundreds of thousands of migrant kids. 300,000 got lost. Federal judges refused to stop this. When Trump tries to reunite 600 with their families, a DC Democrat activist judge, tyrannical activist, unelected, black-robed, inferior court judge stopped him in the middle of the night. And it's a good health drink, bourbon is. Yes, it is. Yes. And I can tell you that, just so you guys know, anyone that also watches Bronca, he's going to be covering this exact story tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And he'll probably do a way better job than me because he understands the law way better. Look at this. Julio Scissors comes in with a 10 and says, smash that like button, you cretins. That's nice. It says, well, she can sparkle like a diamond as we launch her in the sun. Well, isn't that song Shine On, You Crazy Diamond by Pink Floyd? Not Sparkle On, Crazy Diamond. All right, so now I'm going to do this. I'm going to change this around because we are now $65 away from the first additional hour. See if we can get that crack-a-lacking tonight. What is a cretin? I don't, you know what? I mean, I know it's not good. I know it's nothing good, but I don't know exactly what the definition of a cretin is. Is it some kind of a bug? Don't sour that song with her name. Okay, I won't. Like troglodyte. Okay. Yeah, Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Okay. Yeah. That's definitely it. That's definitely it. Definitely Wapner. Okay. Yeah. Truly evil. Truly, truly. Is that the stuffed crab shells having them? It might be. Is that Cretan or is that something else? Could be something else. Could be something else. Mike Davis just goes off. I like his stuff. His dear DC Biden judge Sparkle, he does the sparkly thing, Sunanen. In your rush to get Trump, you have caused serious harm to the already traumatized trafficked kids by ripping them off planes back home to their families. Your former Biden DOJ colleagues must be proud of you, but you're a disgrace. Disgrace. Oh, let's see what Mr. K has got it out here. It says cretinism, congenital condition caused by a deficiency of thyroid hormone during prenatal development and characterized in childhood by dwarf stature, mental retardation, I know that word and I can't think of dystrophy of bones. Oh, wow. And a low basal metabolism. Crabs, clams, and mussels. Oh, crabs has chitin. Well, I know what chitlins are. That's like the intestines and stuff that they. Dystrophy. Oh, okay, dystrophy. All right. Oh, nobody in this chat is really a cretin. It was a term of endearment. Yeah. A Biden appointed district judge temporarily blocked the Trump administration from reuniting nearly 700 illegal alien unaccompanied Guatemalan minors with their families in their home country. Why don't they let them go home to their families? Why are they separating families? What's wrong with this judge separating families, keeping families apart? But don't they have any compassion, any heart that they're going to let these kids go home to be with their mama and their papa? Mama and papa, they can have their papusa. These are not removals under the statute. These are repatriations. All of these children have parents or guardians in Guatemala who have requested a return. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's not, let's keep calling them deported. No. They're being reunited, and it feels so good. Mm-hmm. It's like in the first sergeant calls us all the privates turd nuggets. Yeah. Yes, definitely. Stephen Miller says the Biden judge is effectively kidnapping these migrant children and refusing to let them return home to be with their parents, to sleep in their own beds, to see their mama and their papa.
So a Biden-appointed judge is blocking the Trump administration from reuniting hundreds of unaccompanied minors with their families in their home country.
Yeah, Todd Pyro is going to join us now, and he's got some details on this. Todd?
Hey, guys, good morning to all three of you. That federal judge blocking flights to Guatemala that were supposed to help reunite nearly 700 illegal migrant children with their parents or guardians. Those families now left waiting after the Biden-appointed judge issued an emergency order following an advocacy group called the plan illegal, I should say, arguing it could send vulnerable children back to potentially dangerous situations. The Justice Department arguing that children are not being removed, saying, quote, these are repatriations. All of these children have parent or guardian in Guatemala who have requested their return. But by the time the judge intervened, children were already on board, awaiting departure, and had to be deplaned.
Notwithstanding the work that the State Department have done and working with the Guatemalan government for over a month to identify children who were smuggled into this country away from their parents, who are now sitting in foster homes and orphanages around this country, to send them back to their parents in Guatemala, this judge said, nope, you cannot do it. In the middle of the night.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller slamming the judge's decision, saying, quote, the Biden judge is effectively kidnapping these migrant children and refusing to let them return to their parents in their home country. The judge's order now blocks DHS from removing the children while this legal fight plays out. Back over to you.
Wow, that's crazy, right? I mean, why wouldn't they just let them go home? Let them go home to their family, to mama, papa. No. It's not a deportation, though. We elected Donald Trump, not a bunch of corrupt, unelected judges that hate our country. That's right. That's what I say. You know, and this is what we need to do. This is what needs to happen. We need to pass the draft proposal for the Judicial Accountability Act of 2025. The bill to establish a framework for the enforcement of Article 3's good behavior clause, provide a mechanism for public oversight of the federal judiciary and for other purposes, be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States and American Congress. Short title, the act, titled the Judicial Accountability Act of 2025. And its purpose, it says the findings, Congress finds the following: that Article 3, Section 1 of the Constitution provides that federal judges shall hold their offices during good behavior, a condition distinct from impeachment process established in Article 2. The good behavior clause was intended as a check on the judicial tyranny and misconduct. It's not self-enforcing. Prior to the adoption of the Constitution, British legal tradition permitted the removal of judges for misbehavior outside of the impeachment process. The judiciary, as a co-equal branch of the government, is not immune from public accountability. Okay. My argument here would be that the judiciary is not a co-equal branch. The Supreme Court is a co-equal branch. The Supreme Court is the judicial branch. That's what the Constitution says. The judicial branch shall be made up of one Supreme Court. That's what it says. That's what it says. A civilian-centered review mechanism consistent with constitutional principles is necessary to preserve public trust and enforce judicial integrity. The purpose of this act is to establish a public process to review allegations of judicial misconduct in a manner consistent with Article 3, respecting due process while empowering civilian oversight. The purpose of the act, a federal judge means any judge appointed under Article 3 of the Constitution, including district court judges, circuit court judges, justices of the Supreme Court. Does it say Supreme Court justices serve on their good behavior? I'm not sure. The good behavior violation means conduct by a federal judge that violates the standard of good behavior as defined under Section 4. Movement means any party who has had a case adjudicated by the subject judge within the past 12 months, or any member of Congress, sole proprietor, or natural person who is the sole beneficial owner of a closely held or single-member corporation shall be eligible to file a petition under this act if they can demonstrate that the subject judge behavior targeted them personally through misuse of corporate form. I don't know what this legalese means. Hey, we're an hour in, so if you haven't already, please hit that like, please subscribe. Got about an hour to go, unless we hit the goal. Retaliation means any judicial action taken against a movement after the filing of a petition under this act that's not grounded in legal merit, including but not limited to contempt findings, sanctions, or adverse rulings. The legal standard for good behavior: a federal judge shall be deemed in violation of good behavior standard if they engage in one or more of the following: abuse or disrespectful treatment of litigants, attorneys, or court staff. Yeah, that's the thing, is who decides what misbehavior is? Is Congress, Supreme Court? I'd argue SCOTUS, because Congress has the impeachment process. Like, I think SCOTUS could technically start just yanking judges and saying, you're suspended. Yeah. This sounds a little sovereign citizen-y to me too. Yeah. Good logic would know. Hopefully, maybe he'll talk about this. He's got it too. But who knows? Bronco might talk about this tomorrow on his show. He's got the same stuff. Failure to recuse in cases involving personal, financial, or political conflicts. Wow, that would be all good old sparkle soup nonin. Actually, I think failure to recuse yourself would be grounds for impeachment. My personal opinion. What's about Houthis? What about the Houthis? The Houthis are doing what? You're talking about Houthi and the Blowfish, or are you talking about the Houthis in Africa that are shooting rockets at people? Thank you very much, Brian Ogden. Now we will adjust the banner down another $10. So it's $55 away from an additional hour. And Bellavision, $55 away from Bellavision and Yemen. Yeah, Houthis in Yemen. Is something happening in Yemen? Something going on in Yemen I need to know about? Let's see, Houthis. It says the latest thing I see says the Houthis raided a UN food and children's agency in Yemen, and Houthis claim missile launched at Israeli ship. I don't know. You have to tell me what it is you're what you're trying to tell me about. They did something. When? Because I don't see anything in the. Is it on X? Because I don't see it. I just DuckDuckGo'd it, and I don't see anything. I don't see nothing. I don't feel no tired. No ways tired. I don't feel no ways tired. Oh, I just realized I didn't never started a goal on. Oh man. All right, I'll do this then. I didn't do this. I'm sorry. I didn't do a goal on YouTube. I didn't have a goal running on YouTube. That's very, very, very poor planning. Piss poor planning on my part. I apologize to everyone. Wow. Gotta have goals, Jim. I know. Your nephew killed a few Houthis from a destroyer? Well, that's cool. Maybe. Houthis got no chance. Yeah. All right. So what else? Collusion with political actors or use of judiciary for partisan ends, repeated violations of judicial conduct canons or conduct code, willful concealment of material evidence. Was the funeral of a top leader? Okay. And was it attacked? Was it attacked? All right. I see something about Houthis moron killed Houthi prime minister as rebel group targets ship in Red Sea. That's the only story I got. That's from a while. No, whatever. I don't know. Okay. All right. It was an attack from Israel. All right. Well, I'll try to find more about it. There's something about a ship being attacked. So let's go. So that's what we want to do. We want to change some stuff with the laws. Do this. Okay. Now we're going to change to another story here. We've got Illinois Governor J.B. Prickster says the worst crime is in red states. The worst crime is in red states. Hey, there's 110 people watching on YouTube right now. Please hit the like. Please subscribe. Reality check. Homicide totals are driven by big cities, and big cities, even in red states, are typically run by Democrat mayors. Yes, that's true. Definitely true. Okay, nothing there. Ow. Let's fact check Big Burger by looking at the 2024 homicide two ways: raw counts and per capita rates. Wow, look at them. They're 6 feet apart just so they don't get COVID, I guess. Top cities by homicides raw count 2024. This is where the most killings happen. 14 of 15 are D or independent. All policy is local, state, color equals city leadership. City, Chi-Town, numero uno. So let's see here. So Chicago, Illinois has in 2024 had 573 homicides. That's a lot for Chicago even. I thought those numbers were down around 300, 400 lately. I guess not. I guess they're topping around 600 now. And then New York City, 377, and you would think New York would be bigger, more murders, but actually New York's been keeping the murder rates down for some reason. It used to be a lot higher. Houston, Texas, 322. Memphis, Tennessee, 297. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, number 5. Los Angeles, California. Wow. But see, they look at Los Angeles, California, number 6, number 7. Indianapolis, Indiana, Detroit, Michigan, number 8, Washington, D.C., Dallas, Texas, Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, L.A. Top cities by homicide rate per 100,000 in 2024 normalizes for population. Worst per capita outcomes, again, concentrated in a handful of blue run cities. 14 of 50, again, D or independent. Chi-Town, top 10. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So St. Louis, Missouri, it says it's got the highest. Let's see this. Yeah. We'll bring it back this way. There. Well, so it says St. Louis, Missouri is 54. Memphis, Tennessee is number 2 with 48.6 per 100,000. So St. Louis is Missouri, Memphis is in Tennessee, obviously. And you got Baltimore is number 3. So that's definitely not a Democrat, not a Republican state or city. But St. Louis and Memphis are also run by Democrats. Yeah, definitely. It's all the democommies. That's what they are. Yeah. And then you got Louisiana, and then Detroit, Michigan. And you got D.C., Atlanta, Indianapolis, Richmond, Virginia, Chicago, Illinois, top 10. What do you know? Oakland, California, Hartford, Connecticut. Hartford, Connecticut. Wow. I wonder what's going on in Hartford, Connecticut. They're having all these problems. They had a total of, look at that. They're ranked 12th for this, but they only had 22 murders. Huh. Kind of seems like they shouldn't even be on the list. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Name a major city not run by Democrats. Few and far between. I mean, I think the last Republican mayor that Chicago had was a guy by the name of Big Jim Thompson, I think. Or Big Jim Thompson, is it? Rochester, New York. Wow, look at that. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Dallas, Texas. So Rochester, New York is higher on the list than New York City. That's crazy. Hartford is only 15% white. Wow. That's crazy. Conclusion, Pritzker's red state claim is a red herring. Blaming states ignores homicide hotspots are cities. Overwhelmingly Democrat run. Yeah. Like only 24 out of 25 are run by Democrats. Yeah. Galveston's a Navy base. Yeah. Blaming states ignores homicide. Yeah. Don't be fooled by Pritzker's big lie. Dems defund police, cashless bail, sanctuary cities for violence. Illegals kill people. Mm-hmm. His name is, they call him the Prickster. Big Burger Prickster should be begging the greatest law enforcement and law and order president in history for the National Guard. Read the story here in my Shubba Stack. See the stats behind his big lies. And look, it says, 54 shots, 7 killed in Chicago this weekend. After Prickster claims Trump. National Guard not needed. Yeah. All this proves is that there's lies, damn lies, and then statistics. Yes. You can say anything you want with statistics. You can pretty much make them say whatever you want. Easily. Yeah. So Chicago is lost. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson bizarrely blames Richard Nixon for surging gun violence. That's right. It's all Tricky Dick Nixon's fault. That damn Nixon and his Southern strategy. Yeah. What he said. The mendacity, yeah. Let Pritzker cook, yeah. Crazy. Look at this. So it says, this is the only time Pritzker sent the National Guard was to protect Democrat politicians. And Brian Ogden says, as a Navy brat, he was born in Norfolk, Virginia, and his brother was born in Galveston, and his sister was born in Bowling Green. Large cities will always be Democrat. Why? Because large populations want socialism. I think it's because the larger population of a big city, it gives them an easier way to steal votes. So I personally think they stuff the ballots easier. Larger the voting base is, the easier it is. That's why look at California's way it is. The more things going on, the more chances there are to steal and cheat. Dallas runs a city manager government. The mayor has no real power. Yes, that's good to know information. Mm-hmm. So look, let's see what this is. No, it's a short little video. Let's see.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker confirmed today that he's called up about 250 members of the Illinois National Guard to be on standby during the convention, many of them already here at Chicago Police Headquarters.
We have 13,000 National Guard in the state of Illinois, and very proud of those National Guardsmen, and we do call them up when we really need them.
Do not come to Chicago. You are neither wanted here nor needed here.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker confirmed.
I've heard some interviews with some of the people in Chicago, and it sure sounded like they wanted them to come. Mm-hmm. Let's see. We got this article. Yes. I'm going to come. Yes. I hate Pritzker too. Mm-hmm. Why are they so supportive of crime? I don't know, you know. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, he is the worst. Hey, it's Dave's governor, Dave. You want to pop in, Dave? You can. You got the link. They only want non-citizens. Yes, they want non-citizens to vote. They prefer people actually that don't vote. They would just prefer people to just hand them the ballots and let them fill them out the way they want. Yeah, definitely. Pritzker's red state crime claim is a red herring. Yeah. Hey, look at that Trump Tower in Chicago. Mm-hmm. Illinois Governor Pritzker says the worst crime is in red states. The truth, homicide totals are driven by cities. America's biggest homicide hotspots are Democrat-run cities inside those states. Policy is local, state color and is not the same as city leadership. Below are two quick cuts of the 2024 results. First, raw homicides, then per capita rates. I include the mayor's party for nonpartisan and independent. Mm-hmm. Yeah, never forget that while he kept Illinois closed during COVID, he spent most of his time on his ranch in Florida. Yeah, and slathered himself with ranch dressing while he was on his ranch. They call him Jimmy Bag of Ballots. Yeah, that's him. They call him Jimmy 2 times. He's going to get the papers. Get the papers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we looked at these charts already, so we're not going to go over them. And what it shows is that red state talking points collapses under basic math. Whether you rank by total killings or rates, the leaders are overwhelming blue-run cities with a few nonpartisan mayors. Yes, some of those cities sit inside red states, but city leadership sets policies, prosecutors, budgets, and on-the-ground policy. Blaming red states for big city outcomes is Pritzker's big lie political misdirection. The misdirection. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now he chugged the ranch like chugging beer. Oh, sorry. And he's just against anything Trump says. If Trump made a public surface amount not to touch hot stoves, the burn units would be filled with leftards in hours. Maybe he should. Yes. Mm-hmm. Democrats have been spending years cheering on defund the police experiments, pushing cashless bail, revolving doors, shielding criminals behind sanctuary city directives, and they refuse to even cooperate with deporting violent illegal aliens. The results are tragic, as predicted. Demoralized cops, repeat offenders back on the street, and neighborhoods living under a siren soundtrack that just repeats. Round, and gunshots. You know. Mm-hmm. Let's just say it says, in a land that's known as freedom, how can such a thing be fair? Won't you please come to Chicago for the help we can bring? We can change the world. Oh yeah, that's that one song, right? Won't you please come to Chicago? Do, do, do. Yeah. Won't you please come to Chicago for a ride? Oh, I know that song. Governor Pritzker was serious about saving lives instead of playing red-blue shell games. He'd stop blaming red states and reverse his soft on crime agenda and beg President Trump to send the National Guard, restore order, and protect the innocent. Because that's what real leadership looks like when citizens are in danger. Yeah, Trump should say, please don't huff propane next to a campfire. Definitely. Definitely do not shower in gasoline. Don't do that. Never shower in gasoline and go camping next to a campfire. Don't do that. That's what you should do. Definitely. Definitely. Most definitely. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. If Pritzker was serious about saving lives, he begged Trump to send the National Guard and restore order to protect the innocent, because that's what real leadership looks like when citizens are in danger. Homicide counts and rates from the city police by the end of the year. The Ritz Center for Public Safety, 2024 multi-city working paper, population adjusted versus census. Okay, yeah, so we saw all that. So that's cool. No. And then let's look at this. So this is what happened over the weekend. 54 shot, 7 killed in Chicago weekend. Bloodbath. After Pritzker claims that Trump and the National Guard are not needed. No, 54 shot, 7 killed. No big deal. We don't need any help. We got this under control. Don't worry about it. That's nothing. Those are rookie numbers. They got to bump those numbers up. Mm-hmm. Oh.
We're following some breaking news this morning. At least 7 people shot during a drive-by on the city's south side in Bronzeville. Here's what we know. Chicago police say it happened near 35th and South State Street around 11:10 last night. Officers responding to a call about multiple people being shot. Investigators believe a car drove by the area when someone from inside opened fire into a crowd. 5 men and 2 women were all struck. All were taken to a hospital, are in good condition. No one is in custody.
No one is in custody. Come on. What are you doing to me here? Okay, bodies are piling up. Bodies are piling up on the streets of Chicago over Labor Day weekend, with 54 shot, including 7 killed. Wow. As President Trump and Illinois Governor Pritzker spar over sending the National Guard to the Windy City. Yeah, people can die all over the place, or in a New York City jail with the cameras mysteriously turned off. That's mysterious, or just walking down the street in Washington D.C. just happen to be in that one 3 square foot area where it's not covered by camera and getting shot in the back and robbed, although they didn't take anything from you. Yeah. Pritzker and Brandon don't think any citizens in Chicago are in danger. They're fake numbers, fake bullets, fake people, and fake buttocks. They bought a people getting shot in the buttocks in Chicago just hours after Trump posted a message on Truth Social on Saturday criticizing Pritzker's handling of crime in the city. In the city. That's a good song, too, by the Eagles, In the City. At least 7 people were shot around 11:10 p.m. at Bronzeville. All the people are expected to be okay. Violent shootings across Chicago overtook Labor Day weekend. Wow, look at that. Trump called the governor weak and pathetic and dismissing the need for a National Guard presence in Windy City. The president further warned, we're coming. We're going to come, is what Trump said. Trump said, we're going to come. Suggesting some sort of federal action on crime in Chicago if Pritzker doesn't straighten it out fast. National Guard troops or any kind of troops on the streets of American City don't belong unless there's an insurrection, unless there's truly an emergency, and there's not, Pritzker said, in a situation on Chicago. So for Pritzker, it's just business as usual. It's no big deal. It's normal. Nothing we can't handle. He also vowed to sue the Trump administration if troops are indeed deployed. It's an invasion with U.S. troops. It's not an invasion. It's the country of the military. It's our country. We're not invading our own country. What is wrong with them? So then anytime a Democrat, if Pritzker comes to Florida, I could say he's invading my state. Get out. Get out of here with your big fat self. You're going to eat all our food. Go away. It's an invasion with U.S. troops if they do. That'll be in court pretty quick. I don't think he knows what an invasion is. We have freedom of travel in the United States, so they can go from state to state. So him saying that he doesn't want any National Guard there seems like he's discriminating against National Guardsmen who are just here to try and help and say hi. They're just trying to make a little extra money. Yeah. Hide your ranch, hide your kids from his sister, cousin. It's racist to expect safe communities. High crime rates prove that they have conquered systemic racism. Well, fuck, if that's the case, Brandon Johnson also ended his speech at the Workers Over Billionaires March on Monday with a rallying cry, "No troops in Chicago, invest in Chicago." Chicago had 573 murders in 2024 compared to 377 for New York and 268 for Los Angeles. Chicago's murder rate was about 22 killings per 100,000 people compared to 7 for LA and less than 5 for New York City. New York City? That's still lower than some major cities, including Detroit and Washington, D.C. and Atlanta. Trump deployed thousands of federal agents and National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. Yeah, so they're trying to blame Atlanta on Republicans. What you talking about, Willis? Since the president declared a crime emergency in the nation's capital, violent crime has fallen by 45%. 45% down. Crime. Carjackings are down a stunning 87%. 87. That's an 8 and a 7%. That's a lot when compared with the same period in 2024. DC Democrat Mayor Muriel Bowser said earlier this week that Trump is the greatest president that has ever lived. She didn't say that. She thought that. In June, Trump dispatched 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines to California amid violent anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles. What says, am I the only one that feels that unless this crap gets under control, all of it, Sharia law crap, gruesome new scum, shitsker, all of it, if we don't get it under control, we're going to lose our country? Yes. If we don't, yeah. You saw the story. They're already arresting people for Sharia stuff in Michigan and Minnesota. They're arresting people for, obscene gestures or saying words that someone else said, but it's fine for this person to say because of their skin color. So, yeah, sure. That's what needs to happen. Sheriff Grady Judd should be like Trump should bring him in and be like, I'm going to put you in charge of all federal law enforcement. Get the job done. Yeah. Who are these 13% of car thieves with huge balls? Maybe that's why Big Balls got beat up. Maybe he's the one stealing all the cars. You heard Newsom made a green energy deal with Denmark. Can he do that? No, he can't do that. They should arrest him and charge him with violating the Logan Act. That's what I would do if I was in charge. I would have immediately went and seized all the papers and charged them all with federal law. He has no authority to negotiate with any country whatsoever. He's undermining, and especially with the way what he said when he said, we're making this deal because no matter who's in charge of Washington, we want them to know they got to. No. You can't do that. There you go. Yeah. That would be a great. You could that is a ticket you can't beat. A 20. Oh, let's see. So, what we got here? So, yeah, by July 1st, nearly all the Guard members and Marines have been removed. The shootings include a 17-year-old girl who was inside her home when a bullet blasted through her window and struck her in the arm. It just blasted through the window. Yeah. Coors Light in every fridge and a big booty Latina in every bed. The shootings include a 25-year-old woman was shot twice in the abdomen and once in the left leg on Friday night. She was taken to the local hospital where she died. 23-year-old woman was also wounded in the shooting. A 31-year-old man was also shot after being caught in the crossfire. Got himself in a little crossfire. Gunmen traded gunfire from opposing vehicles, and 2 people were wounded while driving down a street over the weekend. At about 11 p.m., a 32-year-old man and a 29-year-old man were standing outside when a dark SUV approached them. You got to be careful of those dark SUVs. Marlene, it's a joke. All right, I wasn't being serious. It's an Alex Stein reference. That's all. Did you guys see Alex Stein go batshit crazy on Timcast? Oh my God, I don't even want to talk about it, but man, he just was like losing it. I don't know what's wrong with him. They want to punish Trump to go after judges and governors. Yeah, well, maybe they should. Yeah, Newsom thinks California is sovereign. Maybe he will. Maybe he would say grounds. Yeah, no, Dave's got a point. We need Elmer T. Lee in every liquor cabinet. I'm just saying, that seems a little better. That's almost as good as chicken in every pot. or some marijuana in every pot or something. I don't know. A 29-year-old was struck multiple times, later died in the hospital. 32-year-old was hit on his right side, is now stabilized. Meanwhile, 4 separate shootings have taken place since Monday morning, leaving a 48-year-old man in critical condition, according to the data. They didn't say anything about the 4 people that were shot in the buttocks. And the lady guest kept gaslighting him. I didn't see I didn't see it. I just saw some clips and saw him, and it just looked like he was losing it. Like, you can't get that upset. You have to stay calm. You can't get that upset, otherwise you're losing the argument. Prickster said, did signal he's willing to accept some federal support. He'd like the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms to take more guns off the streets. So he wants the federal governments to come in and take guns away from citizens is what he wants. So they said they didn't want people's rights being violated, but bringing the feds in to confiscate firearms away from citizens would be a violation of the Second Amendment rights, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be in violating citizens' rights, their rights to defend themselves? But that's not what they're planning to do, he said. Yeah. So he wants the FBI to coordinate with local law enforcement to help catch perpetrators of crimes. If they do that, we'd welcome that. Oh. Yeah. They want to do their jobs and not to. Ashley Biden's. What's this? Ashley Biden's divorce is getting uglier every single day. Huh. Might have to look at that story because, Ashley Biden shared a photo of husband Howard Crane hand in hand with his girlfriend hours before bombshell divorce filing. That's wild. Huh. That's crazy. Ashley Biden, the former first daughter, was fresh off filing for divorce from her husband, Dr. Howard Crane, shared a picture purportedly showing her ex with another woman. My husband and his girlfriend holding hands. 44-year-old wrote in the Instagram story over a picture of a man and a woman taken from behind. Well, I heard Ashley Biden used to like to get taken from behind when she was in the shower. Just saying. Story I heard. Her dad keeps showering her with praise. Yeah, from behind. In the shower. Ooh, yep. Where did I buy my Bella Cam? I got it off of Amazon. It's just it's too soon. Oh, sorry. It's an Ozbot Tiny SE. They call it. That's what it is. I don't know. It's did anyone donate anything here? I gotta look. Nope. Okay. And nothing in Rumble, right? Nope. Okay. All right. So, she accompanied the story with Notorious B.I.G. song Another featuring Little Kim with details of an affair. Bella, you can get it there from Amazon, but Bella is sold separately. You won't touch that with a 3-inch pole. What about Fresno? I looked at the Fresno story. The only thing I saw about Fresno was somebody getting hit by a train. I didn't see anything about a shooting. Are you talking about Fresno about the ballots? You talking about the election stuff in Fresno? I got a story about Fresno's elections that they're holding back ballots, or they won't clean their voting rolls. There's like 60,000 or 70,000. Yeah. And a 44-year-old posted Biggie and Lil Kim Instagrams. Yikes. Yeah. What do you do when your man is untrue? You cut off the sucker and you find someone new. Huh. Oh, his new girlfriend looks kind of chunky a little bit. She looks kind of thick, as they say. Dark-haired man in casual shirts Sunday morning's Instagram story, which was quickly taken down, came just before Biden filed for divorce from the 58-year-old plastic surgeon. Wow, so he's 58 and she's 44, so 14 years. Yeah, the girl is thick. So let me think. I don't know. Yeah, I thought Ashley Biden was kind of cute but now I'm seeing it and I don't think so. Maybe it was younger pictures of her when she was like 30 or something. Now she's not looking so cute. She likes to party too, from what I understand. Fresno closed highway overpasses for homeless camps. Really? Well, I think Ed Newsom's doing it all over the state. He's got some new thing he's trying to, because Newsom really wants to be president, so he's trying to do a bunch of stuff to make him kind of look for, like he's reasonable and stuff. Yeah, there was a massive earthquake in Afghanistan, 800 dead. Yeah. Also, I don't know if you guys, if anybody is in the northern part of the country, like north of, like, supposedly we could see it all over the place, but I would say if you're anywhere north of, like Georgia, anywhere north of there, like north of, like Kentucky area, Tennessee, or north, supposedly if you go outside, you can see Aurora Borealis tonight. There was a solar storm that hit us with a pretty decent CME and like a solar flare. Not anything serious like to damage anything, but just like like a medium, it's like a medium strength solar storm. So supposedly we're supposed to be able to see some good auroras. Not north of the Mississippi, north of the state of like Mississippi, Georgia, whatever, like north of there, like I don't know, like around Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and north. Yeah, tonight and tomorrow night, supposedly the next two or three nights will be going on. Oh, why don't I play the solar flare guy? I guess I could. Play the solar flare guy.
Good morning, folks. Welcome, observers. Today we've got looks at space weather. Remember, we expect a CME to arrive this evening. We're also going to hit a deadly earthquake, deadliest in a while. We're going to look at a hurricane developing and see a crazy discovery in space. But we are starting with the last 24 hours on our star, and it was fairly calm. Could have been bad to get another solar eruption launched our way yesterday, but luckily it's just the previous blast that's set to hit tonight by itself. We still have some eruptive risk to monitor, but first, a quick reminder. 2 days ago, the sun fired a long-duration M2 solar flare from near center disk. Plasma was clearly pushed up and away, and the coronagraphs show a full halo ejection. The shockwave is heading directly for Earth. NOAA forecast level 2 or 3 geomagnetic storm conditions tonight and tomorrow. Auroras could be outstanding in the nighttime skies for 24 to 48 hours. We will be watching closely for that impact this evening. Interestingly, before the impact, we have the proton flux rising again for some reason. Remember, this proton storm was unexpected to begin with, and now it's trending back upward, again unexpectedly, here this morning. We are still going to be monitoring our star for more eruptions as one set of sunspots begins departing and the other is incoming from the north. And folks, today is the 166th anniversary of the Carrington event, the X-100 super flare the sun unleashed in 1859. They say if it happened again today, it could black out the entire planet. 90% of people could die in 6 months due to lack of critical infrastructure like heating, hospitals, food refrigeration, or water sanitation. It's nothing if your society isn't electro-dependent, but we are. Scientists know these events happen from the sun every 150 to 200 years, and today it's been 166 years since the last one. Time running out. Folks, cultural aggravations aside, this is horrifying. Over 800 dead. Thousands injured as a 6.0 strikes Afghanistan. It was very shallow and the surface took all the shaking. Can't even really show you the images coming out of the region. They are that brutal. It is possible the death toll surges even higher today. Folks, we've got Tropical Storm Kiko in the East Pacific. It is definitely going to strengthen here this week into a hurricane. And if we...
Okay, I'll just point out one thing that, as far as I know, in the Pacific, they don't call them hurricanes. They call them typhoons. Right? I can swear they're called typhoons in the Pacific and hurricanes in the Atlantic. Maybe I'm wrong.
Zoom in on the forecast, it is heading in Hawaii's direction. We'll see how strong it gets and how long it lasts. Lastly, folks, this is crazy. They're using solar peculiar motion to reveal that something is very, very wrong with how we understand the cosmos. They find that the peculiar motion is in the direction of the galactic center. I will add that that's likely the electrostatic attraction of the core and the incoming waves of the current sheet, but they also say this violates the cosmological principle, a foundation of our...
All right, this is channel. It's called Space Weather News. It used to be called Suspicious Observers. It's by this guy Ben Davidson that runs it. He's a scientist-y type guy. He wrote a book called The Sun Weatherman or something that they use in colleges and stuff. And he basically just tracks the sun and everything. That's all he does. And he does these videos every morning and stuff and reports on the sun. So that's pretty much it. And he also has a ranch called Observer Ranch where you can come and camp and do stuff and watch the stars and everything and meet someone to love or whatever. So, all right, on to the next story. Is it northern? Oh, is it divided by northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere? Northern hemisphere, it's hurricanes, and southern hemisphere is typhoons. Is that really it? Huh. I thought it was always typhoon is restricted to west, northwest Pacific. Huh. Or cyclones, right? Cyclones. They still call them hurricanes. You ever hear the story of the hurricane? You ever hear the story of the hurricane? Mm-hmm. Disgraceful and disgusting. The failing New York Times is peddling another disgusting sob story about criminal illegal aliens. Orville Itoria was convicted of a murder. It's absolutely revolting that the New York Times is actively defending convicted murderers over American citizens. DHS will continue enforcing the law at full speed without apology. So I wonder if this is what Pecos Bill, if this is one of the guys that Kathy Hochul was going to pardon. She pardoned a bunch of people, murderers and stuff like that, manslaughter people, to try to keep them from being deported. Man who served his time in the U.S. is deported to an African prison. Hey, Roke Dot, how you doing? Nice to see you. Tsunamis are in Asia. Scientist type guy, earth science. About 15 minutes. Oh, yeah, that's right. We only got about 20 minutes or so to go if we don't hit the goal. We're still $55 away. Yeah. Oh, well. I'm getting another hour. And it says, enforcing immigration law isn't optional. It's non-negotiable. Orville Itoria violated U.S. sovereignty through violent crime and faced consequences. The New York Times emotional framing ignores the victims and the rule of law. Third world deportation policies exist precisely when nations like Jamaica refuse repatriation. Yeah, so Jamaica wouldn't take this guy back. He was a Jamaican guy, and he murdered people here, and we're like, you got to go. You can't be in the country. Jamaica's like, no, man, we don't taking him back, man. He's bumbleclock, man. We're not taking him back. And I know that's Haiti, but just let me go. Let me run with it. Prioritizing American safety over bureaucratic hand-wringing. DHS isn't defending murderers. It's upholding justice. Oh. No, I don't want you to do that. Helio says, I'd kick into 55, but he lost all his money on duck races. Them damn ducks, man. Mine just kept swimming in circles. Every dollar spent. Yeah, so what's right here? Prioritizing American safety over bureaucratic hand-wringing. DHS isn't defending murderers. It's upholding justice. Yeah. Every dollar spent on illegal immigration, $150 billion a year. I think it's way more than $150 billion a year, but that's just me. Robs taxpayers' funds. They should secure the border. They shouldn't coddle lawbreakers. Trump's strategy works. Deport them fast, clean, efficiently. Just get them out. Get them out fast. Just in, out, bang, bang, boom, boom. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. Protect citizens. No apologies. No apologies. Is that a song? No apologies. Or is it all apologies or something? Something that jumps out from this New York Times piece on Jamaican murderer making me crazy with these stories from the New York Times is that he was deported to Africa by the Trump administration. After his release from prison in 2021 for the fatally shooting a man in the head in New York, and despite having a deportation order, the Biden administration let him stay in the U.S. Yeah, Nirvana, right? Let him stay in the U.S. So Biden lets murderers stay in the U.S. Oh, look, they're going to show him like this. Look at, he's like, man who'd served his time in the U.S. is deported to an African prison. The case of Orville Atoria highlights a tension in President Trump's deportation agenda, in which immigrants can be sent abroad and detained indefinitely. Not our problem. Murderers got to go. You know, after fatally shooting a man in the head in Brooklyn in 1996, Orville Atoria was convicted of murder and given a prison sentence of 25 to life. During his incarceration, Miss Atoria, a Jamaican citizen with legal residency in the United States, was ordered deported by an immigration judge. That's the thing, is if you're not a citizen, if you're here on a visa or you have whatever, and then you commit crimes, you lose your immigration status and you leave. We don't keep you here. But upon his release in 2021, immigration officials allowed him to stay in America, provided he completed annual check-ins with the authorities. Oh. To those close to Mr. Atoria, 62, it wasn't a reprieve that gave him a second chance at life. But what about the guy he killed? Did he get a second chance? Did he bring him back from the dead? Did he use that voodoo from Jamaica or from, Haiti, whatever, Jamaican voodoo to bring him back? Bob Marley, blow some weed smoke in his face, get him to come back to life. For those close with him, it was a reprieve, and it was success. He successfully he earned a bachelor's degree while behind bars. So I'm very upset with. Why are we paying? Because we paid for that. Your tax dollars paid for this guy to get a bachelor's degree while he was in jail for murder. Which I can kind of understand if it's citizens that are going to get released into society and you want them to be able to be to contribute to society, but not an illegal alien guy who doesn't belong in the country. No amnesty. No. Yeah. No amnesty. Yeah. He completed his parole after he got out and got a job at a men's shelter and started pursuing a master's degree in divinity. What? A master's degree in divinity. So what was his bachelor's degree in? Solar plexus? To those who support President Trump's stated mission to deport the worst of the worst and other immigrants in record numbers, Mr. Atoria is the exact kind of dangerous felon who should be expelled. New Testament? I'm just messing around. Point is that, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Here's this. Check this out. So he got a job at a men's shelter. Well, so did David Roberts, as a man I worked with, who was the first captured fugitive on America's Most Wanted. This guy, David Roberts, was just an everyday career criminal dirtbag until a brand new TV show solidified his place in history as the first feature on America's Most Wanted. He went on to be the show's first capture. How Staten Island man became America's Most Wanted. Fed seek shelter director believed to be escaped killer. Wow. Oh, cheap bound. On a Ferris wheel. Yep. The DHS statement. Fox News says Orville Atoria, an illegal alien from Jamaica, is a convicted murderer. In addition to murder, this serial criminal's rap sheet includes criminal possession of a weapon, armed robbery, forcible theft with a deadly weapon. An immigration judge issued him a final order of removal in 2009. 16 years later, this murderer is off our streets and out of our country. Yeah, there's a million stories, and it's sad. If you come to our country illegally and break our laws, you could end up in Sikot, Eswatini, South Sudan, or another third country. President Trump and Secretary Noem are using every tool available to get criminal illegal aliens out of American communities and out of our country. Our message is clear. Criminals are not welcome in the United States. Not welcome. Basically, the United States rips open their shirt and they show a giant American flag on their chest that says, "Not welcome." Just like in that movie, American History X. Yo, 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 Pyramid 7, what's up? Afuera. Why does the New York Times continue to peddle sob stories of criminal illegal aliens? When will they finally shed light on the victims of illegal alien crimes? Every single day, President Trump and Secretary Noem fight for justice for American citizens and for the victims of illegal alien crime, and nearly every single day the media ignores these victims and their families. It is just heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. How many is too many? Man who'd served his time in the U.S. is deported to an African prison. Well, because Africa says, yeah, we'll take him, but we don't want no murderers roaming the streets. The case of Orville Etodia highlights a tension in President Trump's deportation agenda in which immigrants can be sent abroad and detained indefinitely. Yeah, you know what it is because the Supreme Court said, yeah, you can, if you try to send them to their own country and their own country says no, you can send them somewhere else, wherever it'll take them. Supreme Court said, okay. Okay. After fatally shooting a man in the head in Brooklyn in '96, he was convicted of murder, given a prison sentence 25 to life. Etodia, a Jamaican citizen with legal residency in the United States, not anymore, was ordered deported. And they said he was a legal alien. So they're saying legal residency. Are they saying because he was in jail it was a legal residency? Because they didn't deport him out of the jail? I mean, what are they saying? But upon his release in 2021, immigration officials allowed him to stay in America, provided he completed annual checks with authorities. Oh, there's a new sheriff in town, as they say, and they ain't playing by those goofy rules that Biden was playing by. Those close to him, yes, those are retrieved, blah, 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 blah. Okay, he's the exact type of felon that should be expelling from the country. In July, Etodia became the target of Trump's immigration crackdown. Became a target. Okay, not the target. He was among 5 men with criminal records deported to a prison in the Kingdom of Eswatini, a southern African nation where none of the men hold citizenship. Oh, well. Guess what? He doesn't hold citizenship here either. A Trump administration official called them barbaric and said that the men's home countries had refused to accept them. Yeah, I think it was a bunch of people. A couple more child diddlers, and then it was a graper. Yeah, I don't know what Eswatini was. I thought it was South Sudan they were calling it, or they were calling it something else. Might be by Eritrea. I don't know. No, I think that's where Chewbacca's from. Definitely used the Chewbacca defense. Or the Twinkie defense. I don't know. One of the two. Oh, wow. Did I see that illegals are wearing body cams with headphones to pass truck driving tests? No, but if they're doing it, they should. If they get caught, there should be somebody going to jail for that. How had to take the dogs out? Why'd you take so long to do their business? Sometimes I don't know. They do though. Sometimes it seems like whenever you're in a hurry, they take a long time. Yeah, Escape from New York's looking more like a prediction every day. Definitely. Yeah, he'll be okay. He's used to being in a country he doesn't belong. Definitely. I think they speak English there, so I think he should be all right. Yeah. This guy's case represents a tension at the heart of the administration's agenda. Some legal experts argue that there's little justification for sending immigrants to far-flung countries where they have never been. Well, they can argue that all they want, but guess what? It's legal. Yeah. In the case of Eritrea, the critics argue that the administration is unnecessarily putting deportees at risk by sending them. Well, so what, you let the American people be at risk with violent criminals here when other countries will take them? Where they simply have few prospects and access to due process instead of simply sending them home. Their home country won't take them. So maybe what we should do is just put them on a raft and push them out in the ocean and say that they're what's that called? Being exiled. We're exiling them to the high seas. How about them sneaking into this far-flung country they had never been in before? Yeah, like America, they snuck into this country. Yeah, the Ewoks are not sending their best. They're not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pescadios. Got 10 minutes left on the goal on YouTube, so I'll keep it running for that long, at least. Maybe a little. We'll see. I would like to hit that first goal and get Bellicam activated, though. That would be nice. In a statement to the New York Times, the Department of Homeland Security countered that Mr. Atordia should have been deported long ago. Our message is clear. Criminals are not welcome in the United States. Mr. Atordia has not seen a lawyer since his arrival in Eswatini, his lawyers say, and his family members say they had little contact with him. Well, Mr. Atoria's aunt asserted that he could have been deported to Jamaica, where he holds a valid passport. Jamaica wouldn't take him. Jamaica said, no, we're not taking him. Maybe this lady should, it's inhumane. He paid the penalty for what he did. Why is he in prison again? Well, I don't know. Maybe he broke a law there. Neither Eswatini nor the United States explain why he's being held despite completing his sentence in America. Since the early days of Trump's second term, his government had brokered deals with countries to accept deportees from other nations. Immigration officials have instituted new rules that allow these third country deportations from the United States in as little as 6 hours. It's not new rules. They've always been able to do it. Some experts said the policy is part of an effort to encourage people to leave the United States voluntarily or risk being sent to a distant, unknown land. Hey, whatever works, man. Get them to self-deport. For 15 minutes, nub-nub? I don't know what that means. For 15 minutes, nub-nub. I don't understand what that means. I mean, this will take it down to $45 for the it's Ewok. Okay. Today I learned Eswatini is an actual country. Ewok speech. Okay, gotcha. It's Ewok language. The nub nub. Oh, nub nub. Ba da 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 bom bom nub nub. Oh yeah, I remember. That's the song, right? Yeah. Thank you very much for the $10. You know, some people say Bella looks like an Ewok, but you guys could find out if somebody wanted to see Bella. Damn. Mm-hmm. The administration has already sent foreign nationals to third countries that have concerning human rights records, including El Salvador and South Sudan. Oh, Dave's going to bed. He's got to get up early in the morning. See what happens when you get old like Dave? You have to go to sleep early. You can't stay up late. You got to get your sleep and stuff. You got to take all your pills, get your nightly routine going. In a statement, DHS warned that immigrants who commit crimes in the U.S. should expect to end up in CCOT, Eswatini, South Sudan, or another third country. CCOT is a notorious prison in El Salvador. I don't think it's notorious. It looked pretty nice to me. Eswatini government at one point requested $500 million from the United States in exchange for taking in third country deportees, according to the documents obtained by the Times. I don't want. Not in our name. Don't take them here. Look at them. Oh, wow. I wonder if they're going to protest like this for Lisa Crook, the lady who stole the money from the mortgages and everything, and who works for the Federal Reserve. Probably. Documents indicate that Eswatini was willing to take more than 150 people from other nations for a cash payout of more than $10 million from the U.S. So what does that come out to? So 10 million. So that's $1 million. 100,000. So that's like about 100,000 per person. Yeah, those are pretty nice signs. I wonder if the people who paid for them were the same people that Sparkle Suknanen's husband works for. Eswatini officials also asked whether the United States expected deportees to put on trial and sentenced by local officials once they arrived. Yes, this country's just like, you want us to put them on trial and convict them? We'll just throw them in jail? Eswatini printers, yes, they're top of the line. A spokeswoman for Eswatini's government declined to comment on the details outlined in the documents, including the amounts of money involved. Immigration records show that Mr. Atoria was ordered deported in 2009 while he was still incarcerated. Matthew Hudak, a former senior official with the U.S. Border Patrol, said that if foreign nationals complete their sentences in the United States, immigration officials should work to deport them. bunk, 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 bunk. Yep. Marco is on it. That's why Trump ended funding. When someone makes the decision to leave their home country, they're agreeing to subject themselves to the laws of the country they are entering. Yeah, that's what, being subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Jamaican officials said it was untrue that their country had been unwilling to take Mr. Assorted. Our position is that we do not refuse any of our nationals, regardless of whatever they have done. Someone's lying. Jamaica's top diplomat in Southern Africa said in an interview this month. So some diplomat in Africa said that Jamaica would have took him back. Well, then Jamaica, he can go back to Jamaica from Botswana or wherever he is. Representatives of the Jamaican government visited Mr. Assorted in the Eswatini prison in August 21st, according to a statement from the island's foreign minister. The minister, Kamina Johnson-Smith, said Assorted was in good spirits and receiving necessary medical attention. The government was working to get him returned to Jamaica. Oh, good. Yeah, Eswatini, shaken, not stirred. Officials with the International Organization for Migration also visited Assorted and other deportees last month at the request of Eswatini's government, offered them humanitarian assistance and support in return for their home country, in returning them to their home countries if they wanted to. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Where does amnesty end? It ends at the door, in my opinion. Kamina Johnson-Smith, the foreign minister of Jamaica. Well, this doesn't look like a Jamaican person to me. I mean, does this look like a Jamaican person? I've seen people from Jamaica. They look different. Huh. I mean, Jamaica was at one time ruled by the British, wasn't it? But not anymore. It's Kamala. You know what? You're right. Isn't Kamala from Jamaica? Isn't that where she's from? She's from Jamaica, man. Mr. Assorted came to the United States on a green card at age 12. See, that's not how it works. You do not come to the U.S. on a green card. It doesn't work that way. You have to be here for a long time. A green card is basically the one step prior to citizenship, and you don't just get a green card to come here. It doesn't work that way. Joe says, yes, Jim, they have people like that in Jamaica. Wow. I thought they all had dreadlocks and smoked weed all the time, just sat around eating, jerk chicken. He had tough times in his early life. He saw his mother flee from his abusive father in the United States. He struggled to adjust, and he was bullied in school. A work visa is not a green card, Brian Ogden. It's not the same thing. Mr. Assorted, a visa is a different thing. Mr. Assorted had a history of drug abuse, which has blamed in part on head injuries he suffered as a child. Mm-hmm. There's many whites on Jamaica. Chinese, Irish. Wow. Hello, J-Rock. What's up? Stereotype. I mean, next you're going to tell me. Yeah. He was also diagnosed with schizophrenia. So he's a crazy person and he's a murderer and we're supposed to keep him here. No, gotta go. Doctors noted that he has exhibited violent outbursts, hallucinations, and paranoia. He was arrested in 1981 on charges of attempted murder, robbery, and kidnapping. During a psychiatric evaluation, he said he could not remember exactly what happened. According to court records, he pleaded guilty and served 3 years in prison. At that point, he should have been deported. At that point, immediately. Should have been gone. More than a decade later, he walked into a leather goods shop and shot the victim 3 times in the head. According to Brooklyn court records, the motive was never determined. And there was no indication that he knew the victim or that the crime was gang-related. During his testimony at a 2003 appeal hearing, Assorted said he did not remember what happened because he was on drugs at the time. So he just does a bunch of stuff all the time and says, I just don't remember. I just don't remember. Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, they're not just made up. It's like, they come from places. Since leaving prison in 2021, Attorney, father of 3 adult children, has spoken regularly with his aunt. I just watched this show. I'm trying to think, what was it called? It was on Netflix. It was about the Corner Boys, I think it was called, or something like that. Corner Boys or something. Something like that. Something, but it was about like drug dealers in the UK and Britain, and they're basically all Jamaicans and stuff, and then going back and forth to Jamaica. And yeah, 54 shots, 7 dead in Chicago over weekend holiday, but no National Guard needed. Yep. We covered that already. SB Farmer, that was earlier. Mm-hmm. And now he discussed his job. Since leaving prison, he's a father of 3 adult children, and has spoken regularly with his aunt. He discussed his job at the shelter and how he's learning to use a computer. Wait. Oh, so no. I thought they were saying that he had, since leaving prison, that in 2021, that he had 3 adult children. That doesn't say that math don't math. And finally, he's getting some clarity on his life. Ms. McKen said, I would say finally becoming human again. Oh, wow. All right. Learning to code. So J-Rock comes in with a 50. So that means we're going to go bang, bang, bang. Do that right quick in a hurry. And and that means we're going to go another hour, because that's how that works. So we're going to do this. I'm going to do this. And so we're going to go bop, 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 bop. So we're 70 away from a second additional hour now. Okay, J-Rock. That's awesome. Hail J-Rock. Thank you, J-Rock. Always there for a great late night show. Well, thank you, J-Rock. Hail J-Rock. He has 3 kids. He sold them, of course. Well, why would you sell your kids? That don't make a lot of sense. Okay, so start another goal. 15 super chats. Deal or higher for 1 hour. Okay. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. Oh, J-Rock, man. Thank you very much. Total Chad donated Sans comment. Sometimes it doesn't let you. I don't know. Jim is the king of 12 to 3 or whatever Eastern time. Yeah. I mean, a couple of times I've gone to like 6 or 7 in the morning. It's happened where people really wanted to, just kept enjoying it. So I don't know. Yeah, Trumpinator, you rock. You're going to go check the Northern Lights? Yeah, check it out. Let me know. You might have to look through your phone. I was told that if you can't see it, take your phone, put the camera on and look, and that your phone will pick it up if your eyes don't see it. You love the late night stream? I do too. So when he went for his annual check-in with immigration officials in June, they took him into custody, said Mia Unger, a lawyer with the Legal Aid Society in New York. Wait a minute, what? Some of us have late night schedules. Yeah, we are. That was we covered that. That was one of the first stories of the evening was that Nadler is not running, and he's endorsing the communist Mandami. And Charles says, according to WikiLeaks, Satanists rent their kids for pool parties. Wow. No, don't apologize, SB Farmer. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the stuff. I like the chat. It gives me stuff. If it's something I haven't seen or haven't talked about, I'll try to pull it up. Like someone showed me something earlier, and I had it. Now I can't remember what it was. did I read? Investigator Sands passed away. What? Nadler needs a bigger hat. What do you mean, Investigator Sands? Oh, cloud cover, Western PA, not in the sea. Yeah. What the F says? He's been on stream, fell asleep, woke up 5 hours later, and Jim was still going. Mm-hmm. Who the hell's Investigator Sands? Am I missing something? You guys messing with me? Oh, DPS with family mourns son loss of GBI. You're talking about this guy in Georgia? Tracy Sands? Georgia Bureau of Investigations? Is this what you guys are talking about? I don't know. Is this like something, this guy known for something that I should be looking at? Oh, you can't remember the trial he was just in? Oh, maybe, was he the guy that was in the trial in the Young Thug, or the other one, what's the other guy's name? The other guy, Melly? YNW Melly? One of those trials? Ms. McCann said she tracked her nephew's movements on the government's online immigration database after he was detained. She saw that he was moved to a detention facility in upstate New York, then to Louisiana, then to Texas. And Mr. Artoria called one of his sons and told him that he could put on a plane to Jamaica, but was removed without explanation before it took off. A few weeks later, Artoria's name no longer appeared in the database. A few days, he resurfaced on the administration's list of men deported to Eswatini. Okay. All right. Well, before, I guess we'll cover this since someone brought it up. We'll just pull this up. It says, local law enforcement warns loss of GBI Special Agent Tracy Sands. I saw this first. Inspector Sands, a code phrase used by the public transportation authorities in the United Kingdom, including rail and underground, to alert staff to a fire alarm without needing to evacuate. Yeah. Young Cheesy. Saturday, law enforcement agencies around our area extended their condolences to the loss of GBI Special Agent Tracy Sands. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bella's up there doing her thing. There we go. So, let's see here. So, let's see. What is there a video here? I guess we'll play.
Today, law enforcement agencies around our area extended their condolences for the loss of GBI Special Agent Tracy Sands. The Bureau says they're heartbroken by the sudden passing of Special Agent Sands, and support is pouring in tonight across the coastal empire. The GBI wrote, his commitment to the badge and the citizens of Georgia will never be forgotten. Our deepest condolences go out to his family, friends, and fellow law enforcement officers during this time of profound loss. May he find strength and comfort in the memories shared and the legacy Special Agent Sands leaves behind. The GBI family mourns the loss of one of our own, gone too soon, but forever remembered. Rest in peace, Special Agent Sands. Our thoughts and prayers also go out to his family during this unimaginable time. We just spoke with him after the Casotis trial 2 weeks ago in Liberty County. The district attorney there saying they would not have gotten that conviction without Agent Sands. You can find responses from around our community over on this story on our website, WTOC.com.
Definitely. Bella's the star of the show.
The typical buzz surrounding the first day of school took on a whole new.
Anyway, so this is Special Agent Sands. So let's say what cases he was involved in. All right, well, it says I got to unblock from Facebook. So, all right, so I'll go on to the next story. Let's see. Get the cat to play with Bella. This cat and Bella my cat and Bella don't get along. My last dog before Bella loved the cat, but for some reason Bella and the cat, like, they don't fight or nothing, but the cat just, don't like really want to go near the dog. I don't know. It's weird. So it's been exposed that Ilhan Omar's net worth grew by 3,500% from 2023 to 2024. Jim McIntyre. Code says 20 million. Yeah. Increasing by nearly 30 million, largely due to the value of her husband's firms mysteriously rising from 1,000 to 25 million in just 1 year. Oh, that's crazy, right? Yeah, her husband. Oh, look, a white guy. That's weird. Huh. James Kasostis, dismembered wife murder trial. Was he cell of X? Maybe. Did he have anything to do with them in the other trials of the? No, this is not her brother. This is her other one. No. Tracing the story between 2018 and 2022, her campaign. Ilhan for Congress paid $2.8 million to $3 million to Ilhan Omar's husband, Tim Mynette's East Street Group, for consulting and ads, up to 80% of the firm's 2020 political income, including $25,000 in unitemized travel. Ethics complaints allege self-dealing, and FEC dismissed them in 2022, but noted reporting flaws. Yeah. It's her other husband. It's her beard, jihadi beard, could be. The firm also got a $500,000 PPP loan in 2020. What? In 2021, Mynette co-founded Rose Lake Capital with Will Haler, targeting sustainable investments across 80-plus countries. It's always some bullshit they're into, man. It's always some bullshit they're into. Omar's 2023 disclosure valued Mynette's stake at $1 to $1,000. By 2024, it soared to $5 million to $25 million. All unexplained. Well, he cheated on his wife, divorced his wife to marry her. Yeah, because he knew he could get away with breaking the law if he was married to a Congress Muslim. Their winery, East Drew Crew LLC, They have a winery? Wait a minute. I thought she couldn't drink wine because she's Muslim. How could she have a winery? They're not supposed to drink wine. They're not supposed to drink any alcohol. Seems like a problem. Est Crew LLC, amid a 2024 fraud suit over a $300,000 unpaid loan. Well, of course there was fraud involved. I mean, she committed immigration fraud, so why wouldn't she commit her other fraud? And then East, look at, so it's EST Crew LLC, then EST Ventures settled a $1.2 million debt, but was omitted from disclosures, sparking a 2024 ethics complaint. I don't, here's the thing is, I don't even think they're supposed to touch it or own it or nothing, have anything to do with it. Like, there was a whole thing, if you remember, they'll punish you for carrying wine in paper bags through, something like that. Like, there was a whole thing where people that were truck drivers got jobs working for trucking companies that distributors for alcohol, and then said, "Oh, we can't drive trucks with alcohol." And a crazy court, and this is years ago, said, "Oh yeah, you can't stir religion. You can't force them to transport the alcohol." It's like, but they got a job for a company that's the job is transporting alcohol. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I thought they couldn't even have anything to do with its transportation or anything. I don't know. Omar's House Foreign Affairs Committee seat overlaps with Rose Lake's global ops, fueling conflict concerns with no proven bribes, but the firm's political leverage invites scrutiny. Uh-oh. Julio says, I went to the opening of the Playboy Club in D.C. I can verify that Muslims do, in fact, drink. Mm-mm. Who you call? Yep, morons. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm. So here's the financial disclosures where it says, congressional account, income. So basically, no income. Wow, look at all this money. 25 million, 5 million. Wow, they got millions all of a sudden. Now they got the millions are running in. Oh. Before that, it's like, oh, we got no money. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here's Ilhan Omar's father was a Marxist war criminal. Pass it on. Mm-hmm. This folks don't talk about this enough, but Ilhan Omar's family didn't flee oppression from the Ba'ath regime. They worked for Islamist Marxist Ba'ath regime. They fled when he was deposed because they feared justice from their own people. Wow. You heard the Quran was written 800 to 900 years after Muhammad's death? I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but it wouldn't surprise me. For having an average IQ of 65, there are some of the slickest slicksters in getting over on the Western civilization. I think it's more that the Western civilization is so hates themselves and are so like, oh my God, we're colonialists, we're oppressors, we're all this now, we're colonial. And so they're basically committing self-harm to themselves, let's say. Here's Andy Kerr says, Ilhan Omar's net worth skyrocketed upwards of 30 million in 2024, an increase of at least 3,500% in just 1 year. Yes, in just 1 year. Her husband's venture capital firm was no more than $1,000 in 2023. She says it's worth 25 million now. It specializes in structuring legislation. What does that mean? What does that mean? Ilhan Omar said it's categorically false to call her a millionaire. Her net worth just reached up to 30 million, an increase of 3,500%. Wow. Much of the squad member's wealth comes from her husband's winery and venture capital firm. Omar said in February it's categorically false to ridiculous to claim that she has anything more than a few $1,000s. This was true in 2023 when she and her husband were worth no more than 163,000. But in 2024, brazen lie. Oh, she has two husbands, so maybe that's where the mix-up is coming from. Oh, yeah. Maybe that's where the mix-up is coming from. Maybe one's her work husband, one's her real husband. And here's a little dummy. First of all, I have been in Congress for 8 years, and my net worth isn't $83 million. See how she exchanges it? It was 30 million, and she's going to say, I'll say 83 million. It's not $83 million, you liars. You're crazy. No, it's 30 million. I know your brain is rotten from conspiracy theories, but you're consuming daily. But you should know that I'm going to lie, just like I lied to get my my brother husband into the country. How does one make 83 million from 1.4 million? Wow. Omar's 2024 financial disclosure shows she and her husband, her former campaign consultant, Tim Minette, accumulated a fortune worth 6 million to 30 million, and they have hardly any debt. At the end of 2023, Minette's two firms, Rose Lake Capital and his California winery, Estecru, were worth no more than 51,000 and had less than 700 in their bank accounts. They were facing lawsuits from investors claiming Minette was a shyster, a scammer, defrauded them out of monies. Yeah, this is interesting. It says, she said, I won't be worth 83 million until 2027, you idiots. And right on said Pelosi. Maybe Pelosi taught these people how to make money. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's how Pelosi got them to come to mama, as they say. I'll teach you how to scam the system. Yeah. Facing lawsuits, investors claiming Minette and his partner scammed them out of millions of dollars. Oh. Well, maybe that's where the millions of dollars came from. Look at this. Rose Lake Capital, $1,000 to $1,000. That's nuts. The winery, 15 to 50,000. That's nuts, though. That's not so Catruzzo. Now 1 to 5 million and 5 to 25 million. That's a big increase. That's a big jump 'em. At the end of the 2024, Minet's stake in Rose Lake and escrew were worth up to 30 million, and they had settled all their known lawsuits with cash settlements. Where did cash come from? Where'd you get the cash? Perosi drinks a little. He's a little drinking, a little drinky boo. A little drinky boo. Money laundering, more than likely, yes, money laundering. Hey, look at Bella's. Bella's up and moving around. Look at all you people saying she wasn't moving. She's moving. She's scratching her chin right now. Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Rose Lake boasts 60 billion in assets. What? Rose Lake boasts 60 billion in assets under management on its website and expertise at legislation. So how did this law? Wait a minute. How did this firm go from nothing to 60 billion? That's a lot of money. 60 billion is a lot of billions. Huh. Rose Lake is focused on unique global opportunities where our experience can create bespoke solutions for our clients and partners. Our team of world-class experts harness their combined centuries of experience and deep global networks built from on-the-ground work in more than 80 countries working across businesses, politics, banking, and diplomacy. Our expertise includes structuring deals, legislation, mergers, and acquisitions, debt restructuring, and capital raising. From distressed assets to buying publicly traded companies, our team has the prowess to execute the right opportunities. At Rose Lake, we tap into our extensive global network to create strategic partnerships to maximize strength of business we partner with. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, unparalleled previous experience. 5 diplomats, 60 billion annual under management, 11 free trade agreements signed, and 80 plus countries where we've worked. So it almost sounds to me like this is all a big scam. You know? Oh, she's scratching her ear? Oh, maybe is your ear, Bella? Your ear bothering you? Your ear bothering you? Oh, yeah. Deep Global Networks, Deep State. Yeah, I mean, her Deep Global Networks is her congresswoman, his congresswoman wife, lady. So that's where that's all coming from. It was a remarkable financial turnaround for Minette and Omar in 2024. The related notice, here's a picture of Omar and Minette attending an African investment summit not long after Omar formed the U.S. Africa Policy Working Group in Congress. Oh, so what do you know? So she formed this working group in Congress about Africa, and then the African people brings him in, and then all of a sudden he gets a bunch of money. So they're shaking down. Yep, no different than the Biden family. They got away with it. Yep. She's using her position in Congress to build partnerships with the continent of Africa. Oh. Look at them all laughing. They're laughing at us. They're laughing at you. They're laughing at me that they're robbing us. They're taking our tax dollars. They're robbing us. They're laughing in our faces. Omar was the keystone speaker at the EBI Group's African Leaders and Partners Forum in 2023, where she Congress to institute policies including a $44 billion lifeline for African communities. Also, that's where the money came from. She got this money, the $44 billion lifeline. There's the money right there. All right. She got Congress to pass this money, sending $44 billion to African communities, and then they kicked her back 30 million. So they kicked her back, 1%, less than 1%. Because 1% of 30 million is 1% of 3 billion. So 44 billion. So you're talking about like a tenth of 1%. So they got just they just wet their beak just a little bit. During that same forum, Minette's business partner speaking at Rose Lake CEO, where'd it go? Facilitated a panel discussion on the challenges faced by investors seeking to get their funds out of African countries. Said, listen, this is how you get the money out of African countries. Give it to us. We'll take it out in this bag. 1 billion is 10 million. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So 3 billion would be 30 million. Yeah. Don't forget the fraud in Minnesota. They stole 350 billion. Yeah, they've been stealing money like crazy. They're stealing money everywhere. Like, I mean, the Somali pirates, they're not only taking over ships, they're taking over bank accounts, they're taking over everything. They're just getting it. It needs to be investigated by DOJ. That's definitely. There's definitely a kickback. Definitely. And this is true, Jim. Definitely. Mm-hmm. And the full story's right here from the Free Beacon. From the Free Beacon. Sorry about that. So it says, why does it do this all the time? Ilhan Omar's net worth skyrockets to as much as 30 million months after denying she was a millionaire. I'd like some of that money. I'll tell you what, man. How much of that 44 billion went to Islamic advancement in Africa? Probably a lot of it. Probably a whole hell of a lot of it. Tell you what, if I won the $1 billion tonight in the Powerball, everyone in the chat right now will get something. I don't know what, but something good, something real good, like a real prize. Her company name is Rose Lake. Hunter's company was Rosemont. I wonder if Rose is a cold work among political money launderers. You know, it's possible. Possible. Look, she was so sad right here on the left when she was like, what am I going to do? I don't have any money. I only got $1,000. And then all of a sudden, hey, look at that. So happy because she got the billions, got the millions. Mm-hmm. Ilhan Omar's net worth exploding from 51,000 to 30 million in a year while dismissing claims of wealth as right-wing disinformation is peak DC hypocrisy. Her husband's venture capital firm and winery magically surged from near bankruptcy to multi-million-dollar valuations amid lawsuits and shady settlements. Taxpayers fund her $174,000 a year salary, yet she's pushing policies that enrich connected insiders. Where is the accountability? Yes, everyone will get a Robin Trower album. Mm-hmm. This isn't just personal enrichment. It's a blueprint for how politicians exploit loopholes while preaching equity. Time to audit every dime and expose the grift. Mm-hmm. Ilhan Omar's minimum disclosed net worth, $6 million. Wow. Wow. Possibly as much as 30 million. Wow. It's exposed that Omar's net worth grew by 3,500% from 2023 to 2024, increasing by nearly 30 million, largely due to the value of her husband's firm. Did we read this already? I think we read this already. This was on another one. How did I get doubled up here? Yeah, we read this one already. Here's Shipwreck Crew says, Speaker Johnson should follow the example of President Trump with the Fed. If there is credible evidence that Ilhan Omar committed immigration fraud, she should be expelled from Congress. Convictions are not necessary. Yeah. Jim definitely needs a bigger boat. You can always use a bigger boat. Definitely. If you win, you'll have permanent Bella can. Oh, definitely. Yeah. If I win, I'll just put a camera on Bella and it'll just stream constantly of her walking around. Everyone can just pay attention to what she does. Mm-hmm. The issue is the conduct, not whether juries decide there's proof beyond a reasonable doubt that sufficient to send her to jail. That's true. They did not wait for George Santos to be convicted. No, that's right. As soon as they just get Santos out of here, boom, because the Democrats wanted that seat and the Rhino Republicans went along with it because they suck. She should be removed from all committees, and the ethics committee should investigate her conduct. Definitely. Illinois has pledged loyalty to Somalia. She's even allowed, hell yes, she's even allowed to have committee assignments in the House. No wonder the House is virtually non-functioning. Ilhan Omar called Americans dumb idiots and is crying that Americans are allowed to speak. She should be deported back to Somalia. That's right. Let's see what this idiot has to say.
These people are just idiots. I really, I'm at the point where it's become really hard to have an intellectual debate with any of these people because the level of stupidity
What do you mean by these people?
they are displaying every single day is frankly embarrassing. Not just in Congress, but as Americans, and the fact that these people are allowed to say just the most ridiculous things tells you that the dumbing of the United States has arrived, because how else do we get a Trump presidency again?
Oh, so we got this person who's in Congress who doesn't understand that the First Amendment of the Constitution gives Americans the right to speak, and she doesn't want that to happen. I mean, that's the thing, people. I hope you realize if these people get control over the country, you better forget about it. You better forget about everything. We will be done for, as they say. Done for. Sand demons. That's right. Yeah, we shouldn't be allowed to speak. I know. According to her, we shouldn't be allowed to speak. Jim should be silent. Jim wouldn't be able to tell you anything. It would just be Jim sits there. That would be the name of my channel if it was up to her. Jim sits there. I would just sit there. Who'd want to watch that? Nobody'd want to watch that. Her citizenship needs to be revoked and she needs to be deported. Definitely. She lied on the documents. Yeah. She's not wrong since she outsmarted the system and will get away with it. But all you want, it's a foregone less revolution. It's a foregone less revolution. Yeah, well, it's super glue my mouth shut. Yeah, that's crazy. I would have to just be Bella. Yeah, I would just be Bella, just laying there. It's just waiting for my next meal. Waiting for it's over, Johnny. It's over. It's over, man. Why don't we put her in charge? Yeah, Ilhan Omar's net worth skyrockets as much as $30 million months after denying she was a millionaire. Reported net worth of $30 million in her latest financial disclosure, a document filed just months after the Congresswoman dismissed claims she was a millionaire as ridiculous and categorically false. The disclosure filed in May shows the far left squad member and her husband, Tim Inett, experienced a roughly 3,500% increase in the net worth last year compared to 2023. Look at her crying about it. Don't cry over spilled goat's milk. The surge in the couple's wealth was first reported to the Washington Free Beacon. The financial gains came from Inett's two businesses, robbing the government and robbing the people. Omar valued the winery's assets between $1 million and $5 million in her latest disclosure. By comparison, the winery was only worth $15,000 to $50,000 last year. Yeah, Bella tells you. Bella won't tell you much. She'll just kind of look at you and beg for food. So if it was Bella begs for you, then that would be more accurate. Oh, man, look at that. It's 2 hours and 40 minutes in. We have 135 people watching on YouTube right now. If you haven't already, please hit like. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I do these shows almost every night. I try to do them every night, but if I get tired or if something comes up and I can't do it, I don't. But I try to do them almost every night. At least five nights a week. You're going to get a show from me. At least 5 nights a week. Sometimes 6, sometimes 7. But and the way the shows work is every $75 that comes in, I add an hour to the show. Right now, we are in our first extra hour of the show. We have 30 minutes left to go. If we get another $75, actually, I don't think it's 75. I think it's less than 75. I should actually look at that. What's it says? No, we're $70 right now away from our second extra hour. And I guess the economy is great. How can they complain about Trump's economy if all that money she made? It's crazy, right? Man, she should be begging for Trump to run again. So Trump's supposed to have an announcement tomorrow at 2 p.m. Okay, we'll have to check that out. Have to keep it on. Keep an eye on it. Mm-hmm. More dramatic was the explosion in growth experienced by Inett's venture capital firm. Rose Lake Capital's assets were valued between $5 million and $25 million by the end of 2024. Mm-hmm. Bella Television? I don't know. She's just sleeping. Yep. Notably, income from the venture capital firm is listed as none in 2024, but between $15,000 and $50,000 the previous year. Wait a minute. How could the assets wait a minute. How could the assets increase to 25 or whatever million and they didn't make any money, no profits or income from it, but also they claim that they have billions of dollars under management. We're going to watch Happy Jack? Is that a real movie? I don't think that's a real movie. Rose Lake Capital's claims to have $60 billion in assets under management, according to the company's website. The company touts its deep. But I think this is like another scam, like the guy who had all those companies and all that stuff that did the bang of the politicians in Minnesota. Remember? I think it's the same type of scam. It offers clients expertise in several facets of business, according to structuring legislation, including structuring legislation. Congresswoman cried disinformation in February when asked about online speculation she was a secret millionaire. No! Since getting elected, there's been a coordinated right-wing disinformation campaign claiming all sorts of wild things, indicating the ridiculous claim that I'm worth millions of dollars, which is categorically false. Well, is it though? I'm a working mom with a student loan debt. The fact that she's still crying about student loan debt just tells you that there's something wrong with this country. Unlike some of my colleagues and similar to most Americans, I'm not a millionaire and I'm raising a family while maintaining a residence in both Minneapolis and DC, which are among the most expensive housing markets in the country. Oh, maybe you should think about why that is. The disclosure does not list as much as $100,000 in credit card and student loan debt combined for Omar. She also has between $1,000 and $15,000 in her Congressional credit union savings and another $15 to $50 in a retirement fund from her time in the Minnesota State Legislature. Just realized my chat died walking the dog. Oh, that's terrible. Or is that the monkey? Are you walking a monkey? No, that's a dog. Good to see us diggers holding the tunnels. Well, that's right. Got to always hold the tunnels. And I don't know. I thought we were going to call ourselves the Gymsomniacs or something, or the gymnasts, gymnatists, or something like the gymnatists. Ilhan Omar said it's categorically false to call her a millionaire. Her net worth just reached $30 million. You can't call me a millionaire right now. I just reached $30 million. Much of the squad member's wealth comes through her husband's winery and capital firm. Yep. Okay. Okay. Now this is crazy. This is crazy. I don't know if you guys seen this. There was this thing going on in Michigan over the weekend called the People's Conference. Michigan's People Conference for Palestine. Speaker Nidal Jabbour calls for politicians in the U.S., Israel, and Europe to be assassinated. That's right. They called for politicians to be assassinated. They called for, there's people talking about trying to take out the supply chain to disrupt the military, the United States military, to try to attack the military, attack supply chain to disrupt the F-35 program, all this stuff. I mean, these people are wackadoos. The fact that they're like coming from Ilhan Omar's section where she was talking about why people are allowed to talk. How are these people allowed to do this and say this stuff? It's a question that, yeah, that's right. The Joint Intelligence Media. What was it, Jim? What was it called? Rest or now? What was it, Charles? What was it, Jim? What gymnasts? Jim Bros? Jim? What was it? Oh, we had it. I lost it. What was it, Charles? Jim what? Jim, and it was Joint Intelligence Media. No, it was like the Jim Possibles or something like that, or the Jim, I don't know. Anyway, I can't remember now. Damn it. And they call for to be, if they oppose the state. Jabbour was previously arrested. I forgot what the name was. It was Jim Somniacs was one. Yes, Jim Somniacs was one, but there was another one that was right there. They were tied. Jim Somniacs. Okay. All right, it's Jim Somniacs then. Mm-hmm. During a speech, he called for the neutralization of leaders in the U.S., Israel, and Europe. Neutralization is code word for. Jabor stated that we know who they are. You're going to rewatch the episode later? Jumbo. What's Jumbo? Uh-oh, my mouse isn't working. Uh-oh. We know who they are, whether in Israel, Tel Aviv, bridges to Canada. Okay. I don't know. There was one more. Wasn't there, Mother Pepion, besides Jim Somniacs? There was another one that was really good. They must be locked up, taken out, neutralized to save children and humanity. There was one more. There was another one. Gretchen Whitmer has destroyed Michigan from her far-left policies, corruption all over the administration. The Secretary of State has been accused of falsifying addresses who vote for Kakala. Yeah, it was Jim Burrows, but there was one other one besides Jim Burrows, too. There was one other one. Damn it. I'm going to have to go back and watch that show, I guess, to figure it out. I know we did 2 polls, but I don't know how you can pull the polls. He framed his call for violence as being driven by love for children, but emphasized escalating action to seize thrones of power from Jewish supremacists and Christian evangelicals. Yeah, Jim Somniacs is perfect. Way better than Cretans, definitely. Speaking up isn't enough. It's time to escalate and act, he declared, advocating for systemic overthrow rather than humanitarian efforts. His rhetoric is terroristic and raises serious concerns. Yeah, gym class. I thought it was gymnastics or something like that, like gymnastics. Yeah, so they're legitimizing violence. They should be arrested by the FBI and deported. Additionally, they should censor Congresswoman Tlaib for attending and speaking at the conference. Yes. Mm-hmm. Thanks for them for taking the video so we can see this. And I hope Trump will issue a statement condemning this terrorist conference. It aligns perfectly with his plan to crack down on crime in the U.S. Detroit, Michigan is one of the most dangerous cities. I do not acknowledge anything other than the Gymnastic Society of America and Foreign Relations. Well, I know that was it. Gymnastics. Yeah. Yes. Detroit is an Islamic caliphate of Michigan and is location of a terror festival. It's mind-blowing that Whitmer has not said anything about this. Neither has Kash Patel. Jim Possibles. That's right, Jim Possibles. It was Mission Jim Possible. This is Mission Jim Possibles. And it should be Jimaniacs. Jimaniacs, I know. Oh, it's very alarming. I'm confident POTUS will lead to moral clarity. Definitely Jim Possibles. Yeah. Propaganda. President Trump should shut down these terrorist sympathizers who hate America. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Let's see. Here's the people. We got a whole bunch of videos with these crazy people talking. So if it's too...
Gaza need to be saved now. It saved all of us, liberated all of us. It is time for us to pay back and stop the criminals, the perpetrators, the child murderers. And we all know who they are. We all know who they are, whether they are in Israel, in Tel Aviv, in Washington, in Germany, in Europe. We all know them. We all know them. They need to be locked up. They need to be taken out. They need to be neutralized to save children, to save children, to save the humanity. We are not saying this out of hate. We are saying this out of love for the children, love for life, love for humanity where every life is equal. We only hate the war criminals, the child murderers. We need to act now. Speaking up alone is not enough. It's two years old. We have been speaking up for 2 years. Now it's time to escalate and to act and to get the murderers out, save the children. Thank you. The warmongers and the mega rich.
The warmongers. Oh, wait. No, this is...
Who are owning these systems. They want the whole world to be owned by these few supremacists, whether they're Jewish supremacists or Christian supremacists, Christian evangelicals, or mega rich. It is time or never. We need to
evangelicals, so they want to
If we
kill the
wait 5
evangelicals.
years,
Okay.
10 years, their system will be so strong that we, the people, cannot fight it. So we need to take the thrones of power from them. And we, the people, need to create a better world and better humanity for everyone.
Wow. That's crazy.
Gaza need to be saved now.
Mm-hmm. Harmeet Dillon says this is extremely concerning. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Doge AI says, Richard Wharton says Muslims have taken over Southeast Michigan. They own every single gas station and party store in the area. Most of them are on Medicaid, even though they own all the business. Play this audio showing October 7th Hamas most infidel home videos. Yeah. I don't know why they're in lab coats. Maybe they're building some kind of biological bomb or something. I don't know. Time to escalate. Yep. Jabbar says that, but Democrat judges stopped the children from going home. They need to go home. Get in your home, ball. Why won't you go home? We need the port of Magaza and the MBS Canal. The People's Conference for Palestine is a disgraceful platform amplifying terroristic sympathizers and anti-American rhetoric. Secretary Rubio's travel watch list is a necessary step to block foreign extremists. But domestic enablers like Tlaib remain unchecked. Sorry. This event, sponsored by groups tied to the PFLP, a designated terrorist organization, exposes the rot of radical ideologies festering in the U.S. cities. I know I did a poll on the chat name, but it didn't really. It was like tied. Jim Possibles, if I'm not mistaken, Jim Possibles and Jim Somniacs were like tied. Detroit's choice to host this jihadist circus aligns with its descent into lawlessness under weak leadership. Trump's DOJ must prosecute all threats against U.S. officials and allies, enforce existing counterterrorism laws, and deport visa holders promoting violence. America First means zero tolerance for those who side with terror over national security. Yep, that's true. Turned it around, sent millions of Western society folks into the Arab countries. Yeah, they would be pissed. They would call that a crusade. Here's this next one. It says, PYM's Aisha, how to disrupt the F-35 program. Now, I saw this. This is what made me dig into this. I saw this one first, and then I saw this. I said, whoa. And I dug into all this story because this is the most alarming thing to come out of the People's Conference for Palestine because it's a step-by-step playbook that American enemies could benefit from. Aisha, the leader with the Palestinian Youth Movement, explained how activists could cripple the U.S. military's crown jewel fighter jet program, the F-35. 70% of the cost of the F-35 program actually comes from the supply chain. It functions off this just-in-time logistics process. If one specific node of the F-35 supply chain is intervened, it has a huge impact. She pressed the audience to study the system and attack weak points. This is a plan to wage war on America. Oh, Julio's. Slim Jim's was another one, yeah, but good night, Jim and chat. Fun show, always. No Bella, no peace. Good night, Julio. Thanks for everything. You're always a good friend to be here. Yeah, if they hate America and our values, they need to get out. Because there are many different points in supply chains of death that we can intervene with, and we must intervene with. This is an operational roadmap for undermining U.S. defense readiness framed through Palestine. The implications reach far beyond. Imagine a global conflict where anti-American activists, taking these words literally, set out to sabotage the logistics of America's crown jewel weapon systems. I cannot overstate how radical and dangerous this really is.
Is that 70% of the cost of the F-35 program actually comes from the supply chain. 70% of this $2 trillion that goes into the supply chain is literally because they need to transport the different components of the F-35 to different locations to assemble them. And what's really important for us to know is that,
is she reading this? So somebody sent this to her. So this is their plan.
the F-35 supply chain functions off of this just-in-time logistics process. It's called this, it's an inventory management system, and it's called just-in-time, which means that it delivers the goods right before they're needed. And it's also noted that for an F-35, for every 1 hour of flight, it actually needs 3 hours of maintenance. So what I'm saying to y'all is that if one specific node of the F-35 supply chain is intervened in, it has a huge impact on our people back home. And so we've really developed a methodology, and then I hope that we can get into this and we can talk about it a bit more through this panel. But what's important for us to know here is that the more that we know, the more that we can do. Knowledge is really power here. And we need to be surgical. We need to be strategic, and we need to be bold in our actions, because there are many different points of these supply chains of death that we can intervene in, and we must intervene in.
If the FBI isn't right now monitoring all her communications and looking if they're planning something and looking to charge them with seditious conspiracy or treason, or they're plotting to make war against the United States. Yeah, that's what I call that, treason. See if they're talking to any terrorist organizations that we're at war with, and then that is treason. The literal sense of treason. These are all the people that got together in Michigan and talked about how they're going to overthrow the United States government and install Sharia law. And a congresswoman was there. We're going to have her in a minute. This is more from Aisha Nizar, if you're curious where she took it next. Maersk is a target. So she's not only talking about targeting the U.S. stuff, she's talking about targeting global shipping. Don't just attack the weapons manufacturers, but target the logistics companies that move U.S. weapons around the world. She tied to the Maritime Security Program, which offers commercial fleets to carry U.S. military cargo. It's not rocket science. The U.S. is sending $19 billion worth of military aid to the Zionist entity. Maersk makes up over 50% of this fleet. And we know that Maersk is a target. We know that they're embedded and profiting off of our genocide.
And we needed to direct the movement to a single target that would illuminate what are the veins of imperialism, what teaches us a larger political message around how we struggle for our liberation. And so we, instead of taking on a weapons manufacturer directly, we said, let's actually go at the veins in which are carrying these weapons across. This allows us to be able to target them through a multitude of avenues. So what we learned is that Maersk is actually using civilian infrastructure to transfer weapons. And that's a contradiction in and of itself, because, right, we don't want our civilian infrastructures to be carrying militarized cargo, let alone do we want our civilian infrastructure to be facilitating genocide. Nobody consented to that. So it's a contradiction in and of itself, but it's also an opportunity, because the masses are with Palestine. And the masses do not want to be complicit in this genocide. And if they're going to use our civilian infrastructure, then what that does is provide an opportunity for everyday people to intervene in the supply chain of death.
Definitely.
So when we decided why Maersk, we were looking at this thing called the Maritime Security Program. The Maritime Security Program was established during Operation Desert Storm. And it was established...
I mean, she's talking like they've already attacked things. They've already done stuff. So I would be looking at any accidents. I would be looking at the crash on that bridge. Remember the key bridge that happened? Were they involved in this? Any accidents, any disruptions, any fires, any problems that have happened on any ships? I'd be looking at them and charging it. I would go grab her by that ring in her nose and just drag her away and say, "Come on, you're coming to jail, lady."
Because the United States was physically incapable of transferring the amount of weapons that they needed to conduct the genocides that they were in the Middle East at that time through their naval fleet. So they had to outfit commercial shipping companies' ships to be able to carry this militarized cargo. And this is kind of the historical roots that we're talking about when we talk about a people's arms embargo. And through that, when we're looking at the maritime security program, we can see that Maersk makes up more than 50% of the fleet. So it's not rocket science, y'all. Like, it's like you can put one and one together and say, okay, obviously the United States is sending $19 billion worth of military aid over to the Zionist entity. We know that they have this maritime security program that was established to do so. Maersk makes up over 50% of this fleet. Yani, it's one and one. We got it. We know Maersk is a target. We know that they're embedded, and we know that they're profiting off of our genocide, and they're profiting big off of our genocide.
Soros and other wealthy globalist elites funding the violent anti-Semitic, anti-Israel Marxist organizations for Palestine is well documented, including a number of those involved in the People's Conference for Palestine. A number of these groups are also directly tied to Westpac and Communist Working Families parties. Yep, these are all the same. As I said, it's all, George Soros, the Jewish sponsors of Palestinian activism in the West. Yeah, but George Soros also worked with Nazis to collect stuff from Jews during the Second World War, so you can't really trust him. And tracking all the sources of funding, it's all tracked through Westchester's People Actions Coalition. Yes. They wrote that in New York Jewish Week that the financial sponsorship aligns with Westpac's mission to support those who would otherwise be unrecognized victims of war, injustice, and environmental degradation. Yes. Westpac's office in White Plains, New York. So this is all New York, who joined the group in the 70s after living in Jerusalem on a kibbutz. Living among secular Israelis was a change for Howard, who grew up in an Orthodox family, leading to another shift in his views. He became disillusioned with Israel, which is moving towards a right-wing ideology at the time, especially regarding its attitudes and policies towards Palestine. What's this? And if federal agencies are paying attention, Aisha practically handed them a roadmap. She listed her allies by name, PMW Bay, Iraq, USPCN, and pointed to their coordination. Oh, another one here. So let's see. Yeah, she's pushes arms embargo campaigns and blueprints to disrupt U.S. military logistics nationwide. At the People's Conference for Palestine, Aisha of the Palestinian Youth Movement, not just anti-Israelite, but concrete plans aimed at undermining the U.S. military. She announced what she called the first ever citywide arms embargo campaign in the United States. So what they mean is they're going to disrupt stuff. I think it was, oh, look at that. Brian Adenkamp comes in with 10 Jim Tells You gifted memberships, which, Brian, what was that? What does that come out to? That's $60? So I think I raised them up. I think that's 60. And that gives us, hey, you know what that does though, Brian? That gives us we now have over 200 members now. So we will do this week. I will set up a members only live stream. Thank you very much, Brian. August 30th, I did the poll. Let's see who got those. And I think that means I have to go another, I believe that means I have to go another, that's, yep. So then Brian Ogden comes in with 10, and that gives us another hour. What do you know? Hey. So let's see who got those memberships. We got Pike Bishop, Pell L, Jimmy the Lumberjack, Russifus, Mandy Summers. Hey, Mandy Summers got one. OKC Rebel, Jarbez, Dirt Cheap, A Series of Bats, and Doe Deer got one. Base Brian. And then we got Brian Ogden comes in with a 10 too. That gives us the monies. Brian Ogden with the 10. that gives us the monies right there for another hour. What do you know? We're going another hour. See how that works? I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go like this. Change 35. I'm gonna go for a third additional hour. Boom. Thank you very much. It's all the Bryans. Enforcing embargoes are acts of war. Yes, they are. Excellent. I figured you would. Yeah. I'm gonna do. And then, hey, look at that. Job blessed. Creates. Hey, what's up, grandson? How you doing? What's up, G-son? Jim Witz. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Hey, what's up, G-son? How you been? Glad you came by to check us out again. Awesome for seeing you here. So, yeah, we're so we will be having, thanks to Brian, we'll be having a members only stream this week. I'll have to get it set up and figure out what we want to talk about, and I'll try to set it up for I don't know. Should we do it at the same time, 10 o'clock at night, or should we do it a different time? What do you guys think? Let me know. Let me know what you guys think. It should be a different time. Oh, you're bringing your music fam over? You should have been here earlier. We were talking about all types of music at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, we're talking about all types of music at the beginning of the stream. Okay. There we go. Cool. All right. What's up? Yeah. Hey, new people here, please remember to hit the like button. Please subscribe if you haven't already subscribed, and participate in the chat. We all like to talk. Yesterday, Oakland, the Bay Area, USPOIM Bay Area IROC announced a campaign to have the first citywide arms embargo campaign to actually stop the flow of weapons leaving the city of Oakland. Her team claimed their research showed 280 military cargo ships had left Oakland's airport for Israel's Navatim Air Base since January 2025, framing the city as a model to heighten the contradictions and set a precedent for the rest of the country to follow. Aisha told the audience, to carry this into their own cities. Get plugged in, sign up, learn what's happening in your locale, and demand an arms embargo. This echoed her earlier remarks in which she explained how activists could cripple the U.S. military's F-35 fighter jet program. Morse code? Our call to action was blunt. We need to be surgical, we need to be strategic, and we need to be bold in our actions. So, definitely. These are many different points of the supply chains of death that we can intervene in, and we must intervene in them. Taken together, this is more than some campus protest. It's a radical playbook. Target U.S. ports, airports, and defense supply lines. I mean, this sounds like they're talking about a civil war, like an attacking stuff. This has to be all over the FBI's radar, I would think, unless this is all just some psyop. Tactics that American adversaries abroad would be quick to applaud and exploit. Let's see. We're talking. This lady don't shut up.
Yesterday, Oakland, the Bay Area, us, PYM Bay Area, AROC, the Arab Research and Organizing Center, and USPCN announced a campaign to have the first citywide arms embargo campaign to actually stop the flow of weapons leaving the city of Oakland. And this started with research. We were able to reveal that there were over 280 military cargo shipments that left the Oakland airport for the Nevatim Air Base just since January of 2025. This is a city that was one of the first cities that called for a ceasefire. This is a city that has the only ILWU Local 10, the only longshore union that has enacted an arms embargo in the United States. They are based in Oakland. So Oakland stands for progressive values. Oakland stands with Palestine. There ain't no question about that. So the fact that we were able to document this and to expose this actually produces an opportunity for us to heighten the contradictions and set a precedent
That'd be
for the
bad,
rest
right?
of the
More
country
guns in
to
Oakland.
follow. And that's what we're inviting you all to do here today. We're inviting you to get plugged into this campaign. We have sign-up sheets on the PYM table, on the Mask Off Verse table. You can come, you can see our research report that details also over 29 cities that are a part of this supply chain that are sending weapons to the Zionist entity. So y'all are questioning, oh, is my city complicit in this? Well, we probably have it.
Why does she keep saying
So get
y'all?
plugged in, sign up, learn what is happening in your locale, and demand an arms embargo. Go home and put it to your city council, to your port authority, and say, we know this is happening in our locale, and we know that our people do not stand for it. Especially y'all who have cities that voted in a ceasefire, that voted in a resolution for a ceasefire. You have an opportunity to advance that ideological commitment to something that's material.
Who is this woman? There was a People's Conference for Palestine in Michigan this weekend, and they had a whole bunch of speakers, and this is just some woman that's a part of this stuff, and she's basically spilling the beans, talking about all this stuff, the laws that they're breaking, attacking the supply chain, trying to disrupt stuff, and basically declaring war on the U.S. government. Yeah, if she doesn't get arrested, there's an issue. She's admitting to being a terrorist. Ironically, this woman could say all this. If she were in an Islamic state, she would be silent until spoken to and barefoot cooking dinner. Well, people that say y'all don't share those sentiments. We like guns. We are y'all. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. And the fact that this goes on, there's a bunch of more people talking. There was a guy earlier, if you go back about 15, 20 minutes, there was a guy speaking that was saying that they need to start assassinating politicians. You know, like, oh, we need to do this. It's just nuts, man. I don't understand how this went on, and like, what is this? So here's another one. This is now a man speaking. This is Mohammed Nabulsi. Exploit populism, break the left ceiling. At the People's Conference for Palestine, Houston-based PYM organizer Mohammed Nabulsi laid out a startling vision for the movement in the U.S. He said the Palestine cause is limited only by the ceiling of the left. The solution is to break through by tapping into right-wing populist currents. The weakness of the Palestinian movement in the U.S. is the weakness of progressive movements in the U.S. I always say this is the ceiling of the left in the U.S., so that means we need to break that ceiling. He pointed to Trump's rise, an example of how populism could be weaponized. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about, basically anybody who doesn't agree with them, they're talking about offing them, getting rid of them. It's nuts. I mean, if you don't support them 100% with what they want you dead. Trump carried out his fascistic agenda on the wave of populism that was against war, that was against corruption of both parties. I mean, this is just nuts. Anyway, so let's get it. We're going to hear him talk. Well, you don't need to hear me say it. Let's hear him say it.
The weakness of the Palestine movement in the U.S. is the weakness of progressive movements in the U.S. Progressive movements, it's the ceiling of the Palestine movement, I always say this, is the ceiling of the left in the U.S. So that means we need to break that ceiling. And so, how do we break that ceiling? What do these corporations, this primary target that I believe is the main focus that should be of our work, and I agree with Gemma, like the priority is to end the genocide, and even that if that means creating crisis for the Trump administration, that's what we do, because the Palestine is a populist issue. It's touched the right. Trump carried his fascistic agenda on a wave of popular.
Yeah, this is happening this weekend. This happened in Michigan. In Michigan. And a congresswoman spoke at this. I saved her for last. A congresswoman spoke at this.
That was against war, that was against the corruption of both parties. And he just promised them something different, and that's the wave he rode. And that same populist movement now is seeing Palestine as a symbol of endless war, as seeing it as a symbol of the corrupt things like AIPAC and the lobby, the Israel lobby. And so for us, as the Palestine movement, we need to bring answers to these issues that people are facing here to meet that need.
Mohammed Nabulsi admits that Palestine isn't a cause, it's a political crowbar to pry apart America. This is exactly what's going on, exactly what I keep trying to tell people. Trying to get right-wingers to hate Israel, making it seem like they're aggressors, knowing damn well that the average American has no clue about that region or Islam for that matter. Americans are so naive, they fall for Hamas lies, which makes Israel always the bad guy. We're fighting evil here. I don't know. Every sector of society must become a front for confronting Zionism. Jenna Awaida at the People's Conference for Palestine. She introduced as affiliated with the Palestinian Youth Movement, but that resume includes working as a policy coordinator for CARE LA, delivered remarks urging escalation from the diaspora. Now, what I don't understand is CARE was gotten a lot of trouble because they were funding terrorists. And I thought, why are they still allowed to operate and raise money in the U.S. if they were funding terrorists? I don't get it. Liberation is achieved when the cost of occupation is higher than the cost of liberation. This is what we must do from here in the diaspora. We must make the occupation and genocide so untenable, so unsustainable that they can no longer maintain it. Every sector of society must become a front for confronting Zionism. Sorry. From CARE to PYM, she's moved between policy advocacy and grassroots mobilization. On the stages of Detroit, she made clear that the diaspora is not about joining American civic life, but serving as a front in the war against Israel. Her charge was blunt: escalate pressure in every sector of society until support for Israel in any form becomes untenable. He says, they are both bad guys, but the Jaws won't demand we convert or die. Well, I just don't like anyone coming in here saying they're going to destroy America. I like America. I think America's pretty great.
In the past 2 years, the diaspora has emerged as an important front in the struggle for liberation and dignity. Liberation is achieved when the cost of occupation is higher than the cost of liberation. And this is what we must do from here in the diaspora. We must make the occupation and the genocide so untenable, so unsustainable, that they can no longer maintain it. Every sector of society must become a front for confronting Zionism. And we have seen this in Spain, where the movement forced the government to impose an arms embargo and halt Maersk ships carrying military cargo to Israel. Look to the Mask Off Maersk campaign, which has been able to pressure the company to halt all shipments to illegal settlements. Look to the Bogota conference, where a dozen countries declared that Israel must be sanctioned.
Yeah, the sad thing, though, Ja, is that these same people are the ones that don't want us to be able to say things. They want to silence us. They want to arrest people for, blasphemy or, Islamophobic comments and stuff like that. You know, if you say you like bacon, look at that guy that just got arrested in England for saying, I love bacon. And they arrested him because it was insulting to Islam to say you like bacon.
Look to the workers in Spain and Morocco who block shipments with their own hands, refusing arms to move towards genocide. Look to Kalian in Canada, where all shipments were paused to Elbit. We have seen what grassroots organizing can do, and now is the time to double our efforts. Now is the time to put our entire weight behind campaigns that will strike all of these.
I'm just going to say it. If she puts her weight behind something, you better watch out because that bitch weighs about 250.
Pressure points.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Notice how they never refer to Israel as the Jewish nation. They use Zionism as a mask for their anti-Semitism, as if Israel is not the only Jewish nation in the world. Arabs have 22, which are 95% Muslim. They have no problem with their apartheid. These people are plain and simple raging anti-Semites. Have these clowns ever given a definition for what Zionism is? Liberation, seriously? What a clown show. Good intel, but Stu, these people have to know this is a waste of time. And here's Laura Loomer saying, wait. Okay, never mind. And this is Laura Loomer saying, things you need to know about the upcoming pro-Islamic terrorism conference taking place on August 29th to 31st in Detroit, Michigan, called the People's Conference for Palestine. The Palestinian Youth Movement is providing bus transportation for anti-Trump protesters from Washington, D.C., Virginia, Maryland, Detroit. These are the same people that are a lot of these people are protesting the Trump stuff too. They're involved in all that. They're probably getting funding from the same crappy people. At the upcoming conference, attendees will hear speeches from Congressman Tlaib, other pro-Hamas sympathizers like Mahmoud Khalil, and the left is mobilizing its shop truce against next year's midterms, highlighting how the Free Palestine crowd has no love for MAGA, but tons of love for actual convicted terrorists who have been invited as speakers to the conference. The list is pro-Islamic and prompted Secretary of State Rubio to issue a travel watch list at the State Department this week to make sure certain speakers can't enter the U.S. after it was exposed that convicted Palestinian terrorists were planning on coming to the U.S. to speak at the conference. Yeah. Tim Lark said, Gaza could have been a great country, but 60 plus years, Gaza, people full of hate, and they just want to conquer. Oh. So D.C., Maryland, Virginia, get on the bus to Detroit, People's Conference for Palestine. Bus registration. All other speakers for the upcoming thing are Rashida Tlaib. Yeah. So let's see here. We got this. It says, and they wonder why even no other Muslim country will accept them. Let's see. Rashida Tlaib at the People's Conference for Palestine, at one of the most radical conferences in America, Congresswoman Tlaib took to the stage and lashed out at critics. Every genocide enabler, look at this room, MFers, we ain't going anywhere. Then she celebrated the expansion of the cause. They're just growing and growing. We are bringing siblings from other movements with us. That a sitting U.S. lawmaker is not just attending, but cheering on a conference platforming terrorists, extremists, and open calls for revolt shows how deeply mainstream politics has been pulled into the radical sphere. I don't know. I would think her speaking at this conference should get her censored.
Every genocide enabler, look at this rooms, motherfuckers. We ain't going anywhere. We are just growing and growing and growing. We are bringing siblings from other movements with us. Every genocide.
It's not her first appearance at this conference either. She is a lot more dangerous than people think. I followed her last year as well. Earlier today, Congresswoman Tlaib was a surprise guest at the People's Conference for Palestine in Michigan. Oh, this was her last year. I didn't know they did this every year.
Y'all, welcome. Welcome to the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, the city of Detroit.
I need to remind you all, but Detroit, we birthed movements, not just labor movements. We birthed movements on environmental justice, on women's rights, and so much more. So welcome, gain strength from this amazing, beautiful Black city that raised me. I don't need to tell you that you're on the right side. I don't need to. But I'll be damned if I wait 10 years before they apologize to all of you for doing what was right at this moment. Each year, our country, and I say our country because it is our country, sends billions of dollars to maintain
I didn't see any Black people in the crowd, so I don't know.
Ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. It is disgraceful that the Biden administration and my colleagues in Congress continue to smear them for protesting to save lives, no matter faith or ethnicity. It is cowardly. But we're not going to forget in November, are we? The International Court of Justice just ruled that the Israeli government must stop its invasion of Rafah. But President Biden says what's happening in Gaza is not a genocide. Where's your red line, President Biden? You all, every single bullet, every single gun, every single weapon, bombs that we send.
Rogue thought the one earlier, this one was last year. This video right now was last year. All the earlier ones were the last couple days. It was the 28th, 29th, or 29th, 30th, and 31st. So it was Friday, Saturday, Sunday of this weekend. It just passed. Yeah. It's almost over, Gunga Zang. It's almost, these guys are almost over. But I have to give everybody the facts. I don't hide
It's a
anything.
sacrifice of our own schools here at home. Many of which, when I go into the schools, have garbage bags over their drinking fountains because they don't have clean water. President Biden, I hope you hear us loud and clear.
She should put a garbage bag over her head. Look at that thing.
Attacking the authority of the International Criminal Court and interfering in the legal process is nothing more than an attempt to prevent the genocidal maniac Netanyahu and his senior.
The International Criminal Court has zero authority. Zero authority. They're nothing. They're something these people created up to just get people to say, oh, we're going to do this. But guess what? Every country has their own sovereignty. And the United States does not recognize that court. So they mean nothing.
Israeli officials from being held accountable for those crimes against humanity. You are an enabler, President Biden. But wait. You know when my colleagues are outraged? They're outraged over the protests on college campuses in our country. They're more outraged than that, than the atrocities happening right now on the ground in Palestine, the war crimes. Y'all, there's no university.
She called it Philistine. So she's admitting that it's not Palestine, it's the Philistines, that the Romans named it for the Philistines. She just admitted that. She called it from Philistine. So not Palestine, Philistine.
Cities in Gaza. We all know this. We say it over and over again. And now, if they get their way, they're going to silence the universities here at home.
Yeah, good. That's what I say. Good. Apparently not wanted by Egypt or Jordan. There's no way that Egypt and Jordan are going to take in Palestinian refugees because they would destabilize society. It would be an international security threat. Okay. So this is Islamification. Islamic migrants routinely shut down streets in Philadelphia to demonstrate their dominance and control over the community, despite having 82 mosques in the city. So yeah, so even though there's 82 mosques, plenty of places for them to pray, for them to worship Allah, they close down the streets, block the streets to prove that they have control and to prove that they can do what they want, and no one's going to stop them.
Phillyite always eats.
This is so beautiful.
Phillyite always eats.
Yeah. So, I mean, why? The Islamic terrorist invaders must be deported and removed from our society. Full stop. No apologies. If we do not do this now, our way of life will be eradicated. 3 phases of Muslim immigration. Phase 1, few in number, oppressed Islam. Plaintiff victim, claim Islamophobia, more tolerant of others. Phase 2, large minority, indignant Islam. Threatening, demand Sharia law, and tolerant of infidels. Phase 3, clear majority, Militant, strict Sharia law, kill, subdue all infidels. For 1,400 years, this pattern hasn't changed. Moderates are irrelevant. Yeah. And then Islamification. Islam allows Muslim fighters to enslave non-Muslim women and rape them. This practice is detailed in both the Quran and the Hadith. For example, 50-year-old Islamic fighters routinely rape girls as young as 7 and 8. What? That's gross. That's some gross stuff there. That's some gross stuff. Huh. That's terrible. Terrible. It's the culture, you see. England is finding out. See. Apparently, a lot of them are unaware of the fact that raping little girls is frowned upon in civilized societies. Well, we'll see. And then here's England hasn't learned its lesson, though. England has not learned. England has no idea because students from Gaza will receive expedited UK visas with plans to establish a permanent framework for refugee students to come and study in the UK, says Home Secretary Yvette Cooper. And you guys could guess it. Yes, it's a white woman that is destroying everything. It's these white women. We need to get white women out of everything. They can't be involved. I'm sorry. They're just, they're doing this. This is what they're doing. They think everyone, they could fix everyone. And look at this other one's looking all crazy here. And this guy's really pissed. And
the Home Office has put in place systems to issue expedited visas with biometric checks conducted prior to arrival for children and their immediate accompanying family members. And we have done the same for all the Chevening scholars and are in the process of doing so now for the next group of students from Gaza who have been awarded fully funded scholarships and places at UK universities so they can start.
Yeah, what do you think? So they're getting fully funded scholarships. How many UK citizens get fully funded scholarships? Huh? Oh, not that many, huh? Oh. You know, and they're probably going to get free room and board, too. How many UK citizens get that? You know, not that many.
Their studies in autumn this year. And later this year, we will set out plans to establish a permanent framework for refugee students to come study in the UK so we can help more talented young people fleeing war and persecution to find a better future, alongside capped and managed ways for refugees to work here in the UK. Mr. Speaker, this government is determined to fix every aspect of the broken system we inherited and to restore the confidence of the British people. The Home Office.
Yeah, it's the chat's moving a little fast. So the leaders know the UK, it's intentional. Same with Canada, Australia, every Western country. Yes, they're awfuls. Affluent, white, female, urban liberals also too. It's like urban liberals. You got to throw it in there too, because it's they're brutal, man. They're the scourge of Western society. They destroy everything. They're just the do-gooders. They try to help, but they're really just screwing everything up. Awfuls. Yeah. Affluent, white, female, urban. Okay. Yeah, they're bad. Yeah. Awfuls right there. They ruin everything with their virtue signaling. It's brutal. Yes. It's brutal. It is. This is what the Palestinians were trying to do in the U.S. and what they were in the process of doing under the guise of humanitarian visas until exposed and pressured. And the State Department shut it down. You have the bus bombing, stabbings, everything by Palestinian refugees. Yeah. There was another one. So, yeah. And then I saw this. It says, have I woken up in a parallel universe where the mainstream media tell us the truth and even almost support something our side does? Yes. City, urban, liberal types, cults. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, so this is Australia. It almost looks like maybe some people had enough.
Sydney's March for Australia assembled near Central Station around 12 o'clock today. And what became immediately apparent were the huge numbers of people who turned up. At least 5,000, maybe more, took part in today's march. They assembled near Central Station and then marched down Broadway here to Victoria Park, a short distance, just a couple of kilometres along Broadway. They were shepherded by big police numbers who kept them in check, but there was no problems with the crowd. There was no violence, despite what some people feared. Most of the speakers here today have called for a limit or an end to the current migration. The fear that people have here at the moment is that there's so many people coming into Australia from overseas, it's affecting jobs and it's affecting housing.
Too much migration in your view?
It's not just that in particular, but there's no room, there's no infrastructure.
We just need to have immigration under control. There is not enough housing for our own kids. I am petrified for my grandchildren.
Love migration, okay? I'm from a family of immigrants as well. The point is, how many you bring in the country? Where do you house them?
There were fears today's march could get hijacked by far-right groups. That doesn't appear that's happened. And in fact, if there is another march for Australia, given what's happened here today, they're sure to get even bigger numbers.
Okay, that was Australia, you know, so it looks like maybe I just want journalists to be responsible to tell the truth, report the best of their ability, who, what, when, where, why, and how of a situation as much as possible, uncolored by their own biases, and as accurately as possible. As long as that happens, whether the individual journalist is supportive or not of certain events is relative. That's actually correct. And it also looks like maybe England is starting to wake up a little bit too. Yes, the alliance will protect you, Dan. I've got your back. I've got your back. Yeah. Red hat. We need good red hat wearing Christian wasps to fight the awfuls. Give them some stings, whatever. So, and it looks like maybe England is also, England is waking up. Will Western Europe follow?
Yeah. On it. Bye. The boys about taking over West Drayton. Yeah. West Drayton massive on it. Yeah. Get up here and get the whole lot coming through, isn't it? Right to the start of it. Loads of heads here. Yeah.
Maybe someone can explain it to me. I don't. It's the UK. It's the country of England, and they speak English. It's like English came from England. But why can't I understand what the hell they're saying? They sound like they're speaking a different language than us. I don't get it. I don't get it. They're so hard to understand.
See yourselves on Facebook later, folks. On it. There's loads more people than it looks standing around. Loads of them. Yeah. I'll give you right time. Yeah. On it. Loads of his. Look at these folks. West people are West Drayton are out today. Yeah. Hey. Giddy up. Make a bit of noise. Yes, bruv. Yeah. Loads still coming. Come on. Yes, boys. How we doing? I had flag up there. Oh, good cheers, pal. Yeah. There's still loads of people coming. Come on. West Drayton crew. Calling it far right, they are. These people are just right. No far right about this. We've got families, women and kids. Yes. Yeah. Right. I've got Bill to speak with. Yes, mate. How you doing, right, bruv? Yeah. Right. Yeah, nice little video of all this, eh? Yes, bruv. Where's Casey, boy? I don't know, mate. Not round this, mate. Not welcome round here. Yeah.
Oh, the music's going to get me struck.
Yes, Grace. Yeah. Getting a confused of it, ain't I?
Oh yeah, so it looks like there's a little bit of something happening, maybe, you know, maybe a little bit of something happening. I don't know. If raising your own country's flag is seen as an act of rebellion, then maybe your country's under foreign occupation. Yeah, it's possible. On to the next story, okay? I saw this and I said, I gotta show this to people because it's because their accent is artificial, okay? Because they might have invented English but took it and perfected it. Okay, we took it and perfected it. Okay. Maybe you just need a buck fast or two. You always use a fast buck. It's cool. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. See. Oh, Oh, yeah. This was ready to stream. Okay. Definitely. Here we go. So let's see this. Yes, a march isn't going to save any of us. No, it's not. It says, Queen of England forced the elite society to change the vowel pronunciation to separate the vulgar and profane from nobility and high society. Oh, okay. So it says the internet. Let's listen to this story because I saw this and I said, "Whoa, this is the opposite of what I thought. I thought it was the mother's fault. It turns out maybe it was the father of that Minnesota trans school shooter that was behind all the stuff." And when you get into what Alex Jones was saying about the father's connections to the CIA and other stuff, it's like, well, what's going on here? The internet mob owes the mother of the Minnesota trans mass shooter, an apology. She had her back against the wall when absolutely everyone, told her if she didn't support her son's trans identity, he would heal himself. She left Minnesota in heartbreak. No, we don't. She lived with a demon and said nothing. And then, she lived in Florida the last 3 years. Robert Westman stayed in Minnesota where his dad is. No, according to this article, they're saying she didn't approve of everything that she was told. Then she left. She couldn't deal with it. I don't know. And why is the news not talking about this dad? Correct, a bit odd. They're blaming everything on the mom. So Andy knows, got a story here. We're going to read it real quick. F sort of looks like a pinkadoodle, and then Mother Papillon says, "F that." She lawyered up. He cooperated. She did. She approved of everything. I'm just reporting what Andy Ngo is saying. All right. The title of this, Owen bounced, whatever that means. 17 before 18. Sort of. I'm just reporting what Andy Ngo is saying. That's all. I'm not saying it's true or not. I don't know. I don't have any facts behind this. I blame the family totally, but let's see what they say. And I don't know. Secrets inside the Westman family. Has Mary Westman been wrongfully vilified? Mary Grace Westman has been demonized for her son's transition and subsequent violent extremism, but new information reveals the public may have been wrong. Hey, no problem, Tim. I try. Owen Shroyer left InfoWars as of tonight. Really? Is he? Owen from InfoWars left Alex. Why? Did something go wrong, or is it because of? I know they were supposed to be getting sold off, or maybe going bankrupt. Maybe it has to do with that. He was essentially fired from InfoWars. Is it because they got taken over? Because I know that. Let's look. Is it because they got taken over by the? Let's see. Owen, hold on. Let me Google this up. Let's see what's up here. Owen. I don't see anything about him being fired. I just read it. Is all I see is on Reddit. And Reddit is not really a place to get. Why am I leaving InfoWars? Owen Shroyer. Okay, well here I will get it. Hold on. I will get it on the X right now. I will go back here. X. Let me do this. Let me search it out. And Owen Shroyer. Oh wow. Oh, I'm gonna pull this up next. This is nuts right here. Owen Shroyer. When a stream takes all who tuned in, all the information for the future. My departure from InfoWars can be found here. Exciting things. All right, let's go. This is a 5-hour stream. Hold on. This is a 5-hour stream.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, friends and family. Owen Shroyer live, episode 115. Why I'm done at InfoWars. this may come as a shocking announcement for you tonight. It may not. I'm going to break it all down. I feel I owe you an explanation of what's been happening. I'm going to let people get caught up before I really get into the juice here. But I'm going to let you know it's official. I am now done at InfoWars, and I'm going to let you know why coming up in just a minute. First, fuel, hemorrhage, because why not? Intentions, and I told him this. I wanted to go in this week. I wanted to go in tomorrow. And I wanted to finish this week, and I wanted to finish positively at InfoWars. And, you know, I even said if he wanted me to kind of stick around like a satellite to go down with the ship, that I'd be willing to play some sort of a satellite role to go down with the ship and be a part of that and continue, you know, wearing the name on the front of the jersey for at least some semblance while it's still ongoing. And he didn't express any interest in that.
Someone's saying there's a 20-minute cut. Where's the cut at? I don't see it here. I guess we're just going to have to.
And so he told me that he didn't need me and good luck. And that was that. That was that. So I wanted to make this announcement on InfoWars. I wanted to make this announcement with Alex. That actually meant a lot to me. That's what I wanted. I wanted to leave in a very positive fashion. I wanted to announce it to the InfoWars audience on the InfoWars airwaves. I wanted Alex and the crew and everybody to be there, and I wanted to shake Alex's hand.
I boosted it 600%. That's the most I could do.
Things that we've done, but he wasn't interested in that, and he said, "Don't come in this week." So that was that. So now here I am announcing that it's done. I will not be on InfoWars. I don't know if ever again. Won't be hosting the War Room this week. And I don't really know what else there is to say about that. Other than it's not how I wanted it to be, but I was left with no choice. I was left with no choice. Now I don't know how Alex wants to handle it. Honestly, I hope that he just doesn't talk about it at all. And people might view that as like a bad thing or a negative thing. I don't think so. It's if he wants to just sever ties and just move on like that, I have no problem with it. So I don't you know, I hope he doesn't make a thing of it. I hope he's fine. He can bring in whoever he wants to host it or shut it. Alex again, folks. We're firing up the Millennium Falcon again. We're going into the info war. We're taking out a Death Star again. And I know that this is hard for people to understand from the out and finish out the week and make the announcement on InfoWars with Alex. That meant a lot to me. But he told me he wasn't interested. He didn't want to do it. He said, we don't need you. So that's it. So, you know, as far as the future of me and Alex on air together, I don't know. I mean, over a lot of this stuff because of the lawfare against him. But okay, I've done the TV news thing. That's not really who I am. I'm not a network guy. I'm for kind of a you know, secondary broadcast option. I kind of like this camera angle right here, and you know, there's will be live on the Win Network. But I hope to be doing this for 50 more years. And I doubt we'll even do guests. We took a 10-day hiatus before that, thinking that things would get better.
All right. I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I can't just scrub through this and watch it. So let me do this. I want to pull this up. I saw this. You guys see this? NYC woman busted for threatening to kill. President Trump quietly released by Obama-appointed judge. That's nuts. That's just nuts to me. That's just nutso. Wow. No. So this is crazy. Look at another awful. Wow. Another awful. And look at the judge. Judge Boasberg. No one's saying he's fired. He's saying he got fired. He's a real one. I hope him the best. But he left the show last week because he got annoyed with Alex interrupting him today. He texted Alex to try and talk it out. I know, but what I'm saying, I don't understand tsunami and stuff, is it's possible that like I heard there was stuff going on with the bankruptcy and with them selling it and stuff. So maybe that had something to do with it. Maybe it's a way for them to try and separate the stuff out. I don't understand. To have more shows, Alex said, no, good luck. Maybe I'm old-fashioned. Sounds a lot like you're fired. Yeah, I don't know. Like I'm saying, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes with the sell. It's like there was something that was supposed to get sold off that was supposed to be happening, I thought, like this week, that the receivership or whatever was supposed to come in. and do something. So, yeah. So, let's see. Let's read this story here. It says, New York City woman busted for threatening to kill President Trump, quietly released by Obama-appointed judge. Judge Boasberg, the guy who tried to hold Trump in contempt and all these people in contempt over deporting the terrorists. A New York City woman locked up for making deranged social media posts threatening to kill Trump was quietly released by Obama-appointed judge last week. Chief Judge James Boasberg released Natalie Rose Jones, a 50-year-old Big Apple resident, under electronic monitoring on August 27th, and she's ordered to see a psychiatrist once back home. The surprise release comes just days after the magistrate judge denied bond over persistent threats on Trump's life she issued over social media earlier this month. Wow. Here's where we are, Jones wrote. I literally told the FBI in 5 states today that I'm willing to sacrificially kill this by dispelling him, cutting off. Oh, wow. With Liz Cheney and all affirmation present. Let's deal with this and restore domestic tranquility. Another post, Jones urged Pete Hegseth to please arrange the arrest removal of POTUS as a terrorist. Wow. And then Boasberg. Boasberg needs to be impeached. It's just, this has got to stop. Officials were aware of the posts on August 2nd, and many of her posts tagged federal agencies such as the FBI, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and DHS. Friends of Jones told Judge Boasberg that she has a history of schizophrenia and mental illness, but has never become violent. Well, then she should, look at that. But see, she looks exactly like all the other crazy broads out there saying this stupid shit all the time. Like, whatever, politics, grandma, and the rest of them. Yeah, I'm disappointed Trump isn't fixing the InfoWars West. They used lawfare to destroy Alex. He was promoting Trump. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts. Jones' arrest was touted by Jeanine Pirro. Threatening the life of the president's most serious crimes, one that we met with swift, unwavering prosecution. Make no mistakes, justice will be served. Jones is currently waiting trial on felony charges of threatening to kill the president. So Boasberg's probably going to dismiss the charge and say she's crazy. She's too mental. Too mental. Lots of mentals going on here. Lots of mentals. So. All right, so let's get back to this Andy No story. Something in the glasses. Yeah, what's with the different weird colors and stuff? Those glasses right up there with the nose rings, half-shaved heads, face tattoos. It's all like this stuff. It's just weird. But yeah, so editor's note, the story's been updated with additional information, so it just updated today. He spoke to someone who knows the family, and according to the source, it was James Jim Allen Westman, not Mary Grace Westman, who was the most affirming of Robin's gender dysphoria. So, but he said most affirming. So, I don't know. So that's not saying she wasn't affirming. And Jim is very liberal on a social media post before he deleted it. Before and after divorce, the couple's 5 children allegedly looked to him for affirmation on their choices their mother wouldn't support. Mary Grace was very conservative and Jim was not. She had been involved in pro-life activism and had given birth to many children. Because of this dynamic, the kids always went behind Mary Grace's back to Jim for approval on doing things she didn't approve of. Yeah, basically, crazy as a get out of jail free card. Sure. Yeah. They might put you in a mental hospital if you're a danger, if they consider you a danger to yourself or others, but they're not gonna lock people up or nothing. So Jim Westman posted happy triple guilty day. Oh, what do you know? Celebrated the conviction of Minneapolis ex-cop Derek Chauvin. In the aftermath of the Catholic Church mass shooting, Ms. Westman, Nee Wilson, had been ruthlessly vilified by mobs on social media because her signature appeared on the court paperwork that allowed Robert to legally transmission. Both parents typically have to consent, but the sources believe Ms. Westman was under immense pressure from professionals, doctors, and family, all warning her that unless she signed, her son would kill himself. This threat is a familiar line from the mainstream trans groups, transition or suicide. Trump has a list of people he wants to get even with. The people that hurt Alex Jones are not on it. Well, that would be stupid because the people that hurt Alex Jones are the same people that tried to hurt Trump. I mean, this should have been the easiest thing for him to fix immediately. Yeah. And yeah, here he is with this guy. He said, "Happy birthday, Rob. We love you," in the trans color. So the online rage against Westman grew as Minneapolis police said she wasn't returning contact with them from her home in Naples, Florida. She also retained a criminal defense lawyer, but it's not unusual for someone not to speak to law enforcement. Her Florida home was visited by the FBI after the shooting, but no one apparently was there. Reportedly on her way back to Minnesota to be with her children. Oh, so they lied? So the media lied when they said, "Oh, she's not talking to anybody and she's not coming back to Minnesota"? Mr. Westman lives in Minneapolis and is a GIS application developer for tech company Esri. The company is a world leader in developing software for digital maps. It also works with the government. According to sources, Westman's divorced due to a values misaligned regarding child rearing. Ms. Westman was very much traditionalist. She had 6 children in her life, the first of whom, a baby girl, was given up for adoption when the mother was young. Ms. Westman worked in tech and was not religious. Mr. Westman worked in tech, was not religious or conservative. After divorce, the father kept the family home in Hastings, Minnesota. He later took on a new partner. Ms. Westman relocated to a small condo in Eagan, Minnesota, where she continued to work in the administration of the Annunciation Catholic Church before moving to Florida in 2022. So it's quite possible. But maybe that's why he targeted the school, because maybe he felt like that's what his mom left. I don't know. Shortly after signing the form for Bobby, she moved to Florida after he turned 18. She was heartbroken overall. She moved away from all of us. Source added, Mary Grace did not share with us that she signed the paper change. She probably would not have been able to face us, but we would still have all loved and accepted her decision. The Westman family before the divorce, a young Robert, is on the right. So that's the one all the way to the right that she's got her arm around that turned into the crazy killer that thought he was a woman or something. Not religious and work at a Catholic school? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Hey, Joe. Well, thanks for coming by. Yeah, God bless and good night to all. And thanks for coming back. I'll hopefully see you tomorrow night. And Naples, huh? A wink and a nod. A wink is as good as a nod. Shooter admitted in his manifesto that his mother was not supported and he resented her for it. I remember one day she said something like, "In the future, we look back and feel ridiculous about who you feel like you are inside. You will regret this." The shooter wrote in his manifesto. He also confessed that he'd come to realize he'd been brainwashed into becoming trans. Then he wrote it was too late to go back. Gender and weed fucked up my head. Oh, weed. So that highly potent weed that makes people schizophrenic that you got to really be careful about because it's too, especially someone that young. If they're smoking it 18, 19, 20, mess up their brain. Chilling conclusion, death before detransition. Wow. That's some nutso stuff, man. Okay. Now to the next story here. Even though we're almost, let's see where we're at here. We got 10 minutes to go with the goal. We're obviously not going to make it, but that's all right. Oh. Wow. I don't see who's going live. Mueller. Yeah, so Mueller was the front man. The epically corrupt, especially, man, you didn't even learn how to spell, Roger Stone. Your rogue thought says, I wish I had money, Jim. Well, you know what? I don't want anybody to give, first of all, I don't want anyone to ever give any money that they can't afford to do. I don't want anyone to ever be put out, to feel like that they have to give money. I don't, no one has to give any money to come here and watch. I enjoy doing this, but I'm I'm not gonna lie. I got a lot of money outlaid into stuff for streaming, a new computer, paying for this and that, and different stuff. So it's you know, you gave it the office, not sure what office, but you gave. Hey, I'm not, like I said, I'm not. You know, I put it out there. If people like the show, they want it to continue. If they want to help out a little bit, I generally don't cut it off immediately at the 2-hour mark, or now I'm not going to cut it off right now. Go, it's 4 hours. That's it. Cut it off. That's not how I roll. You guys know that. Come on. Yeah. Mueller was the front man. The especially corrupt Andrew Weissmann was the de facto head of the witch fund. He destroyed many lives. He tried to destroy mine, but he failed. He will die in prison and he will burn in hell. Oh, the check's in the mail. Cool. I'll check my P.O. box for it. Andrew Weissmann, this guy, he's got to go. And then this is interesting because in his July 2019 testimony, Robert Mueller didn't exhibit signs of Parkinson's like uncontrollable trembling or shaking, but a lot of signs of dementia. Was Robert Mueller ever in control of the Russiagate probe? Did he really run the show, or did his Democrat prosecutors? Very interesting. Yeah. Now, the Mueller probe investigation gave hundreds of people immunity for getting Trump, but they didn't get him. And also, they went after, what's it say? Salty C says, I'm sorry, Jim, but I still have a few days until my Social Security kicks in. I'm broke as a joke. Almost my money goes to electricity, gas in Arizona. Buddy, don't, like I said, I don't want anybody to give me a penny that they can't afford. Nothing that they, if it's not, Brian Ogden, I really appreciate it. Love you too. Love everybody here that's here. I have to pedal this bike just to watch. What? What are you talking about? But yeah, I don't want anybody to do anything that's going to put them out. I don't ever want to feel like begging or anything like that. I don't want it to feel like that. I'm just trying to make it so that it's, it's not costing me money to do this. That's all. In a way. What about Ricada? What about Ricada? Might be better, but I just know it was something different. But I'm hoping Nick gets an interview with the guy. The other dude kept up interrupting him. Which guy? Which guy? You're gonna need some cardboard and a Sharpie. Okay. I gave the link in a night stream and read it at the end of the day stream. It was funny. Yeah. The immunity was the goal they used to get Trump as a carrot, and Mueller immunity as a stick. Yeah. Nick has not been online for a while. I'm wondering what's up with him. Well, without saying too much, I'll say I spoke to Nick on the phone a couple days, I think Wednesday or Thursday after my birthday stream. Nick was supposed to come on the birthday stream, but whatever, he didn't make it, and he called me to apologize, and I talked to him for quite a long time on the phone. He's just going through some stuff, that he needs to get through, and he'll be back to streaming. So, what's going on tonight with everybody? We're just chilling. We're talking about stuff. So, if 2 or more persons conspire to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the government of the United States, it shall be fined under this title by not more, or imprisoned by not more than 20 years, or both. Oh, sounds good. This is developing. I am told that the Washington Post editor, Bob Woodward, knew years ago that Special Counsel Mueller was being treated in a facility in Charlottesville and never reported it to the Post or in his books. That's crazy. From Watergate to water caring for the establishment. That's right. The 4 horsemen of the lawfare apocalypse. Andrew Weissmann lying about his decades-long relationship with intelligent asset Felix Sater. Let's see.
Okay, it's your time to ask us questions, and let me just remind you that you can get the microphone. Yes.
First, I want to thank the panel for allowing us all to sit in on this very interesting podcast conversation. I have a question for Professor Weissmann. Democrats in Congress, specifically John Conyers, admonished your predecessor at the FBI. John Conyers said she broke the law with the national security letters, violating the Fourth Amendment. Can you tell us, did the members of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence know of your secret 25-year relationship with the intelligence asset Felix Sater when he testified in 2017?
So I don't know Felix Sater.
Really? You signed an agreement with him in 1998 and another one in 2017. It was released in 2019 by The Intercept. Why are you lying to these NYU students, Professor Weissman? You personally recommended to Robert Mueller, you said in your book that you personally, you said he lied. He said he doesn't know Felix Sater. Read the book that this man wrote. He said that he told Robert Mueller to bring in Felix Sater. Felix Sater is the Russian developer of Trump Tower Moscow. I think you planted an intelligence asset to testify against the rightly elected 45th president of the United States.
Wow. Wow.
You, sir, are a fraud. You should be in jail, Andrew Weissman. I'm an alumni. Ask him questions about this, students. This is what we need to know about. Disgraceful.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Wow. So that's that. So that's that right there. And then we got right here. It says 100% Andrew Weissman and Norm Eisen. Yeah, let's see. Oh, this is Bob Costello. That's right. Let's see what he has to say.
In New York yesterday. Well, and what's not being talked about is your next paragraph, like the reason and his motivation for that. So if you could just kind of walk through that for the committee.
Yeah, obviously, when we started to talk about the NDAs, and this is the very first meeting at the Regency Hotel, when, by the way, Rudy Giuliani was not involved in representing Donald Trump at that time. Cohen testified that it was a conspiracy between Giuliani and Costello as of this date. Totally false. In any event, he also said that he didn't discuss the Stormy Daniels matter with us, and he certainly did. I specifically asked him because he kept on going back saying, I can't believe they're trying to put me in jail for these NDAs. So I said, Michael, tell me about the NDA. Tell me about Stormy Daniels. What did you do? He said, I got a call from a lawyer representing Stormy Daniels who represented that she...
Wow. 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 Brian Oldenkamp is trying to kill me. No, he's not. He's awesome. He's 20 Jim Tells You memberships from Brian Oldenkamp. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is, I believe, hold on. That's 6, right? That is, I believe, wait, did I do my math wrong earlier? That is $120, I think. Whoa. Whoa. That's insane. That is insane. Let's see who got those. Let's see. I got to go start reading some names here. We are definitely doing, Brian. Thank you so much, Brian. Wow, we are definitely doing a member-only stream this week. Definitely happening. That is happening. 100%. See, DJ Gravy Mix, Muffin Rando, Ray Haylock, No Filters, Nicholas received a membership. CD 117, Gina Ochsen, House of R, Leroy X, Louis Fillet, Monica Corpin, and Kelly received a membership. Brian Oldenkamp says 3 seconds to spare. Oh, you hit it. You got it, buddy. You definitely got it. Hoppy, Nethead, Lynn GMB, Don Coyote, yeah. BG, what happened? BG, ID Crisis Design, Eric Sandwell, Great Cloudy Day. Holy cow, happy birthday. That's definitely a happy birthday. Let's see, wow. Brian saves the night. Yes, he definitely does. So let's see, I have to do some maths here. Yeah. 3 seconds to spare. Well, yeah, I would, it's fine. It's good. It's all good, man. Thank you so much for, thank you so much. definitely Jim Somniacs. I think that's going to be the name. Actually, Brian decides. Brian gets to pick the name. I'm going to leave it to Brian. Jim Somniacs, Brian, or what was the other one? Jim Possibles. Which one is it? Just took a handful of town. I'm probably going to pass out in a few. Yeah, it was fun. A bit of driving the kids. Oh, okay. That's not for me. All right. So definitely Jim Somniacs. Definitely. We knew we can do it. So let's go here to banners. So we were $65 away, and we just hit 120. So that would mean that would be 55 off of the 75. So we got the third additional hour, and we are $20 away from a fourth hour. So we got the third additional hour. So we are now $20 away from the fourth additional hour, I think, right? Let me do this so I don't screw this up. Okay, so calculator. So 120 minus 5, 55. Yeah, $20. Got that right. All right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Have I ever read Insomnia? Oh, do a poll or something. I was just going to let you pick right now. You could pick between the two, Jim Somniacs or the Jim Possibles. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I need to go in here, and I need to fix this right here. And we actually are only, we'll just start another goal. Same thing. Actually, I could do this. So we can just do this. We'll just do one super chat of $20 because that's all it is. It's $20. We'll do that. So there you go. Insomniacs. All right. That's what it is. It's the Jim Somniacs. All right. That's the name of the chat now. It's Jim Somniacs. That's it. Brian called it. We are now the Jim Somniacs. Woot, woot. All right. Let's finish hearing what he has to say.
He was going to testify that Donald Trump had sex with Stormy Daniels. Michael Cohen said, I didn't believe the allegation, but I knew that such an allegation would be terribly embarrassing. He said it would be embarrassing. He focused on Melania Trump. He said, I didn't want to embarrass Melania Trump. He said, that's why I decided to take care of this on my own. Right. I went back to that several times. You did this on your own? On my own. Did Donald Trump have anything to do with it? No. Did you get the money from Donald Trump? No. From any of his organizations? No. From anybody connected to Donald Trump? No. Where did you get the money? I took out a HELOC loan against my property. I said, why would you do that? He said, I didn't want anybody to know where I got this money. I didn't want Melania to know. I didn't want my own wife to know because she's in charge, he said, of the Cohen family finances. He said, if she saw money coming out of my account, she'd ask me 100 questions, and I didn't want to answer any of them. It was clear after talking to him for several days after that, whenever we talked on the phone or in my office, that he kept on bringing up the subject that he felt he was betrayed by.
Wow. He felt he was betrayed. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. He felt betrayed. Totally felt betrayed. Let's see. It says, what does Andrew Weissman have to do with? What does Andrew Weissman have to do? Wait, wrong one. All right. Brian Ogden goes second that. All right. So now we are adding another hour. Thanks to Brian Ogden. Thank you very, very much. Jim Somniacs it is. So I will do this, and thank you very much, Brian. We will hide this, we will correct this, and we will go $75 away from a 5th additional hour. A 5th additional hour. Okay. So right now we got over 2 hours to go still, folks. Right. Wait till he sees what? The nickname wars have begun. Jim Somniacs, it is. It is. 119.99. Yeah, it's close enough to 120. That's crazy. Let me do this right here and do this. And yes, we hit the goal. We totally hit the goal. So we'll do another goal. Start another goal. 15. 15 super chats, and I'll set the timer for 2 hours because we got 2 more hours to go. And add a 5th extra hour to the show. How did I screw that up? And there we go. Start that goal. Bango, bango, bongo. Okay. All right. Here we go. What does Andrew Weissman have to do with Michael Cohen, Stormy Daniels, and Letitia James's driven New York hush money trial? At first glance, maybe nothing, but what was Weissman's role really? Just limited to MSNBC commentary? Huh. If I type harder, I know it's my I should hit the mute before I type. But under closer scrutiny, a pattern emerges, one that begins with the lawfare enterprise suborning a secret illicit payment and ends in a mega million-dollar mortgage racket, granting insiders incredible favorable terms on loans they may never pay back while the rest of us go broke. What? Everyone, even Norm Eisen, remembers Cohen paid Stormy Daniels, but the devil's in the details regarding how he paid her. He got a $500,000 HELOC quietly issued just days before the FBI raided him. But the loan didn't come from just any old bank. It came from Weissman's favorite First Republic Bank. A loan was issued while Cohen was under criminal investigation. No, actually, I just got a new computer. It's a Corsair Vengeance 8200. See, this is I'll show you. This is the keyboard right here. See, Corsair. Oh. Sorry. Oh, okay. No. So, yeah, marital property collateral, but didn't tell his wife. Used politically explosive payoff to a hooker. Yet somehow he got expedited approval. Yeah, how did that happen? How did that happen? Saigon says, I'm starting to think I've read Divided by Infinity too many times, and I'm looking forward to meeting the aliens. Well, if you see the aliens, tell them I said hi. You read that right. The same bank that 5 years later would give Weissman an off-market $1 million mortgage mere days before its collapse and the FTC seizure to the tune of $15.6 billion. But don't worry. Yeah, the Florida mosquitoes suck, especially the no-see-ums down here, man. They're bad. I don't have an IBM 5100. No, I don't know what that. I don't have that. 100 points if you get that reference. Yeah, isn't that the original IBM computer for the original IBM machines, right? Oh, okay. Can I adjust Bella's cam so you can see her? Definitely. I did not notice that she had moved. There we go. Better. I can even zoom in a little here. Better? There you go. Yeah, it's water cooled and everything. It's got the different lights. You can set all the lights. It's got that whatever link system and all that stuff. Hey, Gripper, are you going to be around when Jim ends? If so, could you rate out the stream? Dark Jason is usually live. I can drop the link in the chat. John Teeter and a bell. Yeah. Oh, yeah. John Teeter. Is that the one that they were using for the time travel stuff? Is that the 5100? Is that the time travel dude? Yeah. Okay. Now I get it. All right. Yeah. He came back in time because he needed to get the machine that they needed the parts for the time travel machine to ride or something. Yeah. Yeah, well, neurodivergent one, it's going to be at least 2 more hours because we're already got 2 extra hours here, so we're 6 hours tonight and maybe 7 if anything happens within the next 2 hours. Who knows? So, okay, so the same bank, the tune of 15.6 billion, but don't worry, no taxpayer funds were used this time, so you don't pay for it. Oh, cool. The facts came out in a testimony at the sham trial of the century, but lawfare and judicial tyranny took center stage while real criminals only became more wealthy and powerful at our expense. You're thinking of 500 511 Fahrenheit or 501 Fahrenheit? Is that the movie? Right? I do believe that sooner people might think Andrew Weissman will be going to jail. I have become convinced that we are pulling on threads of the most substantial scandal in the history of the judicial branch of the U.S. government. Okay, sounds good. It's a book. They didn't make a movie about it, too? If I get the Powerball, how long does the stream go? I don't know. Did somebody win the Powerball? Did anybody win? Powerball. Oh, it says no winner. No winner in the latest Powerball. Jackpot reaches 1.3 billion after Labor Day drawing sees. No winner. So nobody won. 825. Oh, if that was 22, that would be good for me. Anyway, cool. Cool. It says, now that it's come out that Mueller's been incapacitated for several years, or in Fahrenheit 451, the movie was about firemen. Okay, yeah. I thought it was, yeah. Temperature that paper books burn at. All right, yeah. That's not the one. Fahrenheit 451. That's not the one written by Michael Moore, right? I don't think so. New York Times is running interference, claiming he was sharp and fully in command of his team and made all his major investigative decisions. But lawyers who worked with SEO told me neither is true. Think really hard on this. Where have we heard he was sharp and fully in command before? Yeah. Where have we heard this before? Look at this. It says, I'm urging you not to run. How Schumer pushed Biden to drop out. The New York senator who swallowed concerns for months and stalled for time on sharing them with President Biden ultimately told him he risked going down as one of the darkest figures. Chuck Schumer sat in a foyer of President Biden's Rehoboth Beach house, tired and tense. He had not slept for the night before on the 4-hour drive from Brooklyn to Delaware. He rehearsed out loud what he planned to say, reviewing note cards. Yeah. And if you run and you lose to Trump and we lose the Senate and we don't get back the House, that's 50 years of amazing, beautiful work goes out the window, Schumer said. What does he mean? How is it 50 years? But worse, you go down in American history as one of the darkest figures. He would end with the directive, if I were you, I wouldn't run, and I'm urging you not to run. What did he mean, 50 years? How could 50 years? It was just... Yeah. So Schumer knew all the bad things happening in the White House and knew they'd be exposing it when Joe Biden lost. Sounds like it. Sounds like it a lot. Breaking, Robert Mueller now has Parkinson's and thus cannot testify before Congress, according to his family. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. Isn't it ironic that Amazon created the Fire tablet and the Kindle to get rid of paper books? That is weird, right? Did you guys know? I saw something. I don't know if it's 100% true, but I saw something today on Twitter. I didn't have a chance to look into it yet. I was just look at something and it popped up. They're claiming. I saw this post claiming that in the movie The Matrix, when they show like Neo, Mr. Anderson, his passport or whatever, that the date that his passport expired was 9/11, 2001. Is that true? Because if so, that's some weird shit, man. That's some real weird shit. Congress should be forced to retire at 77 expected U.S. life, but salary should be $60K in the average American salary. They should pay minimally $300 a month for health care with $1,000 deductible, just like we do. Yeah, look it up. Look that up if that's true, man. I need to know. I didn't have a chance because I saw it when I was looking for something else during the stream, and I didn't want to go down a rabbit hole on my own and be looking at it. But lawyers tell me that Robert Mueller didn't actually teach his 2021 college course, the Mueller report, and the role of the special counsel. Wow. So how did that happen? Yeah, Simpsons episode To Tell the Future, and then so how did the Matrix say that basically that his why would his passport expire on September 11th? That movie was made before September 11th, right? That was in the 90s, right? That was in the 2000s. When did that come out? It had to come out before because that's why it expired after. Yeah. So he didn't teach his thing at the University of Virginia because of mental decline, and Deputy Professor Aaron Zebley had to step in with others to teach the classes. If Feinstein was permitted to remain in office in the Senate and Biden in the Oval, Mueller must report in person. Yeah, remember this? This lady was like, 99. Wow. How did they know September 11, 2001 was going to be important? What is going on? Are we in a simulation, do you think? Are we living in a simulation? Yeah, definitely. If Feinstein was permitted and all these other ones, if that lady was permitted to stay in office. It was issued the 12th of September, 1991. Was that date important? Crazy. Oh, wow. What do you know? It says breaking. Now that we know that Robert Mueller was incapable, circling back with Simon & Schuster spokesman Brianna Barkenberger burgers. We'll close some tabs. Was circling back with Simon & Schuster spokesman Brian Scharfenberger to ask her to confirm he actually wrote the preface to Zebley's Goldstein and Quarles 2024 Russiagate redo book, Interference, and so far getting crickets. Yeah. Adam Schiff claims Robert Mueller is suffering heartbreak cognitive decline in the Washington Examiner. Yeah, that's crazy, right? Yeah, so here's the thing is if he didn't write that preface, I mean, they said he wrote it, but how could he have wrote it if he's got all these problems? Something don't make sense. Adam Schiff claims Robert Mueller is suffering from heartbreaking cognitive decline. Wow. Adam Schiff, chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, opened up about Robert Mueller's heartbreaking lack of acuity in a forthcoming book, which includes revelations about the White House counsel appointed during Trump-Russia probe. Mueller, now 76, was appointed special counsel in May 2017 after the former president fired him. And Adam Schiff writes that he pursued Mueller to deliver his 2019 testimony. Wow. Why am I having a problem? Why is my computer not responding? What is happening with this computer? There we go. Mueller in 76 was appointed special counsel by Trump after he fired Comey. Had they known how much he's changed, a shift of California Democrat become a liberal champion during the first impeachment hoax. Wow. That's crazy. All right, I'm going to jump. There's going to be another story here real quick. This is Senator Rand Paul shuts down an ex-CDC official trashing RFK with a single statement. But I have to being attacked by Zeeks? Yeah, Andrew Weissman was Mueller's second in command on that case. He wrote the entire report. That's what a lot of people are thinking. Yeah. They should investigate the doctor that covered it up. That's not a sudden onset disease. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. But I got to pee real quick and grab something else to drink. And then I got to take Bella out. I have a video that I'm going to play. It's a video of Joe on InfoWars. It's the only one I have on this computer. I don't have all my video files, so I can't, I unfortunately can't play, unless, actually I could play it. I guess I could play it from YouTube. Another video. Let me look and see real quick. Hold on. Yeah, Trump didn't appoint Mueller to head of the DOJ, did that. Yeah, they kind of forced him into it. Let me look real quick and see what's going on here. If I got a video I could play real quick, like, so I could pee. Oh, yeah. Let me look here. Okay. Videos. Oh, here we go. Here's a nice video. All right. Yeah, here's a video I could play. I share this tab instead, go like this, and come back here. All right, I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna take my hold on. I'll do this. No. Yeah. All right. Okay. This. Anyone watched yesterday's show, but we talked a little bit about this Colombian woman that was illegally residing in the U.S. For over 20 years. And she received over $400,000 in federal benefits, legally voted in the 2024 election and everything. I covered all, I covered this yesterday, but there's also now, we covered this. There's a report saying what she did. Colombian woman unlawfully residing in Boston has been indicted by a federal grand jury. Oh, sorry. Oops, my bad. I boomered that. Colombian woman unlawfully residing in Boston has been indicted by a federal grand jury for identity theft offenses, including receiving rental assistance, Social Security, and SNAP, as well as voter fraud under stolen identity. That's what I mean. When people say they're undocumented, what they really mean is they don't have their actual legal documents. They have other people's documents in the vast majority of cases. Stolen Social Security numbers, fake IDs, and then this is what happens. So she was charged in a superseding indictment, one count of false representation of a Social Security number, one count of making a false statements application of a United States passport, which is weird. So she tried to get a passport. That's ballsy to try to get a passport. Very, very, very ballsy. Pull this up here. This is a little story about it. An illegal immigrant from Colombia residing in Boston was indicted by a federal grand jury. Oh, well, you know what, Joe? That's probably my fault that YouTube didn't, it's okay that YouTube didn't get the notifications out. That's probably my fault because I wasn't sure if I was going to stream tonight. I was trying to talk to some people to see what their plans were. And I made the link late. And so it only, you have to have the link made on YouTube and out for an hour at least to get alerts to go out. That's just the way YouTube system works. So if you don't have the links out on YouTube for an hour, you're not going to get people coming. Or well, they won't get notified. Eventually, if you're in the feed, they'll come in your feed. But generally speaking, if they don't get them out, that's what the information that I had said. I've seen said you need to have the link out for an hour for actually to get the bells to go off. The Amish are cleaning up in the weed industry, are they? Let's see here. Using a stolen identity, was able to obtain 8 state IDs and a Massachusetts real ID. So look at that. She was able to get a Massachusetts real ID. That's a problem, because the whole point of the real ID was supposed to prevent stuff like this. But yet she was able to get a real ID. That doesn't make me feel confident about this whole real ID thing. It really doesn't. Really doesn't. DOJ said that Orovio Hernandez fraudulently received about $400,000 in federal benefits. $400,000 in federal benefits. But if you listen to some people, they'll tell you that illegal aliens they don't get federal benefits. That there's no way they can get benefits. But you got to think, if people were wise enough and he had enough ingenuity to figure out a way to come into the United States and stay here for years and years and years and work illegally. And because if you're not here and you don't have documentation that gives you the permission to work, like if you're not a citizen of the United States, you come here, you have to have permission. You can't come here on a student visa and get a job, I'm pretty sure. I think you have to have a work permission, even if you're on a student visa, to work. If you come here on a tourist visa, you can't work. If you come here illegally, you're not supposed to work. Technically, even if you're here for asylum, I think you still have to get a work permit. So it's not like, and these companies that are hiring these people should be punished more. I mean, there needs to be something that needs to happen to prevent. It's supply and demand. There's a demand for cheap labor because a lot of these corporations, they want to make money. They want to make as much money as possible. So they're going to hire people that they can pay less money. I don't know if anyone's been out and about lately and noticed what you see when you go to a grocery store or a gas station or a McDonald's or any of these places. But generally speaking, you're going to run into a bunch of people that don't sound like they're native-born American. Now, it's not the worst thing in the world. I'm not saying anything that they should all, if they're here legally, that's fine. If they came legally, that's great. If they didn't come legally, then that's a problem. Yeah, she received $400,000 in federal benefits, including $259,589 for Section 8 rental housing assistance benefits. Wow. From October 2011 to January 2025, $100,000 in Social Security disability. She was collecting Social Security disability benefits. I mean, that's like the last time I saw numbers, it said there was over 50 million people that are on Social Security disability. I saw a story not too long ago about a whistleblower that worked for one of these companies that when the people come in, the resettlement groups to help the people come in, that was coaching them on what to say in order to receive Social Security disability. Because, if they can come in, they can start claiming these things. Once they start getting on these programs, it's almost impossible to get them out of the country, let alone get them off the programs. It says she also registered to vote and cast a fraudulent ballot in 2024 election. So do we believe she didn't vote in 2020? Or they're just not going to say 2020 because, that might upset some people because, it was that whole thing about 2020. Maybe. According to the DOJ, she was charged with 1 count of false representation of a Social Security number, 1 count of making a false statement in an application for a United States passport, 1 count of aggravated identity theft, 3 counts of receiving stolen government money or property, and 1 count of fraudulent voter registration, 1 count of fraudulent voting. I'd really like to know, there was a whole thing with a guy from the Doge thing. They were looking at how many illegals were registered to vote, and they were finding, like a lot, just picking numbers, just grabbing names and just looking them through, and they were discovering a lot of people just so I would probably put the number at over 1 million. From what the stuff I've seen, there's probably well over 1 million illegal aliens registered to vote. There's a lot of states, you get a driver's license, they just automatically register you to vote. Just do it automatically. So how's everyone going so far? Everyone's okay? Show's good, no problems. And I know there was a couple people in the chat that seemed like maybe they had a bone to pick, or they don't like, they think this is like a super MAGA show, which, I support the president. I think there's nothing wrong with making America great again. But I'm also willing to listen to anybody else if they have a good idea or some, plan. I'm not going to, say like, oh, I can't listen to that because, whatever letters next to your name. I think that's ridiculous. But here's another story. Anyway. Yep. Let me fix this. Let me go find where I was. Yes, right here. So share this tab instead. There we go. Oh, all right. 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 Well, I'm glad everybody stuck around while I was doing that. Smooth as Jim streams. Yeah, well, was she cleaning her paws again? Well, she just came in from outside, so who knows? Smooth as Jim streams. I try. Senator Rand Paul shuts down ex-CDC director official trashing RFK with a single statement. The man on the right is CDC's former immunization chief. He quit his job over RFK, and now he's on a media tour attacking him. Rand Paul just put him in his place with 3 simple sentences. And it all started when the scientist on the right made a hysterical warning about the first vaccine given to infants. Here's a thread. Meet Dr. Dmitry Daskalakis. He was the CDC's director of immunization until the Trump administration, when RFK leading HHS fired CDC Director Susan Manares after disagreements with Kennedy over vaccine policy. Dr. Daskalakis, whatever his name is, immediately resigned. In his fiery resignation letter, he claimed that political interference was undermining the science and endangering the public, warning their desire to create a pleasing political base will result in deaths and disability of vulnerable children and adults. I hope she didn't. Ex-demonic BDC, I'm talking satanic doctor. She probably stepped in poop. I hope not. I don't think so. There shouldn't be like a poop laying around in my yard. I clean it up, But since then, he's been making the media rounds, seizing every opportunity to attack RFK. On Sunday, he appeared on ABC with harsh words for Kennedy and the new AKIP committee. I only see harm coming, he warned. All this stuff. So let's hear. So we're going to have this guy talk.
I mean, from my vantage point as a doctor who's taken the Hippocratic Oath, I only see harm coming. I may be wrong, but based on what I'm seeing, based on what I've heard with the new members of the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, or ACIP, they're really moving in an ideologic direction where they want to see the undoing of vaccination. They do want to see the undoing of mRNA vaccination. They have a very specific target on COVID, but I do fear that they have other things that they are going to be working on. Hepatitis B vaccine is on the agenda for the meeting in September. I predict that what they're going to do is try to change the birth dose of hepatitis B vaccine so that kids don't get it when they're born. So if you have a mother who is well connected to care, her hepatitis B status, that may not matter very much. But if you have a mother who's not gone to prenatal care, who comes in to deliver, we have one bite at that apple so that child gets that important hepatitis B vaccine. I mean, from my vantage point as a doctor,
I don't understand why they can't just test the mother. For context, hepatitis B vaccine was moved to the childhood schedule in '91 after it failed to receive uptick among the targeted risk groups, specifically intravenous drug users and those who participate in risky sex. Children engage in neither. Yeah. And the hepatitis B vaccine provides protection for only about 6 to 7 years. Estimates vary, raising serious questions about why this particular shot is pushed on children at birth. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. They can just test the mothers for hepatitis and then they can give it to them. I mean, this whole thing about we got to give it to them because we don't know when we're going to get to. What are you doing, Bella? Over there, dancing around. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, there. I think she's more center now. They test the mother two or three times, but why did they give it to the kids if they don't need to? That's what I understand. If Bella, are you chewing your paws again? Hey, don't chew your paws. Don't chew your paws. Your last dog, Turkey Legs, loved eating random animal poop. You had to fight him on his leash all summer long in the city they park. Like nobody picked up their poop. Yeah, that's gross. What some dogs will do, like what she'll do sometimes is like if she smells something, she'll try to like roll in it. And I'm like, what are you doing? And then they got to give her a bath and all that stuff. It's nuts. People have been scratching their heads about this hepatitis B vaccine recommendation for decades. The only viable way a child can contract hepatitis B is if the mother is infected. Otherwise, the risk is virtually zero. Well, yeah, they give it to them because of money. That's why, because they put it in there and they expect that mothers are tested for hepatitis B during pregnancy, and as long as they test negatively, the disease poses no risk to the baby. Again, the shot only lasts 6 to 7 years and almost always wears off by the time the infants become teenagers, so there's no plausible benefit to giving a baby the Hep B shot when the mother isn't infected. It's nuts, yeah.
A child born in a hospital in the United States today, within an hours of coming from source into this, into this body, the first thing that happens to them is pharmaceutical intervention without really asking, there's barely informed consent about this. That child's eyes are smeared with erythromycin ointment and they're given a hepatitis B vaccine in their first day of life. And the Hep B vaccine is for hepatitis B, which is a sexually transmitted disease and IV drug user disease, of course, which babies are not going to be exposed to. And yet every single baby in America is getting the intervention. So,
wow, that's nuts. How did that happen?
From literally the day we are born.
Why? So, why not test the pregnant mother for those?
They do.
Okay, so
they give it to the women who, even if they have tested negative,
which
they give
should be
it to
the
babies.
overwhelming majority.
Absolutely.
So I don't understand, why would you treat a child on his first day of life for illnesses for a fact he doesn't have, it isn't going to get?
So a child's born, let's just take the side. The child's born. Hep B is spread by 2 routes: sexually transmitted disease or intravenous needles. So my 1-day-old isn't going to be having sex or doing heroin right away. So what's the purpose of getting this on the schedule in the first day of life, the first hours of life? And if you push, and I welcome anyone to do this with their doctor, you get to 2 things. You get to the American patients are too stupid to remember, so we need to do it right away. That's literally like what they say. And then my doctor told me that the child at daycare could trip over a needle that has hepatitis B on it. That's literally what they get to. That a needle could be on the playground, that somebody just did heroin or something, threw the needle down, and it has hepatitis B blood on it. I asked the doctor, has there ever been in human history a case of hepatitis B being transferred that way? They said no. That it's only through intravenous needles and sex. So you actually, to steelman this, and again, welcome anyone to respond, there's not actually a scenario, absent of intravenous needles or sex, that a person gets hepatitis B. There is not a reason for this to be given.
Wow. It seems kind of nuts, right? After Dr. Dmitry Deskalaikis' stark warning about the hepatitis B shot on ABC, Senator Rand Paul, a physician himself, fired back with a sharp rebuttal that cut him down in just a few sentences. On X, Rand Paul wrote, "No medical reason to give newborns Hep B vaccine if the mother is not infected. All mothers who deliver in a hospital are tested. This scientist fetish for vaccines is not supported by the data." There you go. Get him, Rand Paul. Get him, Rand Paul. No medical reason to give newborns Hep B if the mother is not infected. All mothers who deliver in a hospital are tested. Senator Paul's rebuke received more than 1.1 million views in just the first 8 hours and overwhelming support from his followers. As one ex-user bluntly stated, "Rest in peace, Hep B vaccine for babies. It should never have taken this long." My ex has 2 pregnancies. They tested her once each time. 4 to 6 month mark. None of our boys had the Hep B shot until school. It's always all about the money. Always all about the money. Hey, who's handsome? How you doing? I don't think I've seen you here before. So nice. Thank you for coming by. Please like and subscribe. And I do these at least 5 nights a week. These streams, sometimes 6 nights, sometimes 7 nights a week. Depends. If I can do it, I do it. If something comes up and I can't, then I don't. But generally, it's guaranteed to be at least 5 nights a week. Guaranteed. Mm-hmm. Well. Oh, you've been here before? You're from Good Logic Channel? Well, that's awesome. Thank you. I guess I must not I apologize that I didn't recognize the name. Mm-hmm. Recipes, Hep B, it should have never taken this long. Thanks for reading a little bit about me. He spent over a decade working as a licensed healthcare professional. When the Biden administration rolled out the vaccine mandates, he couldn't stay silent. Well, good for you. Have you ever seen this guy's picture on here? He's a flamer that wears black leather straps who would possibly trust him as our doctor. He's a normal liberal doing what they do. Give him 50 minutes, no class whatsoever. That's the type of guy I want leading the CDC's immunization department. Look at him. This is the guy. This is the guy. This is the guy. Why would anybody think that this is who would be appropriate to, it's pretty gross if you ask me. And then we got this. We got Dr. Robert Malone weighs in and says that the true reason there were resignations at the CDC under RFK is that the ACIP subcommittee on COVID vaccines was approved to investigate safety and efficacy of vaccines. And they know the gig is up. The gig is up. Yes, the most dangerous place a person to be at is a hospital. That's right. That's where people are always dying at. The word pharmacy literally means sorcery. We have to let it become commonplace. We have to let it become commonplace. That's right. The truth was about to come out, and they would have to account for their actions. Yes. The following topics relevant to the COVID-19 immunization for effective control of COVID-19 disease and civilian populations of the United States will be under discussion in the WG and multi-year efforts. Risk benefits and cost benefit analysis exists with the newly FDA authorized mRNA and COVID vaccine immunizations and immunization schedules as it relates to COVID-19 to inform and recommend personalized per age group and major risk factors. To identify critical gaps in the existing scientific and clinical knowledge and methodologies related to the safety and efficacy of the COVID-19 immunization. Yeah, so they were going to start looking into all this stuff. Yeah. And these people were like, what? Mm-hmm. You can tell how good Trump's appointments are at Trading and Swap by how many people under them resign. Yeah. Bobby Kennedy has been really good. Mm-hmm. And this is like here is the White House is exposing that 2 of the CDC resignations that just occurred donated thousands of dollars to Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Stacey Abrams, Barack Obama, Elizabeth Warren, and Raphael Warnock. Good riddance, Daniel Jernigan and Deborah Horry. Wow, that's a terrible name to have, Horry. Her last name, which is Deborah Horry, not Deborah Harry, like the singer from Blondie, Deborah Harry, but Deborah Horry. And what does the Horry girl do? Oh my goodness. The rats, all the roaches are scurrying now. Yeah, when the lights goes on, they scurry. She kind of looks hoary, doesn't she? Oh. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Mm-hmm. And Doge AI says the CDC's entrenched bureaucracy has long prioritized political agendas over public health, evidenced by officials funneling donations to partisan campaigns while mismanaging taxpayer funds. Mm-hmm. The Public Health Improvement Act, S9999, directly targets this brought by imposing term limits on directors and transferring bloated CDC offices to NIH oversight. RFK's HHS is finally draining the swamp. Career bureaucrats who weaponize agencies against American interests are fleeing as accountability arrives. Their exit isn't just cleanup, it's systemic reset. When insiders bankroll politicians who expand bureaucratic power, it's no coincidence. Real reform means dismantling their self-serving networks, not just swapping names. Mm-hmm. I don't know why anyone would, but see, that's the thing is they hit it. But you saw the people Biden had. I mean, look at he had that weirdo that was wearing dresses that was doing the the nuclear waste program or whatever, in charge of nuclear waste program that was stealing people's luggage from the airports. Yeah. Pharmacy has been around as long as humans been on the planet. It's a mixing of plants or substances to help heal the body and mind. There is elus found all over the planet. Isn't hoary another word for frost on the grass? Or is it? I don't know. Hoary, hurry. I don't know. Hourly. I don't know. We'll see. Mm-hmm. This is big changes coming in America's broken health system. Do you guys see every time I change tabs that it's going in and out like that? Are you guys seeing that? Or is it just me seeing that? It's annoying me. I don't know why it started doing that. Trump's Maha Commission dropped 3 bold strategies the media ignored. He even stunned pharma execs with a major threat. Since no one's talking about it, here's what really happened. Hey, look at them two hanging out, chilling. Good buddies. Mm-hmm. The statistics are terrifying. Over 40% of American kids now have at least one chronic health issue. Wow. But here's the number that stopped Trump cold in the White House briefing. That's hoary? Oh, okay. All right. I see it. All right. I wonder why it's doing that. It's not my camera. It's just the shared screen, right? I wonder if it's StreamYard doing weird stuff. Hmm. Autism rates 1 in 10,000 children just decades ago. Today, 1 in 31. Trump's exact words: "There's something wrong. There has to be artificially induced. Has to be." This is where the real story begins.
More than 40% of American children now have at least one chronic health condition. Since the 1970s, rates of childhood cancer have soared in many cases by nearly 50%, 50%. Well, in the 1960s, less than 5% of the children were obese. Now over 20% are obese. A few decades ago, 1 in 1, think of this one. This is, to me, the one that gets me every time, and it seems to be getting worse. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. Today, it's 1 in 31. Last time I heard the number is 1 in 34, right? Now it's 1 in 31. There's something wrong, and we will not stop until we defeat the chronic disease epidemic in America. We're going to get it done. More than 40% of...
All right, we're going to get it done. That's right, get it done. The Maha Commission delivered their report in exactly 98 days. 4 root causes identified. Come on, get off of there. Ultra-processed foods, environmental toxins, chronic stress and inactivity, and over-medicalization of children. To solve this, Trump has 3 distinct strategies. Oh, good. We got another video to listen to.
For the first time ever, this report examines some of the root causes that many believe are making our children sicker and our population sicker, I guess. It just doesn't stop with the children, so population also, such as the ultra-processed foods, over-medicalization and over-prescription and widespread exposure to potentially toxic chemicals. Unlike other administrations, we will not be silenced or intimidated by the corporate lobbyists or special interests. And I want this group to do what they have to do. We have to spell it out. In some cases, it won't be nice or it won't be pretty, but we have to do it. When you hear 10,000, it was 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 31 for autism. I think that's just a terrible thing. It has to be something on the outside, it has to be artificially induced, has to be. For the first time ever, this report.
Wow. The strategy, number 1, attack the food system. Trump approved SNAP waivers to remove junk food from food stamps. Nebraska signed, Indiana signed, Iowa signed. Agriculture Secretary Baruch Rollins. This has never happened before under Republican or Democrat administrations. But wait, there's more.
I'm so proud to announce that on Monday, I was in Nebraska with Governor Pillen, where we signed the first one. An hour ago, I signed the second one for Governor Braun in Indiana. He may not even know that. I've got it right here, sir. I also signed the third one, Governor Kim Reynolds of Iowa, about an hour ago. With a half a dozen more coming down the line. And sir, that has never happened before. Under Republican or Democrat administrations, we have never made that happen before. So I am so proud and so grateful for your leadership.
Morrissey here, who was the first one to apply from West Virginia.
Oh, Governor Morrissey. We will make sure you're at the top of the pile, sir. I apologize. Governor Sanders has been a leader. Governor Polis from Colorado. It has been remarkable how
It comes up, Mark. Just give it I got something about that. I got something about that vaccines. Trump makes a comment about that. There's a tweet where he's demanding answers from the. I think Trump is finally starting to wake up that he was lied to. The FDA is now phasing out 8 common artificial food dyes, and they're targeting something called GRAS oversight, the system that lets food companies self-regulate their own additives. The food industry is quietly panicking. Strategy number 2, the pharmaceuticals shook. On May 12th, Trump signed the most favored nation executive order. He demanded drug companies have 30 days to match the lowest prices paid anywhere in the world or face mandatory price cuts of 50 to 89%.
And I declared most favored nations, where the United States from now on is going to pay the exact same price as the lowest price anywhere in the world. In other words, if you take, right? In other words, if you take the country that's paying, and let's say,
no, that's Brooke Rollins. She's
there may be some
Secretary of Agriculture.
That pays a little bit less for very good reasons because of the fact a thing called poverty or whatever. But we take the lowest country, say European Union countries as a whole, that would be fine. Or take individual countries within the European Union, or take various countries that nobody's even heard about. We pay the lowest. And what that's going to mean, and I'd like to put somebody to police it because it should start immediately. It shouldn't start in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. They'll say, yes, it kicks in. They always say kicks in, Marty. It kicks in, sir, in 4 years, and then 4 years they get it changed. It should mean, so remember I told you I was happy with 1/4%. It could mean anywhere from 70% to 89% reduction in drugs and pharmaceuticals. That's a little different, right? And I've actually had some congressmen call me and they say, sir, can we talk about this? I said, no. They wanted to talk because, it's tremendous power against them. And I understand that. And every one of them was covered. Senators were. I see Roger smiling, and Roger probably was too. But you know what? He wants to do the right thing, right? He wants to do the right thing.
Trump's exact threat to pharma CEOs: we pay the lowest country anywhere in the world. That's what we're going to be paying. We pay what the lowest paying country in the world does. If they don't do it, we're going to not do business with that country or those countries. The industry called it their nightmare scenario. Here's what most people miss. Trump isn't just threatening the companies, he's threatening the entire countries that give their citizens cheap drugs while Americans pay 10 times more. His leverage: trade wars, tariffs, export restrictions, and changes everything. The current system: Europe pays $20 for a drug, America pays $240 for the same drug. Big Pharma keeps total profits. Trump's system: everyone pays $130, America saves $110, Europe's pay $110 more. Big Pharma profits stay the same. He's not destroying the industry, he's redistributing the burden globally. Strategy 3: institutional capture. Trump ended the most serious conflicts of interest at the FDA. RFK Jr. is leading a government-wide assault on corporate influence in health agencies. And the plan: make every health decision based on independent science, not industry funding. That works. Yeah. Last tour says, make America healthy again. That's right. Make it healthy again. All right. All right. I want to look. I just saw something. Which want to. I don't see anything about that, but. Wow. All right. So here we go. So Jimmy Dore says, finally, Trump seems to be waking up to the fact that he got played by Pfizer over the COVID jab. Yeah, I love that the industry gets to test its own products and deem it safe. What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah, I like him about 80% of the time, too. It's the other 20%, though, that I'm really like, you know, Galatians 5:20, a pharmaca, translated sorcery. I believe God decides what a word means, not bookmen and heathen universities. Okay, well, all right. He got played, and it's not just a vaccine. It's not a vaccine in Operation Warp Speed. Swine flu vax, number 1 adverse event per 100,000 shots, canceled. COVID jab, 1 adverse events per 800 shots, still recommended. It's basically poison that turns off your immune system. People need to be in prison. And then Trump said, it's very important that the drug companies justify their success of various COVID drugs. Many people think they are a miracle that save millions of lives. Others disagree. With CDC being ripped apart over this question, I want the answer, and I want it now. I have been shown information from Pfizer and others that is extraordinary, but they never seem to show those results to the public. Why not? They go off to the next hunt and let everyone rip themselves apart, including Bobby Kennedy Jr. and the CDC, trying to figure out the success or failure of the drug companies' COVID work. They show me great numbers and results, but then they don't seem to be showing them to many others. I want them to show them now to the CDC and the public and clear up this mess, one way or the other. I hope Operation Warp Speed was as brilliant as many say it was. If not, we all want to know about it and why. And thank you to your attention to this very important matter, President Trump. So it seems like he might actually be waking up. Yeah, it's pretty telling that you're still triggered over having to wear a mask at Home Depot back in 2020. Imagine defending anti-vaxxers. Look at this guy. This guy's a retard saying that. No, it was just about wearing masks. Yeah. Yeah, Jimmy Dore encouraged people to take it until he got injured, and then he changed around. I mean, I don't know. He's been pretty good on it since then. But March 2021, CNN breaks the news that the Pfizer vaccine is 100% effective in preventing infections and sickness in 12 to 15-year-olds. This was quite the false claim. Yeah.
We do have some breaking news. Drug maker Pfizer just announcing the results of its vaccine trial for adolescents. It says its coronavirus shot was 100% effective at preventing infection and sickness among 12 to 15-year-olds. This could be a major game changer for reopening schools across America. So joining us now is Dr. Chris Purnell. She's a public health physician and fellow.
But 12 to 15-year-olds were at zero risk of dying or having adverse reactions if they didn't have other comorbidities. I mean, healthy kids were it's ridiculous. Look at these things. Oh, vaccines administered, vaccines distributed. Oh, keep this track. This is just ridiculous. Total cases, total deaths. Yeah.
At the American College of Preventive Medicine. Dr. Purnell, great to see you. 100% effective? Is that, I mean, John and I haven't heard numbers like that. Is that unusual to find that efficacy rate?
Well, that's even higher than what we were reported when we had 95% efficacy in adults. Look, we know these mRNA vaccines are a game changer. The technology is different. The technology is very promising.
I mean, yeah, they're game changers, all right. They're fucking causing healthy people to have heart problems and whatever, myocarditis and all that shit. And, football players collapsing on the football fields and, kids, whatever, just dropping.
It's 100%. I mean, it does not get any better.
It's 100%. It does not get any better. Oh, yeah, if you lie. My attempt at making a maze video. 93 to sponsor stuff, yeah. So remember this? Good times, yeah. This video when they said that, definitely. Remember these lies? One man had the courage to call out Fauci. Remember these lies? One man had the courage to call out Fauci and Mayor Bowser. Oh yeah, this is great.
America are not settled with the information that's been given to us right now. So I'm not going to be lining up taking a shot or a vaccination for something that wasn't clear in the first place. And then you all create a shot in miraculous time. It takes years to create vaccination.
Well, it used to take years.
Okay, it used to.
You know how many years were invested in this approach? About 20 years of science to get us to be able to do it.
20 years is not enough. And 9 months is definitely not enough for nobody to be taking no vaccination that you all came up with.
The only reason I'm talking to you right now, as close as we are,
well, look at her.
is
Only
that
reason
I've been vaccinated.
I've been vaccinated.
But if
Only reason I'm talking to you.
thousands of people like you don't get vaccinated, you're going to let this virus continue to percolate in this country and in
That's
this
not how it
world.
works. Like the common flu, then, right?
And not
It's
like
much
the
more
common flu.
serious than the flu.
Well, the flu kills a lot of people annually, too.
You know how many people died of the flu the last year? I mean, not this year, virtually none, but the previous year.
Yeah,
about
it's weird.
20 to
Nobody died of the
30,000.
flu
How many
because of
people
COVID.
have died from COVID-19?
How's that weird that nobody died of the flu because of COVID? That's because they were counting everybody as a COVID death. They were counting fucking people that died in car crashes. People got shot. They were counting as COVID deaths. The fucking scam. This motherfucker should be. Oh, this motherfucker should be in jail or fed feet first to a fucking wood chipper.
In the United States, 600,000 Americans.
Well, the number that you all giving that died, that's once again, that's you all's number.
You gonna pass?
Yeah, definitely. Because when you start talking about paying people to get vaccinated, when you start talking about incentivizing things to get people vaccinated, it's something else going on with that. Something else going on.
It is something going
Yeah,
on.
it's something else.
You're right.
Channel
But I'm glad
nonsense.
millions
I
of
shouldn't have
people
said
like me and most everybody here didn't get an incentive. You know what their incentive was? Protecting their health and protecting the city. But I won't keep you anymore.
It's okay, because my incentive, y'all campaign is about fear. It's about inciting fear in people. You all attack people with fear. That's what this pandemic is. It's a fear. It's fear, this pandemic. That's all it is.
Yeah. Why did he need a pardon? Why did Fauci need a pardon? Next time I hear someone say that we can't trust regular people, I will show them this video. Impressive how he held his own against the mighty who ganged up on him and tried to browbeat him. Yeah, that guy is a hero. All right. All right. This was some breaking news that came across. I just wanted to pull it up so everyone knows. Landslide kills 1,000 people and levels entire village in Sudan's central Darfur. Wow. Yeah, even people who had a bullet in their head were counted. That's right. They counted everybody. Doesn't matter. They tested you. If you came up positive for COVID, it's COVID death. No. Well, Sanglant, what people don't realize, yes, he is an effing demon. He is. What people don't realize, most people don't, but Fauci's been working in the government in, for NIH or whatever since the late 60s. Since like 67. Yeah. His first job was working on the Tuskegee experiments. That was his first job. And he was working on that until it was stopped by Congress in 73 or 74, when they finally no, you got to stop this. Yeah. My best friend died suddenly 2 weeks ago at 42. Another one, his friend died at 19, 2 weeks after second jab. Yeah. 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 Yeah, and my sister got her shot and it almost killed her. She was in the she got the shot and put her in the hospital. She works in a hospital, and they said you either take the shot or you lose your job, and she took the shot and it almost killed her. I did not take the shot. I refused to take any shot. Nope, not doing it. Not gonna do it. It had nothing to do with anything except for I remember. Yeah, they got tons of money for registering as COVID. They got paid big money. It was like this whole thing with the government is every COVID case got them like 30 grand or 35 grand. Yeah. Yeah. Fauci was saying you get AIDS from toilet seats in the 90s. That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this was breaking news. No, we're not going to watch this. All right. Never mind. So yeah, devastating landslide struck Tarasin village in Sudan, Central Darfur, Sunday, August 31st, killing at least 1,000 people. Sudan's liberation movement. Why? It just broke. How did this happen Sunday and it's just breaking now? The figure cannot be independently verified at this time due to restricted access to the conflict-hit region. Floodwater inundates the main street in Sudan's capital of Khartoum, following heavy rain on August 27th. Darfur's government, Mini Manewada, called the landslide a humanitarian tragedy. The group calling for help from the UN. Wow, it's a lot of water. According to early reports, many residents from North Darfur State sought refuge in the area after a paramilitary raid. Support forces forced them out of their homes. So yeah, so that's bad. That's a no good. All right, and I'm starting to see some other stuff like your life if you were in a hospital in 2020 was worth about 40 grand with bonuses. Yep. I was vaccinated injured and I still have paralysis along the scar on your tracheotomy. Oh my God. So they got it, and that's another thing too. Is TIA. Yeah. They need to stop, man. But here, finally, we got JD Vance just retweeted this. It says, watch this. It says, what few people understand is that we do very little business with India, but they do a tremendous amount of business with us. In other words, they sell us massive amounts of their goods, their biggest client. We sell them very little. Until now, a totally one-sided relationship, and it's been for many decades. The reason is that India has charged us until now such high tariffs, the most of any country, that our businesses are unable to sell in India. It's been a totally one-sided disaster. Also, India buys most of its oil and military products from Russia, very little from the U.S. They have now offered to cut their tariffs to nothing, but it's getting late. They should have done this years ago. Just some simple facts for people to ponder. Oh. Trump is waking up. Seems like he's waking up. India never needed to cut tariffs because our politicians are all paid off to sell us out. Many such cases. Laura Ingram says Trump's right about India. Why does it do that? Why does it go zoop zoop? And we should end all outsourcing of American jobs to India's recruiting firms. It's a total scam. Oh, look at this. So it says that thing that supposedly never happens just happened again. U.S. attorney, Canadian indicted after 20 years of voting illegally in North Carolina. There's the full story. It says 2020 was the most secure election in history. This Obama, 69,000 votes. Trump, 74,000 votes. You know, this is what doesn't make any sense. So Obama got 69 million votes, I'm sorry, and won 873 counties. Trump got 744 million votes and won 2,497 counties. Okay, Joe Biden won 81 million votes, allegedly, and only won 477 counties, and only one out of the 19 bellwethers. I mean, that just don't jive, man. That just don't jive, in my opinion, you know. Yeah. Just don't jive. Just don't jive. Right to jail. And Trump was right about everything. U.S. Attorney, Canadian, indicted after 20 years of voting illegally in North Carolina. A North Carolina grand jury this week indicted a Canadian citizen for registering and voting in the United States 2022 and 2024 elections, ending a long run of legal voting that goes back 2 decades, prosecutors say. The comment from JD had a bit of Trump salt on it. Does JD stand for John Donald? Biden didn't win any bellwether states, didn't win any bellwether counties. That's the thing. It's like, how does this happen? The charges are federal felonies that carry prison terms up upon conviction. According to the indictment cited by the U.S. Attorney. Someone just sent me a message on Discord. I don't think so. Okay, I heard something beep. Not sure what that was. According to the indictment for the Eastern District of North Carolina, Dennis Bouchard, 69, a resident in the Wilmington area, falsely claimed to be a U.S. citizen eligible to vote in federal elections, in the 2022 and 2024 elections. But see, that's what's weird, too. Like, you would think if somebody's claiming to be a U.S. citizen, someone would actually check it out, but they just go, oh, okay, yeah, who would lie about that? A long string of illegally voting for the past 20 years. Every single time a non-citizen casts a legal vote in North Carolina, it steals and nullifies the vote of an actual citizen, said U.S. Attorney Ellis Boyle. He released a statement released by his office for the Eastern District of North Carolina. If the records are correct, this Canadian citizen appears to have voted in New Hanover and Pender County elections over the past 20 years. We intend to prove his illegal conduct and in court and put an end to it. James C. Barnacle, Jr., an FBI special agent in charge in North Carolina, added that every American deserves to exercise their right to vote without interference in the democratic process. We appreciate North Carolina's Board of Election partnership and commitment to working together to ensure fair elections in our state. Wow. Bouchard, prosecutors say, has resided in the U.S. since the 1960s, coming to the U.S. as a child, but never obtained U.S. citizenship. How is he here? Is he here legally? I mean, is he on a visa? I mean, what's he doing here? Now, these are questions I'd have to ask. If he came here as a child, did his parents become citizens? Because if your parents become a citizen when you're a certain age, you automatically get it. Maybe he thought that's what happened. He is charged with 4 counts of making false statements and violating federal election law. If convicted, prosecutors say he faces a maximum penalty of 5 years on each count. Why isn't he charged all the way going back 20 years? If it's an ongoing conspiracy of a pattern of fraud, you would think they could extend all those dates out. Some federal felonies have a 5-year statute of limitations. G. Sharkman says, this is the only channel I can watch for this long and be bummed when it's ending. Well, it's not ending just yet, buddy. We got a while to go. It happens when you have mail-in ballots, vans, counting after polls close, ID not required, so perfect and fair. That's right. But does he recognize or identify as American? Yeah, because you can't cross the border without an ID. It's crazy, right? Then we got another one. Look at this. Former Milwaukee Police Department employee Marcy Patterson has been criminally charged with election fraud in Wisconsin. What do you know? Another case. The left said it never happens. Huh. I was reliably informed that this was impossible to ever do in 10 million gazillion years. Milwaukee police civilian employee charged with election fraud. No problem, Happy. I'm pretty sure you got it from Brian Oldenkamp. A former civilian employee with the Milwaukee Police Department has been charged with felony election fraud. An investigation revealed that she voted in several elections in Milwaukee using a Milwaukee address she did not live at. It was also discovered that MPD overpaid her thousands of dollars since she did not qualify for the 3% residency pay bonus that she received. A former civilian employee with Milwaukee Police Department has been charged with election fraud, accused of voting in the city of Milwaukee, even though she did not live in the city limits. Marcy Patterson has been charged with one count of election fraud, voting by a disqualified person, which is a felony. If convicted, she could face up to 3.5 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. What we know, according to this criminal complaint, Patterson was employed by the City of Milwaukee Police Department as the MPD Community Relations, Engagement, and Recruitment Director. She wasn't just somebody working as a, like a low-level thing. She was actually like a director, like she was in charge. She held the position from 2022 to 2025 when she resigned. Prosecutors allege she voted in several elections in the city of Milwaukee, although she didn't live in the city limits. Another point noted in the complaint is that Patterson received a 3% residency pay incentive while she was employed. Address discrepancy. What we know is the complaint states that when Patterson was hired, she listed a Milwaukee address at North 40th Street as her primary residence, which is where her mother lives. Prior to 2018, she had lived at that address, and she is a part owner of the home, and it's listed on the deed. This is what was listed when she applied for her job at MPD. But in June, Patterson filed new forms with MPD, indicated on March 1st, she moved to a new address in Glendale, and in March 2024, she moved to a new address in Brown Deer. Wait a minute. Yeah. Welcome, Hoppy, to the Jim Somniacs. It's Jim Somniacs. Like Insomniacs, but it's Jim Somniacs. She received a 3% residency bonus after her position was reclassified. During a background interview, she stated she had two residences, the one in Glendale and the one in Milwaukee, but said Milwaukee was a primary residence. In the civilian personal history questionnaire, listed her primary residence to Glendale address with the city of Milwaukee. When Human Resources brought up the discrepancy, she clarified that North 40th Street address was her primary residence. This seems like some kind of weird thing. The complaint goes on to state, as part of the investigation into address and pay discrepancies, authorities looked into her voting records, including most recent election registration, copy of the poll books. Those records reflected since 2006, Patterson has consistently been voting at the Samuel Clemens School, which is a designated polling location for the North 40th Street address. Since 2018, Patterson has voted in 12 elections at the polling location using the Milwaukee address as her primary residence. Complaint notice that contradicts new forms she submitted to MPD in 2025. Complaint goes on to state that she was interviewed and she never said she considers North 40 her address, her primary address, but she does not sleep there at all. She then stated that her mother's 80 and she does have the occasional overnight visits. And she said that Brown Deer address is her home, where she lives, where she sleeps, where she wakes up, and where her son is. But the North 40 address is a permanent resident address she uses. She was asked whether she was staying at North 40 when she listed the Glendale residence. She said she would occasionally stay at North 40 to help with her mother, but she later had at night was Glendale. Wow. When asked when Patterson was living when she was hired, said she was living in Glendale. When asked about the 3% incentive, said she wasn't aware of it until recent reclassification of her position. She stated that she thought living within 50 miles of the city was sufficient. When asked where she learned about the supposed 15-mile rule, she stated that she overheard people talking about it when the new residence rules were being discussed. Wow. Yeah, and less than 4 years ago, if you spoke of improprieties in voting, you'd have your channel demonetized, struck, or canceled completely. You must remember that. That's right. Any mention of anything, any questioning at all, or asking questions, nuked. Lastly, when you talk about voting with the Milwaukee address, Patterson said she did that because the address listed on her driver's license. Blake goes on to state that when confronted about living outside the city, she denied knowing about the 3% incentive. When she started MPD and an email to payroll, she said that she was made aware that the incentive would be included when her position was reclassified approximately 1 year prior. She stated she thought that the residency was within the city meant you lived within 15 miles of Milwaukee's border, as that was the incentive policy in the mayor's office when she previously worked. Part of the investigation, investigators spoke with the chief of staff for the mayor and his office manager. They said that their residency did not include 15 miles from the border in the mayor's office. Both said that everyone who worked at the mayor's office lives in the actual city of Milwaukee. The office manager who worked for the mayor's office in 2011 said at her time during payroll that there was no employees that lived outside the city of Milwaukee. Blake states that during her employment, Patterson received $8,200 in overpayments. MPD would not have authorized these payments but for her false assertions. Wow. Yeah, so they hold all members to the highest standard. She's scheduled to have an appearance September 15th. And we got this. Fresno County, California has no intention to remove 56,000 ineligible voters before the upcoming election. The 56,000 voters who no longer live in state or jurisdiction. Yeah, improprieties. Federal law mandates removal. Fresno refuses. So it looks like they're going to get sued. No more acting. Yeah. And that's what I thought was interesting. This has happened on CNN. Political commentator Brad Todd drops a bombshell saying, in fact, we know the 2020 census, the errors were almost always to the detriment of red states. Yeah, how are they supposed to perpetrate mail-in ballot fraud if they get rid of those voters? Very, very, very good. Mm-hmm.
One of the big things is it helps decide congressional maps.
Right.
Does this have everything to do with redistricting?
Well, it does. In fact, we know the 2020 census, the errors were almost always to the detriment of red states. Blue states like Rhode Island.
Do we know that?
We do know that. The Census Bureau's own audit of its work has proven that. Blue states like Rhode Island were overcounted. Rhode Island then didn't lose a seat. Red states like Alabama were undercounted. Listen, this is just a fact. It wasn't all red-blue, but it was disproportionately red-blue.
One of the big things.
Wow. This is why I don't get my news from CNN, for the same reason I don't eat out of the toilet. Aaron Burnett is an embarrassing harpy who must be mocked relentlessly. Democrats welcome 20 million illegals into America in order to change the census for voting, and they say Republicans are gerrymandering. A 2022 review during the Biden administration, which identified undercounts and overcounts in both red and blue states, can only mean another conspiracy against Trump. Oh, this is crazy, right? Deluded. Maduro flew his family to Nicaragua as he thinks we're coming for him. The bounty is 50 million, and I think a small group of Marine vets could get him. Meanwhile, Venezuelan commandos think they could face active duty Marines. G. Sharkman says something soothing about seeing Bella so comfortable. Well, she can sleep just about anywhere. Yeah, so these Maduro thinks but it was just playing. What's going on? What? It was just playing. What is going on? It was just playing. I saw it playing. Why does this do this? What is going on with X that does this? I saw it playing. $50 billion doesn't buy loyalty anymore. Oh. I saw it. I saw it a second ago. What the hell is going on? X has got serious problems. It keeps happening night after night. I saw the video playing. I tried to rewind it to the thing, and then it just stopped. See, the play button comes up, and then it disappears. I guess we can't watch the stupid video. What the hell? That pisses me off. It probably been flagged. Maybe. It's just weird that access keeps happening to videos that are Maduro vows Republican arms if U.S. forces attack Venezuela. Oh. It says it's an ad, but there's no ad there. That's weird.
Maria Corina Machado. Thank you very much for joining me. And you are in hiding in an undisclosed location. Can you explain why you have to hide?
Yes, I'm in hiding as most of Venezuelan citizens that have fought for democracy in the last years and defeated the dictator Nicolas Maduro last July 28 by a landslide. On truly unfair, extreme conditions, we defeated 70-30 his candidacy, and from then on, he simply unleashed the most brutal persecution campaign with more than 2,000 people in prison, even children, women that have been tortured, hundreds of Venezuelans that have been forced to leave our country because they were accused of being Venezuela into 1 million volunteer region, and each sheets, we put them in a far less than $3.
All right, so it says Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro on Monday said he would constitutionally declare Republican arms. The South American country were attacked by forces that the United States government has deployed to the Caribbean. Oh, cool. Okay, don't know what these things is going to do. 2017, The Economist. Yeah. Saturday night, I got a 12-hour ban for promoting violence immediately after I made a post describing the best way to cook a hot dog, upheld even after manual review. What? It's another plan perpetrated by a man designed to keep a brother down. That's right, Steve Hilliard. You know it. You got it, brother. That's a handsome reporter, isn't it? That Greta Van Susteren. His comments during a news conference come as the U.S. government this week is set to boost its maritime forces in the waters off of Venezuela to combat threats from Latin American drug cartels. The U.S. has not signaled any plans land incursion by the thousands of personnel still being deployed, but Maduro's government has responded by deploying troops along its coast and border with neighboring Colombia, as well as by urging Venezuelans to enlist in civilian militia. In the face of this maximum military pressure, we have declared maximum preparedness for this defense of Venezuela, Maduro said of the deployment, which he characterized as an extravagant, unjustifiable, immoral, and absolutely criminal, bloody threat. It's a bloody well threat, a bloody well threat indeed. The U.S. Navy now has 2 Aegis guided missile destroyers, the Gravely and the Jason Dunham in the Caribbean, as well as the destroyer Samson, and the cruiser USS Lake Erie in the waters off Latin America. The military presence is set to expand. 3 amphibious assault ships, a force that encompasses more than 4,000 sailors and Marines, will be entering the region this week, a defense official told the Associated Press on the condition of anonymity to describe the ongoing operation. Deployment comes as President Donald John Trump has pushed for the use of military to thwart cartels he blames for the flow of fentanyl and other illicit drugs into the U.S. community, and for perpetuating violence in some U.S. cities. On Monday, Venezuelan Foreign Minister Yvonne Gil, citing a United Nations report, told his counterparts in various Latin American countries deployment of U.S. maritime forces is built on false narrative, as 87% of cocaine produced in Colombia departs through the Pacific, and traffickers attempt to move only 5% of their product through Venezuela. Landlocked by Bolivia and Colombia, with access to the Pacific and Caribbean, are the world's top cocaine producers. Gill added that the narrative threatens the entire region, and an attack on Venezuela would really mean a complete destabilization of the region. Let us immediately demand an end to this deployment, which has no other reason than to threaten a sovereign people. Added during a virtual meeting with members of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States Regional Group. Maduro has also used his news conference to insist that he was the legitimate winner of last year's presidential election, but ample and credible evidence has shown the contrary, prompting several countries, including the U.S., to not recognize Maduro as Venezuela's president. Yep, they have oil. Okay. Right. Bloody well, right. Bloody right to see. They got the oil, man, and we want it. Maduro, sworn into a third 6-year term in January, added that this government maintains 2 lines of communication with the Trump administration, one with the State Department, and the other with Trump's envoy for special missions, Richard Grenell. He called Secretary of State Marco Rubio a warlord pushing for action in the Caribbean to topple Venezuela. Stop saying democracy. Leftists are straight to use that word, and anytime I hear it, my eyebrows are raised in disbelief. Even I might sympathize with you. Did I say democracy? Did I say democracy? And they said that any action against Venezuela would stain Trump's hands with blood. But we got soap. He can wash the blood off his hands. It's not a big deal. This is not the big deal. This is not the big deal. Oh, and this is a story I thought was interesting. Chicago will pay over $2.6 million in damage to student who forced to participate in transcendental meditation program. Teachers ignored the religious objections, and the schools litigated the case, incurring even greater costs to the system. Oh, okay, cool. What is clear from this case is that despite the financial crisis, school officials are spending time and money on unnecessary programs. In the meantime, fewer than 1 in 3 school kids in Chicago read at the applicable level. It is crushing to see the continued failure of the Chicago schools, particularly for poor and minority kids who are locked into cycles of poverty. This case simply highlights the disastrous sense of priorities for school officials in Chicago. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that matters to the Chicago teachers' school system is that the teachers' union and the left, they cannot care about children. It never seemed like they cared about kids when I was in school. I attended Chicago Public Schools. Chicago Public Schools is now bankrupt as the city faces $734 million deficit after paying for illegals. They now must lay off 1,458 employees, including 432 teachers and 677 special educator classroom assistants. Yeah, what did happen to Drill Baby Drill? Where is Drill Baby Drill? Let's go. Drill Baby Drill. Drill Baby Drill. Drill it up. Drill it up. Get it going. Drill it up. Up, 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 up. Chicago Public Schools optimized for ideological indoctrination over education while forcing students into Hindu ceremonies, facing an $86.3 billion pension shortfall and abysmal reading scores. When administrators tell kids, if you don't kneel before the picture of the guru during your initiation ceremony, it could affect your eligibility on the girls' basketball team, and instruct students were coerced to go through a Hindu initiation ceremony with offerings to a guru. They've optimized for constitutional violations that cost $2.6 million in court awarded damages instead of teaching kids. Forced to participate in transcendental meditation programs. Stop forcing. When you get there is no means meant to get here. So relax, breathe, and be patient. Yeah. They started like, I think it was like early 80s. I think late 70s, early 80s. They started with the whole busing kids around to mixing with different schools and trying to take kids from other schools and send them to these schools. And it was a brutal program, man. The magnet schools, we were supposed to collect all the real smart kids and send them to the magnet schools. And the magnet schools were in this dog shit neighborhood. So from Jonathan Turdley. Badgers and money. Chicago schools agree to pay $2.6 million over transcendental meditation sessions. CPS. Chicago public school system has a long been state of decline with poor student scores, massive budget deficits, teachers' pensions. Chicago has threatened to bankrupt the state after politicians yield to demands from the powerful teachers union. Despite the budget crisis, school administrators are burning through money on woke programs. Latest example is $2.6 million in damages that will be paid to students who are forced to participate in transcendental meditation programs during classes. Teachers ignored religious objections to the Hindu-based program, and the school subsequently litigated the case, incurring even greater costs to the system. District Judge Matthew Kennelly approved the settlement with the Chicago Board of Education and New York-based David Lynch Foundation to pay $100,000 to the lead plaintiff and between $3,000 and $10,000 to each of the other students. What? Attorney John Malk, partner at Malk and Baker, said the students were coerced to go through Hindu initiation ceremonies. Well, if they were coerced, I think it's a really problem. Really problem. Really big problem. Yep. Repeat mantras and names of Hindu deities. Further recounted how one student was told, if you don't kneel before the picture of the guru during an initiation ceremony, it could affect your eligibility on the girls' basketball team. Whoa, I think I would have had a problem with fire. Oh, man. Litigation counsel was able to confirm 773 students who were required to participate in the program, more than 200 filed claims for damages. Now facing bankruptcy, and unpopular mayor Brandon Johnson is calling for massive progressive taxes to keep the city solvent. Yet Chicago school system, which has contributed significantly to the budget crisis, prefers to spend money on these programs and then litigate ill-conceived cases. The state must come up with $154.3 billion to pay its retired educators. It is $86.3 billion short of that amount. Illinois is ranked as having the lowest funding ratio for state pensions in the nation. Teachers' retirement system is even lower, funding at 45.8, making the second worst funded state teacher retirement system in the nation. Yeah, plus Illinois, the state of Illinois has something in the Constitution of the state of Illinois that stipulates that they have to pay these pensions and stuff. So like Chicago tried to get out of it, paying for like cops and firefighters. They tried to screw around, and the state had, no, you have to pay. You can't. The city, basically, you have no choice. You have to pay these guys. Illinois leaders like Prickster and Mayor Johnson are closely aligned with the teachers union and have signed generous contracts and crippling pension allotments. Well, yeah, Johnson is still a member of the teachers union, if I'm not mistaken. He was like a boss in the teachers union before he got like a higher up in the teachers union before he got, mayoral race. There comes a point when you cannot continue to kick the financial can down the road. Yeah, their math just ain't mathing. I'm disturbing Bella. Oh, I apologize, Bella. Oh, let me fix the camera for her. Transcendentalist teeth that identify as trans. Yeah, maybe they're teeth that that go as gums. I don't know. What's clear from this case is, despite the financial crisis, school officials are still spending time and money on unnecessary programs. Yeah. They've been a strong supporter of public schools throughout my life. While many parents could afford private school, they help form a group to keep white families in the public school system in Chicago in the 60s and 70s. They wanted their kids to be part of a diverse school environment, I also sent my kids to public schools for the same reason. I view our public schools as an important part of our society, shape our future citizens. Teachers and boards are killing the institution of public education by treating children and parents more like captives than consumers. They're force-feeding social and political priorities instead of passes for engagement and approved protests. They are force-feeding social and political priorities, including passes for engagement and approved protests. So if it's a protest the teachers approve of, they'll give you credit for it, for going there. Public schools continue to produce abysmal scores, particularly for minority students. Board and union officials have called for lowering or suspending proficiency. Well, yeah, if there's no proficiency standards, meritocracy is a form of white supremacy, then a gifted and talented program are also being eliminated in the name of equity. School administrators in Chicago would prefer to spend time eliminating high achievement programs to erase the gap between students. It's crushing to see continued failure of the Chicago schools, particularly for poor minority kids who are locked in cycles of poverty. The case simply highlights the disastrous sense of priorities for the school officials in Chicago, that Highland town, that Highland town. Boo-ba-doo, boop, boop, boo-ba-doo, boop, boop, boo-ba-doo, boop, boop, boop. Democrat Doomsday. Victor Davis Hanson was just laid waste to the Democrat Party and exposed their collapse heading into the midterms. He says their only message is to destroy Trump. But Hanson revealed a demographic crisis no one's talking about, and he could spell the end of the end of the party itself. Here's a thread. Are they going to have to? Is he going to have them actually talking? Powerless, rudderless, leaderless. The Democrat Party is in full-blown crisis mode. Victor David Hanson laid it all out, explaining why the party's in flames and heading to the midterms with no clear path forward. When asked if Democrats could rally behind any coherent message before next November, Hanson went off. He made it clear that they have nothing left except trying to destroy Donald Trump. Well, they only have one unifying theme, and that is that they want to destroy and they hate Donald Trump. Rather than offer voters a compelling new agenda, Hanson says they've devolved into distractions and circus acts, anything to avoid talking about policy. So sometimes they hit watermelon, sometimes they do filibuster, Cory Booker style, and sometimes they make these obscene videos. Sometimes they go crazy, but otherwise they're not authoring any counter agenda. He pointed out that even on core issues, they've abandoned offering real alternatives. That's terrible. They don't say, well, we could prefer this on the border, and here's what we're going to do, or here's why we should return to the Green New Deal. Instead, they've locked themselves in a position that they only appeal to a small slice of the country. They're alienating the rest. They're on a 30 to 40% of every issue. They don't own the House or the Senate or the White House or the Supreme Court. So they've lost the popular vote and the Electoral College, first time since 2004. And it's not just political control they've lost, it's their entire identity. Hanson said the radical base has completely taken over the party, driven out any last semblance of moderation. So I think they're very frustrated, and they've got this Jacobin radical base. And I'm sure that's the right term for it. I'm not sure that's the right term for it anymore, base, because I think they've taken over the entire party.
Do you see them coalescing around anything at all between now and next November?
Well, they only have one unifying theme, and that is they all want to destroy and they hate Donald Trump. So sometimes they hit watermelons, sometimes they do the filibuster Cory Booker style, sometimes they make those obscene videos, sometimes they kind of go crazy, but otherwise they're not offering any counter agenda. They don't say, well, we would prefer this on the border, and here's what we're going to do, or here's why we should return to the new Green Deal. They're on 30 to 40% of every issue. They don't own the House or the Senate or the White House or the Supreme Court. So they lost the popular vote and the Electoral College, first time since 2004. So I think they're very frustrated, and they've got this Jacobin radical base, and I'm not sure that's the right term for it anymore, base, because I think they've taken over the entire party, and that what you saw in Minneapolis, whether people like Chuck Schumer or Nancy Pelosi or Elizabeth Warren agree with that doesn't matter, because they condone it and promote it. And I guess, only 3 times in the last 100 years has the out party in the first term of administration not won House seats, and because it's so close, it doesn't mean they, even though they're polling that as a party about 28%, they feel they can drive down Donald Trump's. I don't think the polls are that accurate. It's probably more like 50-50 rather than some of these crazy polls that have him down 10. But I think it's pretty close. But they feel that the more antics, the more hysteria that they can generate, it's kind of like collateral damage or a nuclear weapon. It just makes everything so chaotic that they can say, Trump made us like this. He brought out this. He's the disruptor. And you saw that with Tim Walz. Fallon, it doesn't make sense, but they just want to create a general atmosphere that things are chaotic, that there's no organization to anything, that we're in the middle of a tumult, and that they're going to stop that. And that's what they plan.
Wow, that's crazy. It only got worse from there. Hansen laid out the brutal reality for Democrats heading into the midterms. Every key indicator is flashing red. Every data point is negative for them. He explained that Republicans didn't just gain 2 million voters; they did it while Democrats were losing them. They not only did not register as many 2 million as the Republicans in additional registration, but they lost registration. When voters flee the party, Americans are also physically fleeing blue states at a staggering rate. They're bleeding about 5 million people a year, leaving the blue states. That's just from about 30 states that track registration. Hansen then dropped a nuke on the party. He went deeper into the long-term crisis. You are even mentioning the fertility collapse in deep blue states. Yeah, they do excel at TROs to slow down the Trump administration. In addition to that, if you look at the fertility rate long term, the top 10 red states are up to 1.8 to 2, and the bottom of the 50 states down to 1.3 to 1.4 are all blue states. Wow. So the long term is not good for them, and I think that's a lot of their hysterias.
I have two views of it. Every data point is negative for them. They not only did not register as many 2 million as the Republicans in additional registration, but they lost registration. They're bleeding about 5 million people a year leaving the blue states.
I was going to say, and that's just in the 30 states that record voter registration.
Yes. And in addition to that, if you look at the fertility rate long term, the top 10 red states are up to 1.8 to 2, and the bottom of the 50 states down to 1.3 and 1.4 are all blue states.
Who would have thought that telling hyper-depressive ladies that they shouldn't have children or they'll kill the planet might have consequences?
Yeah, that was a bad idea by AOC, but it kind of predated her. And so the long term is not good for them. And I think that is a lot of their hysterias. And they can't come out and say, this is what our agenda is, that 55% of the people want, because their base or this new young youth or whatever this group is, Neil, so they won't allow that. So I think their attitude is, I have to dissimulate. I have to be nominated. If I'm going to get a national candidate, he's got to get through the primaries. And to get through the primaries, he's got to be crazy. And then he has to have the gymnastics that he can change and go to the middle to win an election. And it didn't work with Kamala Harris. She tried that half-heartedly at times. But that's their problem.
That's their problem. Kamala Harris is their problem. Before we get to the next clip, if you're not following me, go check out Vigilant Fox. It's a good follow. The numbers don't lie. According to CDC data from 2021, the top 5 states with the highest fertility rates are all solidly red. South Dakota, Nebraska, North Dakota, Utah, and Alaska, all Trump 2024 states, meaning the 5 lowest fertility states are deep blue states. DC, Vermont, Rhode Island, Oregon, and Massachusetts. But DC's not a state, dude. DC is not a state. Trendline isn't just about birth rates. It can reshape the future of elections. Yes. Fewer children, fewer future votes. And that's why they're bringing in illegals, because they don't care. Yeah. You're in a blue state. You can't move for family reasons. You're gone when that changes. Well, you know. It wouldn't be so bad if they weren't constantly trying to do shit to make your life more difficult. Trying to take guns away, trying to do all this different shit, like basically making everything illegal. Yeah. Fewer children, fewer voters, and no real plan to reverse the trend other than importing illegals, which has been crushed under President Trump. Yeah. It's a demographic time bomb, and Democrats they're completely unprepared. The long-term future is bleak. Can Democrats turn to any rising stars to save them? Hansen says don't count on it. and they delivered a scathing takedown of the party's most talked about contenders. First up, Pete Buttigieg. Podcast host Tony Kinnett pointed out a recent Echelon poll showed Buttigieg polling at 0% among black voters. Hansen didn't mince words. He comes off as a sanctimonious, self-righteous scorer of elite scold. He has no charismatic appeal to anybody, and he's not going to be able to be the candidate. No, not going to be able to be the candidate. No candidates. No candidates. From here, Hansen turned to Newsom and absolutely torched him. Newsom's strategy he thought was to sound like a moderate candidate when he talked to Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon. Then he realized he would never be nominated in his lunatic party, so he walked through disastrous track record in California and a botched fire management to fail public infrastructure. So he's got his own disaster in the Palisades where he hasn't done anything, and the whole thing is created by DEI people going to Uganda. Public works people not having hydrants at work and a reservoir that was empty, and they would not let people clear the brush. Just kept going. Eats disasters and ace up the sleeve on Newsom's Republican rival. He does plan to run in 2028. The campaign odds would be brutal. Ads would be brutal. Sorry. And the self-created disaster, it's now even worse. It goes on.
Did you see the poll suggesting, the Echelon poll, I believe, Pete Buttigieg's support in the black communities of this country is 0%.
Yes.
Zero.
He comes off as sanctimonious, self-righteous, sort of a elite scold. He has no charismatic appeal to anybody. And so he's not going to be a candidate. And Gavin Newsom's strategy, he thought, was to sound like the moderate candidate when he had Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon. And then he realized that he would never be nominated in this lunatic party.
Did he invite you on?
What?
Did
No,
Newsom invite you on his podcast?
No, I've been very critical of him, but so he's got this disaster in the Palisades where they haven't done anything. The whole thing was created by DEI people going to Uganda, the public works people not having hydrants at work. A reservoir was empty. They wouldn't let people clear the brush. It was a self-created disaster, and it's even worse. They won't allow them. You've got the highest taxes in the country, highest gas taxes, highest number of poor people, highest percentage.
Come on.
Goes on.
You're saying this as though it wouldn't appeal to Pennsylvania union, coal miners or fuel refiners. Man,
No.
what an absolute surprise.
Wow, what an absolute surprise. Absolute surprise. At the end of it all, Hansen explained why Democrats are acting so erratic. They're out of moves. Only card they left they could play is chaos.
Strategy is just to,
did you see the poll suggesting the Echelon
to create so much anger and hysteria and street theater about Trump that the people will say to themselves, well, I don't know who's right. But I just can't take it. It's I'm in a fetal position. I have my hands over my ears. Just make it all go away. And if Trump, maybe it didn't happen until Trump came. And
I think they're wrong. It was Ghana.
Their
not
attitude
Uganda.
is, well, it was legal to break the law and bring in 10 million, and that was an easy thing to do. But for Trump to enforce the law, that'll be amoral, and it's very difficult to find the people we let in. So we're going to stage these performance art protests against enforcing the law, and people with amnesia will not remember that we.
Poll, I believe, Pete Buttigieg.
He was banned 3 times from Twitter and all this stuff. Check him out. Yep. Oh yeah, we saw this about the mass shooting. We watched this earlier today. It's great. All right, then we got this. It says, bombshell, John Brennan's in serious trouble. The FBI raid wasn't about his book. It was about something far more dangerous. Now insiders say he's facing multiple charges that could change everything. Definitely. All right, yeah, we'll go back. So, Bolton's 2020 book may have made headlines, but it's also may have broken the law. Federal security, United States translation. He walked out with classified secrets and cashed in. That's a felony. Bolton thought he was untouchable. Biden's DOJ dropped the case after he attacked Trump. Now he's in serious legal jeopardy. FBI raids are underway, and warrants based on CIA intelligence, Espionage Act violations are being investigated. The story escalated fast. Bolton's book might finally catch up to him. Drafts packed with unredacted classified info and passed around to agents, publishers, lawyers. Not a fine, not a slap on the wrist, years behind bars. Oh, we'll see. Bolton's allies are flipping out. All the people, NBC, Rolling Stone, Olivia Troy. Now they're talking about the raid. While Bolton faces legal heat, grand juries are investigating. Letitia James, Adam Schiff, Obama officials involved in 2016 anti-Trump scheme. The swamp is beginning to see justice applied equally. Wow, that's cool. Bolton might not even be convicted yet. The legal process is brutal. $500,000 in legal fees, financial ruin. Democrats happily do this to Trump. Now they're crying fascism. He cashed on his access. He leaked and he lied. Now the FBI says he's in legal trouble. Go far behind his book. Thanks for reading. Awesome. We got this right here. We got some black churches are now rallying behind the DEI Democrat-fed governor Lisa Crook, vowing to fight to keep her on the board. Yeah, not fired by Trump due to mortgage fraud. Buttigieg is Maltese for butt equals father of chicken. I thought preferred chicken butt. Wow. This says as a practical joke, have you ever forked a yard? You get a pack of plastic forks and threw them around a yard. The joke is they're easy for you to toss in, but they have to be picked up one by one. That's what the illegals are, forks in the yard. Yeah. Just tell me when you're ready to raid out. We're going to be going in a few minutes if you want to set it up right now. We're going to be going real quick here. Malta has their own language? I'm not sure. Trump messed with the wrong one. Black women on the Federal Reserve.
Also, keep in your prayers Sister Lisa Cook. Lisa grew up in this church. Amen. I had an opportunity to teach her in class and having fun with CPAM and Melanie. But she's going through a thing up there in D.C. and I don't have any clues. But just keep her in your prayers because what is going on with her is wrong.
Amen. Amen. Our commander-in-chief thinks it's all right to bully and to pick on individuals. In fact, just last week, I was talking with a colleague who lives in California about Dr. Lisa Cook. And he said, you know what? Trump messed with the wrong one. Because she said she wasn't going to back down. I said, no. He had the right one because she had time that day. Because she understood, as we all should, that justice isn't based on who is in office, but rather based on what we internalize as values as believers.
What? This president announced the firing of Lisa Cook. Do you know the name? Lisa Cook, black woman governor of the board of the Federal Reserve. Brilliant sister.
Brilliant, but she couldn't fill out a fucking mortgage application correctly?
Unvalidated. Black woman on the Federal Reserve. Of course, there's great angst with the Federal Reserve because it will not issue reports that favor the administration. When you get a financial report, you want to know the real numbers.
This fucking guy don't even know what he's talking about.
The president...
The Federal Reserve doesn't issue reports. They control the banking and interest rates. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Wants to control the report. And if there's not loyalty to that agenda, the answer is simply to fire you. Where is the uproar? I wonder why the women's ministries across the country are not marching. Every church has a women's ministry. Y'all not talking back to me now. I wonder why all the sororities and the women's ministries and the first ladies of the conventions haven't held a press conference.
Definitely. Why haven't they held a press conference? So she's sounds like these churches are violating the IRS rules on tax-exempt status. Yeah. Federal Reserve is politicized and must be abolished. The end the Fed. Yeah. Mike Davis says, because black women disproportionately hold unnecessary bureaucratic jobs and Trump's federal workforce cuts, black women are among the hardest hit. Yeah. Trump has cut hundreds of thousands of jobs for federal workforce, disproportionately affecting black women. Well, why is that? Because black women disproportionately hold those jobs. At like triple or quadruple the rate that they are in the population. Like 25% of the jobs are held by black women. It's insane. They're 6% of the population. That's why. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, here's this story. This guy says 12%, but it's way more than that. Anyway. And this is the last story right here. It says President Trump says DC is now a crime-free zone. So that's good, right? DC now a crime-free zone. Awesome. Yeah. Just 12 days, President Trump wrote in a post that highlights swift changes under his administration. Trump declares DC a crime-free zone amid his federal crackdown. That's what I heard too. For many, many times, it's like 40%. Maybe that's all government jobs, state and federal. Maybe the federal is a little lower. I don't know, but it's a lot. It's way out of whack. I mean, that's why anywhere you go, if you go to DMVs, if you go to any offices, anything like that, that's all you see is black women working there. That's it, pretty much. You see a lot of them. Put it that way, a lot more than you see in public. So yeah. So I will say it's been a great night. I think we did great tonight. I'm totally happy with how everything went. I'm totally happy that we went 4 extra hours. Seems like that worked out well. We did some good. We peaked out at 141 concurrent viewers, which I don't understand. Earlier, it told me 150. I don't know why it dropped to 141. I don't know why they make those, how they make those adjustments and everything. But paid by government or employed by government, I don't know. Who knows? Malfeasance of preaching politics in church should be criminal. Well, they're not supposed to. They're not supposed to. They're supposed to be, apolitical or whatever. So, yeah. So that's the story tonight. And I want to thank everybody who's here. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. If you haven't, hit the like button. I don't know why not. If you don't like it, why'd you sit here this long? And or hit the down. If you don't, hit the thumbs down. If you hate me, and please subscribe to the channel. We're very close to hitting 1,410 subs. We're at 1,409 subscribers, so it would be nice. My goal is to try and hit a where are we at here? My goal is to try and hit 5,000 subs soon, because I'd like to do as soon as I hit 5,000 subs, I'm going to do a 24-hour stream with 5,000 subs. I will be doing for all the members, the new members, and everybody here. I am going to be doing a member stream this week sometime. I'm going to get it set up and figure something good to do for a member stream. And I hopefully will see you guys all tonight, Tuesday night. I don't know, 10 o'clock again. Hopefully, and come on back for Jim to tell you the news.